fires it out and way out of the reach of Marquise Goodwin. At least 10 yards out of bounds out of the right hand of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, there wasn't much there. Pittsburgh is guarding against giving up the big play. They're playing deep, and Watson knew it wasn't there either. Instead of just checking it down, he essentially just threw it away.
Fourth down.
You make the judge strip and give you his robes.
Mm-hmm. The judge takes the robe off and he's completely naked. That's the only thing. Okay, please, just pulls the robe off, just absolutely nude.
Completely nude. There's a wet spot where his cock was.
Yeah, right. They don't wear any clothes on.
Yeah, that would be awesome. You brought your own wig to be a judge. You brought your own British judge's wig.
They still dress like that in Hong Kong.
That's fucking awesome. Is that what they're protesting over? Getting to keep those wigs?
Yeah, they want the wigs.
Like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is cosplaying over there too.
It's true.
It's Hong Kong. Like you want to go to Japan, but you don't have enough money.
No, it's more expensive.
Isn't it Japanese China?
It's Japanese China.
Yeah. So
I
it's
think
like if you want sushi.
It's capitalist China.
It's weird that there's a lot of Asian people in Australia.
Why? They're right there.
I know, but just
it's close.
Voice.
Yeah, I know what you mean in
Or
terms
that they
of
talk
how
that way.
I do know what you mean in terms of when we went there and how Asian everything influenced was, because every fast food, there's so much Chinese and Thai.
Well,
and
the Thai food and the Vietnamese food there was better than I've had in the States. Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
it's like Mexican food for them.
They had better Greek food too.
Yeah, I wish I could go back to that Greek restaurant.
We're going, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right. We are going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be in
Melbourne?
Australia in April.
We're gonna do just a little tease for you fucking whatever the fuck.
And Los Angeles, we're never gonna go. So
Yep. We are back in Australia.
we're going
twice.
half across the world because
have not been to Philadelphia.
because
but this time the move is get OxyContin, or Percocets instead of Tramadol when I go to the Greek restaurant.
I love that.
And then
everyone was offering us ketamine after the
Here's
Melbourne
the thing,
show.
boys. We're only gonna be there. It's gonna be a shorter trip, so we got to be on drugs the whole time.
drugs the entire
gotta be on
time. We're doing
amphetamines.
hour gala shows, and I want to make sure that I'm fucked up and not do a single set in between now and then.
Dude, it's for real though.
Look, they booked me. You paid for the
for
tickets, so get ready
No
for
refunds.
an hour description of my ski lodge. my show at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, Luigi's Mansion.
The ski lodge.
And it's me touching my forehead. And then there's
One eyebrow raise.
One eyebrow raise. Me adjusting my glasses. Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion cold.
And I go on stage and I was like, I was raped, yeah?
I was raped in
I was
a ski
raped. I got
lodge.
rape a dude in my fucking assaroony.
The guy playing a didgeridoo the whole time.
Yeah, right. Luigi's Mansion was one of the best shows we saw.
I got my ace out.
Yeah.
Racer Raduni.
Is there a chance that one of us could win?
It's might or not, because he graphically describes being raped while playing. We're having an entire GameCube shoved in his ass.
I was in a GameStop.
And it's really visceral and emotional. At the end, he says, "Just kidding."
None of that happened to me, you fucking homos.
But what if it did?
But what if?
So they say because initially you think it's highlighting how rape can't be funny. How how something so traumatic can't ever be something that's funny. But then at the end he says, "Just kidding," and you realize you paid $350 $350 dingery dollar bucks to see a man make fun of rape victims and then say "just kidding" at the end, and it's like, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh.
You
at the end.
laugh at the end.
You gotta laugh, and then you feel like, well, I guess if that could be funny, then all regular rape can be funny
I've got to
also.
start raping. If it's
I got
funny,
my show, a fringe show I'm preparing is called Our Bodies in Lived Space. Yeah.
And what do you do that for that?
I don't know, but it sounds like one of those kind of shows.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a one-man show. And I'm gonna do a bunch of Greek voices.
I would love to take it like to do a serious hour about how it sucks that games suck now. 10 years ago, games were awesome.
Dude, games.
Now
Remember Halo?
Fucking.
You could have
People think the problem is politics, but fucking games
Dude,
suck.
Halo 2 was good.
Here, the pinnacle of gaming came when there was a debate where people were starting to say, "Are video games art?" And the answer was a loud, obvious, "No, you fucking idiot."
Of course, it's stupid.
Of course they're not art.
They're
you
not art.
moron.
Do real art, you fucking piece of shit.
And then all of the people that were influenced by that conversation bought into the idea that they could possibly be art who were like 7 at the time. Now have like, you know, Van Dyke goatees and wear like silk black button-up shirts and like these fucking, you know, really good leather bracelet.
Yeah.
And then they write these articles as if video games are art.
Which they're not,
Or have any kind of fucking importance culturally to the extent that you like. That's the thing. It's like, well, should there be girls in video games? It's like, do whatever the fuck you want. What needs to be acknowledged is that it is not important and it doesn't fucking matter.
I know.
And it's
the
like-
same way comedy is bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's crazy that this is the arena where we're proving what a good society we're in. Video games are even somehow less important than stand-up comedy. No.
Representation is a million times more important in pornography than video games.
I agree.
It's more important that people on a visceral,
we need
disgusting
guys
level
with little ass dicks
of
and porn.
a libidinal level see themselves represented
Yeah.
than in some dipshit when you're like, but what if I can't be a space captain? It literally does not matter.
No joke, man. I love jacking off to those videos where it's like that fat guy with a little penis that they humiliate, and I'm like, wow, I have a bigger penis than him, and it makes me happy, dude. And
Does
I
it?
jack off, and I'm like, my dick is bigger than that guy.
Man, that's even more pathetic than being the guy in the video.
I love it, dude. He's got
Yeah.
like some kind of Hispanic guy, and he fucks hot women, and I'm like, yeah, nice.
Is
All
it
right.
Bob?
It might be Bob.
Yeah, I remember that. I haven't seen those in like 15 years.
Yeah, he'll pop up on. I'll do a deep scroll on X videos sometimes.
I used to go to eFucked all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
eFucked was hilarious.
Classic.
You fucked.
Some of my favorite vids.
Yeah, I checked in. It's not as. I don't feel like it's as good anymore.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Games and eFucked.
eFucked
10
was
years ago,
eFucked
dude.
was hot in
eFucked
2006.
was so. I remember there's a video and it's this panning shot of like a bedroom and there's like aquariums in the background and there's these two women like shoving eels in their pussies and then it like keeps panning and then there's a guy with a pufferfish and he's just sliding it under his cock.
Could you die like that?
What?
Well, you know how pufferfish are poisonous, no?
No, that's from The Simpsons.
I think it's real.
Fugu. Wow, we should have fugu in Japan.
You sure that's fugu?
There's a type of fish that has like a poison, it's like a liver or something. If you cut it the wrong way, the poison attaches. So sushi chefs know how to like cut it that just allows like a little bit of the poison into the rest of the meat, so it kind of rather than being like a lethal dose of the poison.
Yeah, from The Simpsons.
I don't want to do that. I'm too scared. I don't want to die.
All right, I got an idea for a one-man show, okay?
I'm listening.
All right, it's my foreskin from when I was a baby, but he's been trying to find me my whole life.
Yep.
And one day he shows up at my door with a stick and a bindle, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And I'm like, who are you? And he said, I'm your foreskin. And then I shut the door in his face. And I say, I have a whole life now.
No. Fuck you.
Fuck you, I have a whole life now. You think you could just come
You
back
can't just come back.
into my life and expect me to love you? I gave you away, you know? And then
Plus, what is the Jewish God gonna say? What's
oh,
freaking Adonai gonna say about that?
come
dude?
on.
What?
You can't use the Lord's
Is that the bad one? Which is the good
You gotta
one?
beat that out.
Hashem.
That's Hashem is the good one. You think that's?
There's one you're not supposed
Stav
to say.
said.
I think.
Stav said the. You can't say Adonai.
But you just said it.
I know. I don't
Gotcha.
believe in it.
Bitch.
Got his
That
ass.
was the
I don't
whole,
believe in it.
haha, that was the whole point, dude.
Gotcha.
Now you're out of Jewish
As if
heaven.
I don't know everything about that culture.
Hashem just means the name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like saying the N-word.
Yeah.
It's the N-word for Adonai.
The N.
Man, whatever, man. Jewish guy can suck my fucking dick. Although I gotta say, you guys took a lot of L's early on, and of course the Holocaust was a pretty tough
Yeah,
one.
but we stay winning.
But you are winning. It's
Jewish
so annoying.
women stay winning.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah. We've had a good century.
Yeah, dude. You get to fucking molest as many kids.
We get to molest kids just like the Catholics that were murdering us for a long time.
That's true. Oh, so you're copying.
We're copying.
You're not even.
One of our
original.
favorite things to do.
That's true. Wow.
They hate
Jews?
you. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I guess I'm thinking about like intellectual property laws.
Oh, yes, that's true.
If
they do.
own something, they don't want you to copy it.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you
They don't
own
like
something-
copying things, they like exploiting things. There's a difference.
That's true.
It's
Chinese
not
like
that
to
they want
copy.
to be like black people, they want to sell what black people do back to them and control all the rights to it.
That'd be funny if Chinese
True.
like.
That's true. Yeah.
There's a difference.
Okay, here's an idea. You know how the Chinese like to pirate like American technology?
Right.
What if they start pirating American stand-up comedy? And then you have Chinese comedians that are like, there are two different kind of black people.
Braca people.
Braca people.
Say.
There's black
it.
people, and then
Do
there's
it.
what's
Say
the word
it.
in Chinese?
What is it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say it.
Tell everybody what it is, Adam.
I ain't scared of you, motherfuckers.
Oh, I am not scared. It's Japanese. I
The thing
guess.
about Chinese people is there's one kind of Chinese people. Black people, there is two kinds.
Yeah, or just regular shows. A Chinese fucking Martin.
Chinese.
Damn,
Well,
Gina.
they do have a Chinese Mad About You, I think.
Really?
Yeah. There's also a Chinese version of the movie What Women Want. It's like a shot-for-shot remake in Chinese.
Hell yes.
He
dude.
does the Frank Sinatra hat scene.
Yeah. I
Where-
don't remember anything about it.
Yeah, I don't
There's
either.
a scene where Mel Gibson gets drunk.
I
and he's
remember
trying
one
on all
part.
these different women's, like he's trying on tights and he's like shaving his legs and stuff, and he's
getting
doing it.
and he's getting fucked by a.
I just
pack of-
remember the
He's
scene
doing a dance to
where he's fucking the
Sinatra.
woman and like he can hear her being like,
I remember that one too.
like God, he sucks at fucking, and he goes into the bathroom and he gives himself a pep talk, and then suddenly he's good at fucking,
Yeah.
and it's like this doesn't make any sense.
Well, he learns how to
He learns from her thoughts.
He learns from her thoughts. I remember thinking about that constantly.
Yeah, that
and
would be
I saw
cool.
that movie before I even had sex, and I knew I would be facing that predicament.
Mhm.
I would be blowing it. I would say 30.
I remember interpreting that as
75.
a horror movie.
Mm.
Good guy, can you imagine?
Scary.
It was called "What If Women Really Couldn't Shut Up."
What if you couldn't ignore women?
Yeah.
What if you had to listen to them
Yeah.
instead of just pretending to?
Yeah. Can you imagine though how awful it would be to have that happen to you in like 2016? Hillary is beautiful and she's perfect and she's the best and she's perfect and everyone who doesn't like her is a rapist and that guy's probably a rapist. I'm going to accuse him of rape for not voting for Hillary. And you're like, I'm just trying to sit in the library.
I just want to read. I just want to fucking open a big encyclopedia and underneath it have pornography and jack off.
Yes.
Can you please leave me alone? Damn, I want to do that someday, dude.
Yeah.
Jack
What?
off with a secret porno mag under a book.
Under a book?
You know, like
Inside of a book.
inside
Yeah.
of a book.
What city is that?
I don't know. The Guangzhou province.
That's San Francisco.
Is it
I believe so. Yeah. That's the
Oh,
Bay
yes.
Bridge.
the Orange Bridge?
And that's that triangle-ass skyscraper.
I finally started playing
Luigi's Mansion.
Grand Theft Auto 4.
Ooh.
Which one's 4? 5 is in LA.
5,
right?
that's the one. 5.
Yeah.
4 is the one with it's here.
Yeah,
It's
that
the
one
with
I
the
played.
Russian guy.
That one's awesome.
That one rules, bro.
Dude. That's the best GTA guy.
Except, yeah, he is definitely the best guy.
What's his name? Nico Bellic.
Yeah. The problem is it would make you do gay shit. Like you'd have to like go on dates or something, or like people would call you and you have to hang out with them.
They do that in
I don't think it's gay
GTA
to
5.
go
It's
on
like
dates.
GTA 5, your phone rings and you're like, well, I guess I have to drive a tow truck.
Yeah.
I was on my way to go murder somebody, but now I guess I have to do this prostitute's tow truck jobs.
I have to go to yoga.
Lamar, can you come over? I need help. Somebody needs to walk the dog.
Although the dog does rule. It's a fucking little fat bulldog.
I've done none of the dog missions.
The dog is cute as fuck.
I'm doing all the Trevor shit now. I finally got the Trevor shit going.
That's a good part of the game.
Is it?
Well, yeah, when you're in the desert, just going buck wild.
Yeah. That mission was
that part.
cool.
When you kill everyone in that little bar.
45 tweakers.
Yeah, dude. Yes, that shit rules. Oh, and doesn't he gets on meth and you're like on in rage mode or whatever?
Yeah, you can use
That shit rocks.
Damn, maybe
dude.
I'll start playing GTA 5. I haven't played it in like 5 years.
I have games that I'm done with.
I've
Actually,
I had it
do you
downloaded
want-
when I
I'm
bought
like-
my.
you can have Modern Warfare.
I'm good,
Wow.
dude.
Boring. It just got fucking boring, dude.
I'm good.
I load. It's the same thing as like, cause Battlefield like 1 or 4.
Is that the one you played forever?
Yeah, Battlefield 1 I played for like a fucking year and a half.
Battlefield you played. Yeah, there's like 6 months of this podcast where you did it while playing Battlefield.
Yeah. Battlefield 1 was great.
That's the one in World
Looking
War
back-
II, right?
It's World War 1.
World War I. Yes.
Yeah, I remember thinking it was limited, but then like the more I think about it, it's like I really enjoyed that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked fun. I just suck dick at those games, dude. I might fuck around and play Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have that one.
Well, you need a Switch for that, right?
Yeah, well,
You
you're
don't
not
have a
allowed-
Switch?
You're not allowed.
How much is a Switch? 300?
200.
200?
Yeah.
Fucking loser, you don't have a Switch.
Apparently Pokemon sucks,
What?
but I know I wouldn't play it.
Sword?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to play that if it was cool. Do Pokemon have swords or no?
No.
The
No, it's the
fuck?
same. I don't know anything about it, but I'm sure it's the same thing as the old ones. It was great how they would just keep re-releasing that game and be like, so how about a different color?
Yeah.
How about-
Crystal.
Yeah.
And you just kind of draw them a little differently.
I mean, I only ever played red or blue or whichever one.
Yeah, I
it was.
played red. I played blue, and then I played yellow for
I
a hot
think
sec.
Yeah.
that
never-
might
never
very
did
well
that.
be
But
a
yellow
fumble.
was like some fake
And
shit.
they're
Dude. It was
sig-
all
they're
for the
signaling
TV
that it
show.
is.
You got Pikachu.
Attack.
Dude, it was for the fake fans, dude.
The fake fans
Not
who had TVs.
Yeah.
I grew up in a Game Boy household.
Oh yes.
My family would all sit around and play Game
That
Boy.
was the biggest screen in the family.
Mhm. We'd all take turns pressing a button.
Mm-hmm.
One of 2 buttons.
Trying to yep. Trying
Game
to
Boy was awesome.
playing Metroid, but being like, it's a woman.
I just replayed Super Metroid.
Need assistance?
You did?
On Switch.
Was
yeah.
it good?
It's free.
Ooh wee. Oh, do you have that like subscription thing?
It's free. Just download.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's my shit, dude. I gotta fire the Switch back up.
Maybe watch.
You just
Bits
touched my
on-
balls.
Yeah, dude. As a retaliation
Oh, that's right, you do have
from
a
the
Switch.
beginning. Yeah,
We should play Smash.
We
at some
really
point.
should.
I've played it like 2 times.
I
when
know.
it
We
came
were
out.
playing it at the beginning, and then we just stopped.
I'm bad at Smash.
I'm bad at it too. That's why we should. Play.
Yeah, we're all bad at it.
We're all
Stop's
bad at
good, I thought.
Anybody that's good at
I'm
Smash
better
is
than
a fucking
you.
loser.
But I'm not good.
There's maybe 3 people who should be playing Smash, and we're all bad at it.
They're all if
if you get too good that you think about like maybe I should compete in this.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, you should be put down at your doctor's office.
I-
It should be.
What are your hobbies? It's just
Yeah.
one of the check
Your
boxes.
doctor's like, nope, it's just a routine vaccine booster. Just why is my whole family here? They're all crying and hugging you. You're like, sorry, Mikey. We heard you might try to be competing in Smash Brothers. So we're having you put down, big guy.
It was fun while it lasted, huh? I mean, well, you didn't get any pussy your whole life.
Yeah, that wasn't
Which-
gonna happen.
Which is
That wasn't gonna happen. So we're just gonna go ahead, nip it in the butt.
Although one time, a very fat girl that likes anime and has pigtails,
Yeah.
who gets attention because she's the only woman in her group of 8 friends, she almost sucked your dick. But
Yeah. I remember, I can't, I wish I could find it again, but it was from some Comic-Con, some like autistic girl or whatever in line for something, and some guy with a camera is like bullying her, And he's like, yeah, but Bulma has green hair or whatever. And she's like, Bulma has blue hair in the thing. He's like, no, she has green hair.
Oh,
And
no.
he's like-
Just her brain melting
Yeah.
down.
She's just all upset or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, man. Fuck, that video was funny.
Oh, that was it. I thought there was a turn or something, but
No.
nope. Oh, dog. When I was in Portland, there was literally a fucking like Pacific Northwest specific Otakon going on at the convention center. I was staying right by it. I rode the elevator with a family of cosplayers, and it did not smell great, boys. That shit was fucking horrible.
You're just smelling yourself, and you're like, man, this family.
This family smells bad. Damn.
It's definitely this family and not me, the 35-year-old who's addicted to weed candy.
Yeah, this family smells like chicken wings in your own tongue. What? That's weird, dude.
Just saying there, your belt doesn't even reach around your pants. It's just going into your ass.
Yeah, it starts at the beginning, and then it just gets swallowed up by my asshole.
Wow, this family stinks.
This family smells bad.
It's you. It's everyone but me. Yeah, it's pretty much the whole world just stinks.
Except for me. Now,
told
to
you
go
that
get my second dinner.
When I lived in Los Angeles, I fucking pissed my car while drunk, and I forgot about it. And then I would drive around and be like, man, this city stinks.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you, right, when my old cat, before we got him fixed, he was like busting all over everything in the apartment.
Yeah, dude.
And I put a coat on for work, and I was like riding the bus, and there was a homeless guy next to me, and I was like, this guy is disgusting. Like,
Yeah,
I've never
yeah.
smelled anything so bad. And then I got to my office, I was like, I still smell him.
Yeah.
And then I took my coat off. I was like, oh, my cat just like blasted all over my jacket.
You had cat jizz all over you,
It
dude.
was like cat jizz. It was
Damn, cat
Yeah.
jizz smells bad?
I was at the Whole Foods.
awful.
Really?
Awful.
I was at like Whole Foods and I passed by like some older homeless guy, but he was like, even with his homeless
guys
clothes,
right now
was like
are
trying
in
to
a
look fresh. He was like
Yeah,
doing, like,
yeah.
checking
Hell
himself.
Right.
You know, like adjusting his hat.
Yeah, of
But
course.
He just reeks of shit. It was like,
Hey, man,
Hey,
make the
you
most of
do
your
you.
situation,
I know,
brother.
right?
He's maximizing
yeah,
it.
right. The
I
fact
got
that guy's
doo-doo
like,
in my ass,
it's like, I look good.
but I'm getting homeless pussy.
Right.
Someone's got to get homeless pussy, and it's about to be
It's
me.
about to be Lawrence. You know, Lawrence is going to clean up once I get to the shelter. Oh, God. And I'm just like, my haircut looks stupid.
Respect to Lawrence, dude. I love him.
Just, yep.
Mhm.
You know, just doing like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Checking himself. Yeah. I was at that same Whole Foods one time, and I was just charging my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to go there to, like, use the internet. I didn't have internet at my place.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Chinatown.
Yeah. And I was there with, like, I struck up a conversation with some, like, Ukrainian kid and his uncle.
Oh, yeah, you told me
There's
this.
this
Yeah.
kid with this, like, shitty mohawk. You know how, like, Europeans...
Yeah,
have,
and he was like visiting.
Europeans, like, because they come from countries where there's not a single black person. So
Yep.
the thing that's cool over there is, like, a windbreaker with too many zippers.
yeah, absolutely.
No, right. Like, they just have really bad... Like, they dress like beach balls.
Yeah.
You know? Like that.
Yeah, a lot of stitches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying.
Anyway, so this fucking kid, you know, he's like, yeah, you know, I'm like visiting New York. I'm like staying here with my uncle. The uncle just wordless the whole time. And then like, what is just like nothing planned. Flies all the way across, goes from Ukraine to fucking New York to hang out at the fucking Whole Foods with his homeless uncle. He's like, well, back to Ukraine, I guess.
My cousin was visiting from Israel when we were kids.
Interesting.
And he had a shirt on that said, it said Gangster Sportivit. And I was like, what does Gangster Sportivit mean? He's like, you know, like gangster, but they play sports too.
So dumb.
He thought he was about to set the U.S.
He's
on
like, yeah,
fire
I'm about
with
to
that
go to
shirt,
America.
dude.
I gotta wear my gangster
My good
sport
shit,
TV
dude.
shirt. Yeah,
Gangster sportivit.
It doesn't make any sense.
it makes no sense. But I guess it just means black to them. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you know, black people gangster
Have you ever heard
sports.
the N word?
They play sport. Yeah.
How much relatives do you have over in Israel, Adam?
I have
The entire country.
the entire country. No. My grandfather's brother moved there in 1948.
48, kind of late on that one, huh?
No, that was the year that Israel started.
Yeah, there
Wait.
weren't any Jews there before.
But you know what I mean, like.
You didn't go before the country started, though.
But you know what happened?
What do you mean? The
before that.
Holocaust?
Yeah.
He wasn't in the Holocaust.
Yeah, damn. Imagine like how dumb you got to be to move to Israel after the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had all this
Oh,
time to move there
stupid.
before the
Before,
Holocaust,
dude.
And you get
And-
it's like 1948, and you're like, well, I guess they're gonna keep doing this Holocaust thing.
It's gonna come
Time
back.
to leave Germany. And then you move to the fucking desert, and then
Yep.
you're like, yeah, no, we're not doing the Holocaust anymore.
Like fuck.
God damn it!
I wanted.
Guess I gotta start wearing my gangsta sportivich.
Gangsta sportivich.
Gangster sport TV. Yeah, he couldn't understand why.
Why
I
didn't
thought
they
it was
just
so
pick?
funny.
Why didn't they just pick another spot for Israel?
Well, they tried to. They
Yeah.
tried to give them Uganda.
They should give them.
Wait,
They
really?
should give them
Yeah.
Northern Ireland.
Yeah, give them.
They tried to give them Baja, Mexico.
That's not bad.
There's a book, a Michael Chabon book about like an alternative reality where they gave the Jews Alaska.
Oh fuck! I think I know. I think I
Yeah.
listened to a Fresh Air about this.
Yeah, the Yiddish policeman.
Yeah, I thought it was North Dakota or something.
You should really cram them all into Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah, just well, they're the IRA folks are like really pro Palestine. There's like,
That's what I mean.
yeah.
Just see what
Nick
happens.
wants them to get blown up by car bombs.
No, I'm just saying, see what happens.
You know, there's this.
As a man, a simple owner of a ski lodge, I just want to see how that would play out.
Nick just wants Israelis versus the fucking IRA. Damn, what an unfair fight. The IRA is gonna whoop their ass.
I don't know about that. Israel gets $38 billion every month.
Do they still
from-
have nukes?
to buy gangster
From
sport
Comcast.
TV shirts.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably would have nukes
Israel?
In Northern Ireland?
in Northern
I
Ireland.
don't
Oh,
think
We're
so.
saying an alternate reality where Israel.
I don't think you get nukes if you're in Europe. Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
They have nukes in Europe.
It's so funny that Russia has nukes.
They have so many.
We have so many.
I mean, the two of us have
Yeah.
all of the nukes.
Yeah.
Every other country has like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, doesn't it just take one to blow everything?
Israel
the fuck
has a
up?
lot.
Israel has a thing called Project Samson.
Mm-hmm. You know about this stuff?
That's awesome. Oh, is it something about getting your hair cut?
Well, it's they never have ever admitted that they have nukes, but basically if like there's a nuke coming that's going to destroy Israel, they'll release their nukes and then just take out the entire Middle East.
Also Europe.
And
Damn.
yeah. They're like, and you know how Samson like was holding the pillars, you know, and then they collapsed and then everyone died.
Yeah.
So that's like the same kind of.
Wouldn't everyone have died either way?
I
Samson
mean,
was trying to save everybody, wasn't he?
That
For that bitch Delilah
who
cut,
cut
his
his
shit
hair.
off.
What a fucking cunt.
You think
Right?
Delilah had good pussy?
She had to have. She had to have some of the best puss.
Oh yeah. Who do you think historically had good pussy?
Cleopatra.
Helen of Troy.
Cleopatra, and then I'm kind of tapped out of women from history.
Cleopatra definitely at least sucked dick. 'Cause she was
let's
also
list all
ugly.
the women of history: Cleopatra,
And
Amelia
Frank.
Earhart.
Anne Frank, Amelia Earhart, Sacagawea, Pocahontas, and
Harriet
there's- and
Tubman.
there's 2 or 3 more.
Who's
Princess
that
Diana,
French bitch that
and
dressed like a guy
the
so she could be in the
Statue
war?
of Liberty.
Princess
That's all
Godiva.
of them.
Godiva.
Who's that bitch?
The bitch that was naked on the horse.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Who's that French bitch that was in the
Mrs.
war and then they burned
Buttersworth.
her?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Couple more.
Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc,
Fievel's sister.
Fievel's sister from.
Masha. Is her name
all the
Masha?
American girl dolls.
Mm-hmm.
The Aristocats.
The Aristocats.
Most
Mhm.
of them. The mom from the Aristocats.
Cruella DeVille.
Let's name more women, I
Of
guess.
history.
Of history.
Martha Washington.
Oh, Marge Simpson.
Marge Simpson.
Yeah.
Queen.
Oh, a bunch of queens.
Yeah.
All the queens. Latifah.
Fuck.
Catherine the Great. From Russia.
She got her pussy.
She got worked out by horses.
That's a rumor.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Nefertiti.
That is, I think, Cleopatra.
No, it isn't. You fucking idiot.
Isn't that just the same person?
It's the same. They were both
They're both.
That's Nefertiti like thousands of years
back in
after.
Africa.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing.
Let's have time.
Everyone was a king.
I love to Africa and 8,000.
How was that thing? It's like we were all kings, and every king had a bunch of bitches. Had to do whatever he
I love
wanted.
that so much.
Before slavery, we were kings, and we could do any kind of female genital mutilation. Our crazy minds could come up with.
Before the devil, before the Yakubians invented
The
female orgasm.
The Yakubian devil.
What was I gonna say?
I'm trying to think of more women.
Nah, that's fine. There was apparently some super rich African king or whatever that had like more riches than anybody or something. Or maybe I've just been.
Yeah, Timbuktu. It was all gold and books. It was called the Library of the World.
That's pretty cool.
Where every book from Europe came. No, this is true. From Timbuktu.
Mm-hmm.
Or fucking I don't know.
What is Timbuktu? Is that really what Timbuktu is?
Yeah, I think so.
Because even Greek people.
Pursuer avoidant dynamic, and that Darius probably wants to end the relationship.
I can do is mitigate some situations within the context of what they're telling me.
Oh, okay. How many relationships do you know of where the people have been dating for 2 months and they are
and like every time she's on a new platform,
it is inherently abusive or unethical. I think that the way that Steven has gone about it has been. So I think that I know when someone has crossed the line, but I don't necessarily know what that line is, and I don't know how to avoid it.
So, I can't say because I don't think I've done this for every one of my takes, but for most of them, I typically answer this question that I gave you. It's like, what would it take to convince me otherwise, right? And for most things, it's, you know, it's pretty reasonable stuff. You know, you get your weird, crazy shit like, what would it take for me to convince you that the color red isn't the color red? And it's like, that shit's like, what the fuck, you know?
Oh, you know, okay, so you're talking about things that maybe cannot exist.
No. I'm talking about things that can. So, like, realistically, something...
Okay, I think I actually have an answer.
Okay.
I think if Steven came forward after the article and would have said, you know, this has been a lot to read, I'm really considering how my platform has affected my own life and the lives of those around me, that would at least to me feel like, I think that people with platforms should consider criticism like that. And I think that at least to me that would signal that there was a future in which I think one of the worst parts about what Steven does is that he's very immovable with his perception of his reality, which people have said about me, calling the kettle black, right? But I think it takes one to know one. I think that we see our weaknesses in other people. So I think with that. I think his immovableness is what makes this particularly heinous, because then you can expect it to just keep happening. Whereas if he would have come forward and said, you know, I'm considering this, I would have been like, okay, at least there's checks and balances where people are holding him accountable, he's holding himself accountable, and he's putting a light to it.
So that's not what I'm looking for when I'm asking the question, because I can guarantee you that if we brought Steven into this room, he would say he does consider his relationship.
It would be prompted. It would be prompted. If Steven unprompted said that, even 2 weeks from now, if he says that, I don't like, it means the same to me. if Steven came forward right now, well, this is what I also think that Max agrees with. If Steven, we just don't think it's going to happen. If Steven genuinely, in a way that wasn't jokey or in a way that wasn't his usual like irony, if he genuinely came forward right now and said something like, I'm really going to acknowledge this, how people might have felt in this situation, and how I can move on and possibly avoid things like this, literally, like, there could not be a, like, I just don't know. I would not have a problem with it anymore. I would have somewhat of a problem with it, but there would be no actionable problem. Max would, that's what Max wrote the article for.
No. So this is kind of what I was, and I don't mean this in as much, okay. What's happening here, man? Is this the, okay, all right, this is the whole bit. Okay.
This is, but
so
this is what I'm talking about.
That's gonna make
really what I'm talking about.
Okay, so this is gonna make. Okay, so
when you shine the light on me, someone with a very small platform that has been shown a light on, and you talk about how I'm culpable, and then you let the person with the most platform in, or not when you let, but when you go without criticism to the person who has the most power within this circle in the platform, and he's able to do things like that, and able to not take any of this seriously, and able to move through the world with impunity. It is very frustrating.
So I don't want to get distracted here, so I'll start with the original point that I was making. You cannot have your point be the consideration of Steven's ethics with his orbiters be the argument against him, because all he has to say is, I've considered it and I made a decision. Like, if I told you, like, if I became the avatar of Steven and I said, hey, he's considered it, he just came to the conclusion that he did, are we good now? The answer is obviously no. So it's not about what you said. It's not about him not considering something. Like, oh, if he just read the Mr. Girl article and said, I'm really thinking about it.
Alex, hold on. Steven, I do not feel comfortable with you here. I do not want to talk to you.
Oh, that's okay.
Will you please leave?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So we can.
Oh wait, how does my new mic sound? Does that sound okay?
What?
Does my new mic sound okay, or is it fucked right now?
It's a little quiet, but.
Okay, don't mind me. I'll just be here.
Are you gonna say anything? Because I do want to have this conversation.
If you're gonna let her just ramble, every single thing she says is false. Can you just like say something about that?
Yeah, that's like, what I'm trying to do.
Somebody marches through unimpeded with no criticism. I take in more criticism collectively than every single person involved in this has in their entire lives. So it's just really weird to listen to like an over-entitled pretty girl like talk about how this guy's never been criticized over blah blah blah. Like, oh my god, it actually drives me so crazy. Holy shit.
Steven, I think if you are threatening a lawsuit against me, you should not talk to me anymore.
Why?
I don't think that this looks good for a case that you want to have. I have told this is cyber stuff. I have asked you multiple times to stop following me, and you cannot.
Okay, well, you can find my address. You can shoot me a cease and desist. Maybe they'll cross paths in the USPS waves.
I don't want to do that. I want you to leave me alone. I've asked you to leave me alone.
And I want you to leave me alone. Stop invading all of my spaces and talking about me every single fucking day. You are an actual stalker. You realize that?
Steven, you literally came here to
because you're talking about me again. Irrelevant is my friend. Alex is my friend, okay? Not your friend. He's mine. I claimed him.
Steven, this is pathetic.
I agree, it is pathetic that you're still talking about me like 6 months later. I don't know how to make it stop.
maybe you should stop talking. Maybe you shouldn't threaten legal action if you want me to stop talking about you. Maybe we should. Sorry, Stephen. I'm gonna talk about the situation that we've been involved in for 6 months.
I encourage you to do so, but I'm gonna sit here and try to impede you as you do it. It's really weird having somebody.
Wow, guys, this is a crazy YouTube video that
for months
is being watched here.
All the platforms.
You're saying I'm
that I share with other
abusing you?
people. Had abused me, not anymore. Don't worry, I broke free. Okay, but have you come on and talk to me constantly? You're still doing it right now. You're still doing it. There must be other things going on in your life. I imagine. There's got to be something more than me. I know I have this effect on women, but holy shit, there must be something else to your life to talk about.
God, Steven, this is pathetic. I feel bad for you.
I know it is. I feel bad for you too. I wish there was a way to let you move on.
Steven, you're saying that I have. You're saying that I have stuff going on.
Like gives you power over me? Is this like a magical spell?
You're saying that I have shit going on. You are someone who has like. You could do anything else with your time right now. You have the power to completely ignore me if you wanted to.
I can't because you're invading every single tangential space we have, and it's not an accident. There's anybody on the internet you could talk to, and here you
could
are
exist without all of this.
And so could you. Why? What do you mean? This is my career. Why the fuck would I just give it all up?
I was having a talk with Alex that didn't involve you for fucking hours, and we got here.
And now you're talking about me.
I am allowed to talk about my experience, and I'm allowed to.
Cool, then I'm allowed to be in this room.
I'm sorry that no, that's not it. It is not one of your rights to be privy. No, you are abusing the power that you know that you have. You know that he won't kick you.
First of all, he probably would if I got annoying enough. I know that you think I've controlled these people, like max control.
I feel like
works, okay?
I feel like we are at a point where this is probably going to need to either migrate to a separate streaming service or something. So
I have nothing to say to Steven. I would like to continue the conversation with you, Alex.
Okay.
About me?
Yes.
Steven, do you not want us to talk about you?
The fact that this bitch like sexually abused me for months and months, leaking my details and everything, and continues to do so, and then it's like walking around here as a victim is like the most disgusting shit in the world. And like every time she's on a new platform, she peddles out a new lie. The last thing that she said, this idea that it was like pictures for airtime, it's like a new lie every time. She can't get enough attention. It's just so tiring. I don't know how to make them like stop talking about me. I thought after the 150,000 word article they'd get bored, but holy shit.
Okay. So are you fine with us talking about you?
Wait, was that to me or to her?
Yeah, that's to you.
I mean, you can talk about whatever you want. I mean, I don't control you.
Well, no. I would respect any opinion that somebody has about not being present inside of a conversation about their ethics. I shut down a conversation I shut down a conversation about Brianna Wu that was coming up because I felt if we were going to talk about Brianna Wu, I would either need to have significantly more knowledge of the situation or she would need to be present.
Yeah, if somebody wants to like spread false claims about me and lie about me and talk about me, especially somebody who has a history of making false allegations against multiple people that she's tried to have sexual interactions with and failed, then I would prefer to be present for that. That would be nice. That would be my preference. I mean, again, despite what these people seem to think, I obviously don't control any of you guys or control your content. But yeah, she's going to sit here and talk about her like fantastic delusional reality that she lived with me on some crazy LSD trip. I would prefer to be present for it.
Okay. So then,
or just don't have her fucking just rambling about me. I don't want to like hold your content hostage. But.
Okay. So then I think it'd probably be best that we stop talking about the brother Steve.
Okay, I love you, buddy. That was to Alex.
Okay. So, the bones of what I was talking about, we don't have to talk specifically about him, but the bones of what I was talking about, and I've had this discussion before, is somebody considering something isn't like... That's not anything. So, like, let's say, for instance, you're mad at me about my conduct with... Let's say I have with Darius. Like, right? You're upset about our content. right? And I told you, I've considered your opinion. You don't just waive. It's not how it works. It's not like, oh, you said you considered it, or I genuinely believe that you considered it, so we're good. What you're appealing to is that there needs to be a change.
Yeah.
Right? Right. So, I guess we can't talk about the previous situation, but it's that...
Do you think, I want to ask you a question, Alex. Do you think that, do you really believe that to talk about someone being unethical, they need to be present?
No. Absolutely not.
So why are you doing that? Why are you doing that for Steven?
Why were you not concerned when I did that for Brianna Wu?
I was concerned, but I think that...
Okay, so for me, it's the same exact answer that I just gave him about, and the same one that I gave about Brianna Wu. It's about, in my opinion, I don't have enough information on the topic. I think I have sufficient information to talk about this specific situation with Destiny, but...
Yeah. I think that's also what I think that with the Brianna Wu thing, I sort of internalized that you just didn't know enough about it, or that you didn't have enough to speak on it.
Yeah,
with this, and that's why I was like, okay, then we won't talk about it, because we didn't want to have a conversation in which you had to trust me to give you the information, right? With this, you don't have to. With this, you know what you'll see.
Some details I would have to trust you.
I don't think that that's true. I think that I can substantiate everything that I've said.
If you have an opportunity to substantiate your claims, I would feel it only fair for Steven to have an opportunity to substantiate his claims.
And he can do that, but why does it have to be while I'm here?
Well, it would be primarily because it's to avoid you laying out claims that might be, let me give you an example. Let's say,
So this is completely my reality. This is my world, and it was explicitly so.
It is your mind and it is your reality, but you're making statements about that reality. So an example might be, what would it take to convince me that Darius is actually black? Like, for instance, I would need to see real proof of an African-American parent, and I don't believe that it exists. However, a 23andMe could, wipe that away. Now, jokes aside, there is evidence that he has, a picture of his father and things like this, right? But because I'm allowed to just say that it doesn't exist, and there is nobody in real time to check me because for some reason he's cucked and muted IRL for some reason, I am able to say what I want. So you might say some things that are matter of fact, and I might not have enough information.
When someone speaks positively about him, does he need to be there?
Yeah, potentially, absolutely.
I think that's dishonest.
Really? If somebody is making up certain accomplishments that Destiny did, and they're trying to play him up, and shit like that, yeah, I would potentially want him there. You got fuck.
It would be prompted.
There's trying to play him up. So yeah, the consideration of a problem isn't the problem. So.
All the law.
He tried to sleep with Kelly Jean. Kelly Jean said no. He's hooked up with Pixie.
Okay, he's a coomer. I will not deny that he's a coomer,
yeah, so
but
a good portion of the women he's streamed with, he's tried to sleep with.
When you go and you make these statements that are kind of more generalized and broad and say that he sleeps with his orbiters and you don't qualify it because you don't want to pry into it, you leave it hanging out there, especially when you had a relationship with him, you leave it hanging out there. Like, this is a very, very consistent and broad practice of his, and there's something malicious to it. And that is the problem with that.
Yeah, because then he'll go online and say crazy shit and I mean, are we forgetting that he went on stream after yes, he's reacting, but he also goes on and he talks about how I have mid-pussy and how I'm my narcissistic abusive mother. I'm to your stream of like, how much more engagement does he get than I do on social media? You know what you're doing. Come on.
He's
But you're like, he's just reacting, but I'm not allowed to? I'm not allowed to react to the way that I feel about the way that he's treated me, but he could react to the way that he's in, but for some reason he can act with impunity even
It's
though
one
that
thing.
did
It's
affect-
one
hold
thing.
on.
Wait a minute. It's one
Okay.
thing. It's one thing to react to how you have your individual relationship with him, right? But it's another to make these generalizations about him and his friends and the people that he surrounds himself with, right?
And he's going hard in
Yeah.
the face of some really, really massive allegations coming from you about him.
I don't even know what the allegations are.
We just explained it, though.
I said that I had a perfectly consensual relationship with him. It was completely fine. And then I felt like his life was really messy. I felt that he was exhibiting some behaviors that I don't want in someone that is close to me. And that I think that it is weird how he tries to or has slept with a significant amount of women that come on his streams and then laughs gleefully when they're like fighting each other in front of him. That is weird to me. And that is literally the extent of what I've said about Steven. I've said, other than that, I've said that Steven is a great person. He's very smart, very funny. I loved our friendship. I miss him. Like, I don't know what I could say that is not making him a god that people would be happy with. Like, I am so nuanced on this. Max, less so.
Well, but you
and I get
literally
that.
just said that you didn't want to get nuanced with the claim about him sleeping with his orbiters because you didn't want to pry into people's
No, it's
personal lives.
nuanced on whether or not it's good or bad that he's doing that. Everyone knows that he is a coomer,
The
right?
problem with vague posting about such a serious thing is that it makes people want to.
I don't care.
They
They jump to the worst conclusion. People
Yeah.
will jump to the worst conclusion when you
Then
say
I will
such.
clarify that I do not think that Stephen is evil, and that is all I will say.
Well,
You're not gonna get
how
any
about
more out of
malicious?
me.
Do you think he is malicious in what he does?
No.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
see, I think this is go on, Sonia.
That's important because that's sort of the thing that people are picking up from you is that he's like maliciously weaponizing his power to sleep with his orbiters and such, right? So that's the kind of tone that everybody picks up from you, and he responds aggressively to your tone and the things you're saying.
I think I'm also open to him being malicious. Like, I'm not like I don't necessarily think that or wish that for him, but I'm open to it being malicious. Yeah, you guys are not.
That's.
I just don't think he has the time. I don't think he has the time. I don't think he has the time to be malicious like that. I think he's too busy.
And if you're gonna go back on what you said that no, you don't think he's malicious, but now you've kind of
No.
changed that and said that you're open.
No,
to
I
it.
have not changed it. I still don't think, and I wish that he isn't. But if he is, like, I'm not gonna run defense for him. I also don't know. We will have access to the same information once Max gets out the article. I don't know the ins and outs of every relationship that he's ever had. I know anecdotes that worry me a bit, that, you know, make me have my guard up, like obviously what he said about his ex-wife and the way that he basically used me as like a therapist when him and Melina were going through shit. Like, I know certain things, but I'm like, I some of it, like, the question is whether or not it's malicious, I think, and I can't answer the question.
So this is what I'll say. This is kind of my point. The energy you're getting from him and from some other people is in response to the kind of energy you're putting out about them, right? So if you don't like it, if it bothers you, if it's something you're tired of dealing with, you need to either get more specific
It
or you
doesn't
need
matter
to
if
not
I'm tired of it. It's gonna happen.
Not necessarily.
Lab, can I put something here? So you recognize that Destiny is a person that, or I'm not going to say Steven because I'm not one of the fucking the in-group here, but you recognize as a person that lives so incredibly in the public eye, and that if you speak about things that you're uncertain about, that's the reason that he's going hard on this shit, right? It's that he has to do it because he almost exclusively exists inside of the public eye.
Listen, but there's this implication that every time you speak about something, you need to have evidence for it, and I'm the only person who is held to that standard.
That is not true.
No, that's not
Okay.
true.
Yeah, that's not
absolutely not.
That's on the internet. That is on the internet, and that's especially.
There's a whole
in
bunch of
politics.
autists around here. They're gonna press you
to the
further.
degree that I can't even share, like, I don't have to tell you everything about why I think that it could be malicious. I literally can just say I think it could be, and then everyone, if we were normal people, would just be like, interesting. We'll see how that plays out.
No,
hold
on, Sonny,
commentary space is autism central,
like
right?
even not even in the political commentary space. If you are talking about somebody you have a previous relationship with in a friend group, let's just take it away from the internet. Let's say
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's the
No,
problem.
I'm not
So if
trying.
you're talking
I know you're
to a
not
person in a
trying
friend
to.
group,
I
and you're
know
like,
you're not
this is
trying
what,
to
and you're
convince
like,
me.
this is what happened to me, and this is whatever. I'm not trying to get anyone to stop watching Steven, to think less of him, to do whatever. I am literally just speaking my own opinion. You can disagree. You can completely, you can not believe me, I guess. Like, but this is the thing. So it would be normal to be like, I disagree with that, and I don't know how founded that is. The problem is that I am not awarded that luxury. When I say anything, it's like, you're a liar, which I get.
Okay. I have no horse in this race with Steven. I don't fucking care. Sorry, I need to stop calling Steven this, because fucking I hear this from Zonia and Star. Like, I have no horse in the race with Destiny. I'm not a Destiny fan. I'm not an Orbiter. I don't want to be. I don't interact with that community at all. I don't fucking care about the outcome.
For you just as much. So it's something you just need to be prepared for. If you're going to make any claims about anybody who's a creator or a streamer in this space, you're going to be put on blast for it, and you're going to have to be prepared to back up your claims. And honestly, it happens outside of the political commentary space too. It happens in other spaces where you have.
You've just seen the shit with Salvo, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Salvo's been completely fucking run off the internet over this shit. Edwin's trying to desperately recover.
Salvo Pancake is part of the drama commentary community.
Yeah, he's been run off. Multiple people get run off for shit like this. People take like claims around sex or power play really seriously.
Yeah.
And like you can have that opinion.
That's
but
why I came into this space mostly when I heard Mr. Girl talk about shit like this. I disagree with that premise. I'm not gonna live my life based off that premise.
Oh, are we doing personal sex life details in here? Is that what's going on?
It's gross.
Fucking,
Dude.
I'm so lost as to why it matters.
Right.
Yeah, we're down a
Personal
rabbit hole.
sex life details, and Zonia saying it's gross as if you didn't just try to bait me into substantiating.
No, because you were vague posting about the shit, and I was like, fuck it, just put it out there. Don't
now
vague
you
post
get in
about
front
it
of
anymore.
Steven and you're like, oh, so gross.
Well,
Okay, wait. I just want like a really clear like yes or no. Lav. When you were blowing up on my stream, doing like all the big streams were happening. Wait.
Hold on. Let me take a breath.
Sure.
Let's all take a breath.
Okay, just a really basic question.
Hold on. I don't want this to be a crazy conversation. This is the first time that we have talked since November. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm feeling a bit emotional. Give me like 30 seconds of like small talk, please.
Where'd you get that hat at?
Amazon.
What's it supposed to be of?
It's like a cat hat. I'm like a cat in the hat.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Glasses are from Warby Parker. Not sponsored.
Why'd you go with the blue snowball instead of the blue Yeti?
I actually have a blue Yeti, and it's not set up. I also got one of those like e-horror, like ASMR ear mics, and I'm ready to.
I thought you were done doing sex work.
Oh, is ASMR sex work?
I don't know if you're doing with the ear. I think if you're doing with the weird ear mics, you know, I don't know.
Oh, I'm not gonna do like the. I'm gonna read like I'm gonna read Harry Potter or something.
Do you think like asexuals aren't capable of doing ASMR work on stream, Stardust? Is there some ace erasure going on here?
I don't know. I don't know.
Look, all I'm saying is you know damn well that there are people yoinking their dicks to that shit, okay? That's all I'm saying. So
I think people yoink their weenies to just about anything these days.
They're yoinking right now. They're yoinking right now.
There are people with one hand in their pants and one hand on the chat.
I've been seeing typos in every single chat. We know where the yoinking's happening.
True.
Okay, just a random timeline question, okay?
Yes.
When you started to come on and there were the huge, like 10 to 15,000 viewer streams, I'm pretty sure we had been done doing anything sexual for like weeks or months at that point. Is that true or false?
Weeks or months are really different, Stephen. But that's November 9th. It had been 2 months since we met up.
Okay. Do you
1 month. Wait, hold on, Stephen. 1 month since you asked to drive with me to TwitchCon.
Which we didn't do. We didn't meet up at all, right?
Yes, which we didn't do. But
Okay.
of course, that was. Like, are you gonna try to pretend that wasn't going to be, that we were just gonna be like hee friends?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Sure, but it was there, right? Like we had.
It might have been, but we didn't.
The door. We hadn't closed the door.
Oh, well, listen, my door's never closed, okay? But what I'm saying is, we didn't have, you present this as though you're coming on to, this is just the impression that I think
I'm
people
not
get.
presenting anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. It is being presented, I'm using the passive voice now. It's being presented as though you are coming onto my stream into the combat zone, crying in private because of how traumatic it is, and then I'm sexting you at the same time. But there's like at least a month or two, I think you just said 2 months of distance between us having any type of sexual relationship and the crazy combat sports starting on my stream. No?
No, any sort of sexual relationship. Steven, you just said that in October, it could have been, we were still flirting. We had never had the conversation like, let's not do this. Our last in-person meetup, we had done something sexual together. There was no door that was closed. We were still absolutely flirty with each other, and I think we both like were open to sexual experiences in the future, right? Neither of us had a negative sexual experience with each other, so it's not like there was like some moment in which it was like not expected anymore. So yes, I still think that we had an open door policy for a sexual relationship.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat the same question because what you just did was so like not anything. Well, hold on, wait. You just said a whole bunch of things. So the reality is we had, now you can say there was a quote unquote open whatever, but the reality was we hadn't done anything sexual. I don't even think we traded like a pic or vid or anything for, I want to say it was over a month. It might have been 2 before like shit started to blow up.
Okay, the time frame though. What are you trying to insinuate with bringing up like it had been a month? Like what does that
because
mean?
you're making it sound like you're getting extremely traumatized on my stream while we have an active sexual relationship, which was not true.
First of all, I did not make that claim.
Okay, I'm curious, if you were to pull your chat or ask everyone else in this room, does it seem like she's implying that we simultaneously
I implied that
had...
with Anna. I absolutely implied that with
Okay,
Anna.
I'm telling you that you implied that with yourself on Max's stream multiple times.
If I implied that, I completely recant it.
Okay.
If I did imply that, I don't think
cool.
I have.
That's good. Okay. Do you, at no point in time, either implicitly or explicitly, did I ever say that you had to do some sexual act or send me anything ever to get on my stream? Didn't I say exactly the opposite?
Hold on. Do you think that you need to implicitly say something for it to exist?
Well, implicit implies it's not being said, but it's being implied. Did I ever imply that?
Did I ever make the claim that was what? First of all, you're pretend. Okay, so let's make it very clear that Max feels differently about this than I do.
Well, then why do I care what? Okay, well, what is Max's justification?
This is why I watched your stream today and I was like, what is he saying? I was like, why is he acting like I am saying everything that Max has said?
Because you're on his,
because you're his star. On me?
Because you're his star witness there supporting you. You guys are both sitting there gaslighting each other that I'm a rapist, sexual abuser.
Apparently there's 13 people. I am one of those people and I have not even made a personal statement. I have not made a statement. All I gave him is our logs before you were a weaselly little worm and deleted them all, you fucking weirdo.
You understand that the reason why I had to delete those logs.
This is you. You're like.
Okay, go ahead, Lav.
You're like, I have the logs for everything. I have every single log. Show me a screenshot, and then I go back and you delete them all. Fucking weird, dude.
So the reason. Let me know when you're done. Okay, here's the reality, and I think you guys both know this, but you probably don't care at this point because you're both taking on water. you leaking my personal relationships with other people doesn't really make me look bad because I'm a man. All you're doing is hurting the other people involved. So when you guys are, I don't care what you're trying, you literally leak false information this stream, saying shit like I've hooked up with Madame Genevieve. I've never even seen her in real life before.
No. I didn't say that you hooked up with Madame Genevieve. I said that you guys had a sexual
I
relationship.
literally
You went
had,
on the record
I had
to
literally
say that you guys
10,
sexted.
I had literally 10 different people message me, telling me a list of people that I hooked up with. That's just one that you mentioned that I've never seen before. So you're either misspeaking more than you realize, or you're lying to me right now.
Did you not have a sexual relationship with Genevieve?
I can't confirm or deny anything, because if I start confirming or denying anything, then you can just ask me questions about any person.
Weasel.
Lav, Lav, you have absolutely no fucking right to have access to my or any other woman's personal sexual relationship unless you want to go ask them.
On the record, she is public with it.
Then first of all, that's fine. If she's public with it, then you don't need to ask me. But I'm not in the business here of dicking people down and then bragging about it on stream. That's not something that I'm interested in doing. That's what you're asking me to do. That's what you're asking me to do right now.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're begging me to confirm or deny a sexual relationship right now. I'm not going to do that here, Lav.
So weaselly. We brought that up because I said that it was strange that you had a sexual relationship with her, and then you were like, we never hooked up, and I said you didn't hook up. You sexted, and you're like, well, I can't confirm nor deny. What the fuck, Steven?
I had 10 different people tell me that you said that we hooked up. Maybe all of them misheard, in which case that's fine. But still, the fact that you're even Lev, you're trying to leak all sorts of stuff right now as gotchas. None of this is gonna make me look bad. All you're doing is harming the other people involved.
There is no leak that is not public. Everyone knows that you and Cherry had a public relationship because she fucking did a twit longer about it. Everyone knows that, and everyone is or going to know because Madame Genevieve went on the record, said that she was completely perfectly comfortable with stating that you guys had a sexual relationship. Kelly Jean has publicly said that you tried to sleep with her and she said no. There's all of this is public. I have not
when you say
anything.
Lav, when you say tried to sleep with, there's a lot of people that I've flirted with and it didn't go anywhere. Do you understand that that's what you mean when you say tried to sleep with? Like, I flirted with Kelly Jean in a but that's not the message you're conveying. You're making me sound like a rapist. He tried to sleep with him. I flirted with Kelly 6 years ago. Lav, it's not Lav. You literally called me you called me the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch.
Oh my gosh! Yes, there's.
What do you think that implies?
When we go back in our DMs, I send you a scantily clad photo, and you say, "Welcome to the Orbiters Club."
Yeah, and I've asked you if you're doing okay, and you're like, "I still want to fuck you." Of course we joke. Do you really think that was your entry into my stream? Well, I just want to know, do you think that was a serious...
I got perms after that. I don't know.
So, okay, just to be clear, you're hinging all of my implied sexual coercion on me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club.
Implied sexual coercion. Listen.
I just want to hear you say that. You're telling me that you think that was the serious me saying, welcome to the Orbiter Club. You've made it because you sent me a picture?
I think your implied sexual coercion, this is what I think. Because I really do not want anyone to put words in my mouth, okay? I think that you live an extremely messy sexual life, okay? I think that when you mix that with now 8,000 to 13,000 people who are now part of your life parasocially, it is even messier and potentially abusive. Let me finish. I am aware that a lot of this is just the way that I feel, right? And part of me feels very sheepish and embarrassed that I feel like I expected you to protect me more after having.
Okay, I'm not gonna let you ramble on this. Lav, with all due respect, the one who's making this messy in front of my audience is you and Max.
Are you kidding, Steven? You, for years, have been known to have the messiest fucking sexual social life in this fucking sphere. Don't you dare.
I have had sexual relationships with tons of people where nothing has gone public. You're looking at the most public-facing stuff and trying to condemn all of my sexual relationships on that. If you want to do that,
Anna. I found you through the fucking Anna shit.
That's great, and I know of you because of false allegations you've made about other people besides Hassan in the past.
Here we go. This is
what?
This is what you do. I bring something up, and then you have to make me a liar. You can't like
because you lied. Because you lied multiple times. Because you
Steven, you lie all the time. Also, you lie all the time. Also, and this is what you do. You say, "So what? I'm a liar. You're also a liar." That's not up for fucking debate. We're talking about you right now, Steven.
No,
and you're like, no,
you're
but
obsessively
you
talking about my. You're upset. I do need to talk about you. Of course. What do you mean? You just had a 5-hour struggle session stream on me like 4 nights ago. Constantly. You don't think I get DMs leaking at you talking shit about me? Do you want to listen to the audio recordings I have of you talking to me in multiple fucking rooms? Lav, why are you pretending that I...
Yeah, send it to me in DM. Substantiate.
No, I'm not going to tell you who my... I'm not going to tell you who my source is.
You have been on stream for days, weeks, months talking shit about me, and I have said fucking nothing publicly, where you have dragged me through the fucking mud every chance you get when anyone comes on and talk shit about me, and you say I'm looping?
Lav.
You go over everything. You also loop, dude.
Lav.
It's a fucking joke.
The only time I bring you guys up are when you bring me up. You're the one that, by the way, sexually abused me by leaking details of our hookups to a guy that you know hates us. By leaking, yeah, you have. I haven't talked about any of you shit talking Connor after we fucking hooked up. I haven't leaked any of the private shit about our hookup. But you're out here literally giving details to every fucking person. You absolutely have done this, and you're doing it constantly in these back rooms.
Never did that. You are a fucking liar. That is ridiculous. I can't even believe that you would try to get a fucking lick in like that. You are disgusting.
While you're constantly doing it on stream after stream after stream after stream of stream? Really?
This is horribly disgusting. I cannot even believe that you did that. If you want to have a conversation like this, you absolutely cannot talk about my fiance again, and you absolutely cannot make up fucking lies about
Right, you talk about my fiance all the time, and I'm not lying. You literally have, you're talking about me all the time in the back.
Your life is public.
Okay, and guess what? Yours is too. If you want to be out here saying, oh, the CMO boyfriend, and you want to be talking with Max, you want to be digging into my personal life constantly, then your life is just as public as mine, of course.
I literally can't even believe that you would, like, blatantly lie like that. Like, I'm genuinely... What
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and you can tell me if it's a lie or not?
Steven, what the fuck are you doing?
Do you want me to repeat what you said about him, and then you can tell me if it's a lie or not, or? Why don't you guys just stop talking about me publicly, right? You've leaked every single little fucking obsessive thing. Oh, now I'm threatening you like the fake blackmail before? You've already leaked everything about our personal sexual relationship. Do you understand that?
Me.
Oh my god.
Steven,
it's the loop again. It's the loop again.
Me with
it's the loop again.
Lie.
I didn't threaten you with a lie. It's the truth, and you know it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You realize your entire existence online right now just revolves around threatening to out me as a Harvey Weinstein of Twitch, right?
I have never threatened to out you. I'm not writing the article. You're conflating what I am doing.
You're the star witness on the article, Lab. What are you talking about? Like 20% of it is going to be about us.
I have not done.
You're literally the person that dragged Anna to fucking Max and then mind her for 3 hours to try to get her to fucking leak all of her fucking logs to him.
First of all, Anna contacted me before I contacted her.
Not about that.
I did not drag her.
Not about that.
I did not fucking drag her into
Was it about that? Was it about connecting her to Max for the little article you guys are writing?
It was her saying that you were abusive. It was after you said "shut up, bitch," and she was saying, "I'm so sorry that Steven did that." That's part of Steven has an abusive cycle.
How did Anna get in contact with Max, Lav?
They had talked before.
How did she get in contact? How did she get in contact with Max for the article?
Wait, hold on. They had spoken before.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Okay.
How did she get in contact with Max for the article?
Anna told me that you guys were still sexting. I was like, she was like, God, he's so abusive, but like,
this is your long way of saying you connected her to Max, right?
Yeah, and then I went to Max and I said, oh my God, Anna just told me that they are still sexting each other and have never stopped.
Yep, and then you connected Anna to Max so she could be part of your guys' little hit piece on me.
What do you mean?
It's no coincidence that Max came on and talked to Eldrazi and no one paid any attention to it, but then like has a stream with you and it's massive. Because like Max has been running this rig for ages.
Steven, every chance I have gotten online, to the detriment of myself, I have said, I do not think what you have done is that bad, worth condemning. I wouldn't personally write an article on you. I literally went against, I don't know if you watched the whole fucking video that I did with Max, but I literally was like, this is all my fault. I made a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know what to fucking do. I wish that none of this would have happened. And now you are acting like I am like the fucking...
You literally don't believe any of that. You were giggling along with Mr. Girl while he was telling you that you didn't make a mountain out of a molehill. You're right to feel like you were abused and coerced.
Yes,
and that is the implication that you
very
give.
good for someone to tell you that something is not your fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, especially when it all is your fault, Lav. I'm sure it feels really good. When you imply over and over again that we had an active sexual relationship while you were blowing up on my stream, you've said it this stream, I'm glad at least you admit that that's not true, that that is horribly misrepresented. And then when you're out here talking shit about all these other streamers, about Kelly, about Pixie, about Madame Genevieve, when you're trying to like leak all these other things that you think you may or may not know about me to the detriment of them, because none of this hurts me, right? And then you're sitting here acting like you're the indignant one after you've leaked personal hookup details about me to fucking big tech that's leaking it publicly when you've talked about it multiple times on stream. How do you think you have the fucking high road here? Like, you've done nothing but betray my trust and the trust of every other person for nothing. And if I wasn't sexually abusive or coercive, it's even worse for you because you're leaking it all for attention. You're not even leaking it for a good fucking reason.
But this is what I was saying earlier, that it's almost like it's understandable why Steven feels this way, because it's like he didn't do one thing. He didn't do one thing that he doesn't do for anybody, right? And you took that and discounted every part of his friendship.
Okay, I'm having a conversation with Steven. Okay. You do not need to run defense. I don't want this to be a conversation with a peanut gallery. If it's gonna be me and Steven, it's gonna be me and Steven.
You understand that it's like also like extra annoying that two messages, I literally explicitly told you that our sexual relationship was totally independent from anything happening on our stream, which you seem to understand and joke about. And two, I explicitly checked.
Okay,
no, let me finish my sentence. You've cut me off on every single thing, okay?
No, because Steven, you're talking too fast. You're talking too fast.
Yeah, and then ramble on some irrelevant shit. Go for it.
And we're not having like a healthy discussion. When I don't have notes, you're talking really fast. If you could please talk slightly slower.
Okay,
please.
Two things. One, I explicitly told you that nothing we do or did or will ever do sexually has anything with you coming on stream. You joked back at me about that, but I even reaffirmed it to make sure, and you said that you appreciated and you understood that. Number one. And number two, you keep saying I wasn't taking care of you, checking in on you. I explicitly DM'd you to check in on you to see if you were okay, and you told me you were fine. And all of this was happening when we did not have a sexual relationship. How is it my fault for you mind-f***ing yourself on my stream?
Steven, I've already conceded publicly and said that that was my bad, that I should have managed my own emotions better. If
I'm checking in on you and giving you like clear boundaries on like, hey, this doesn't have to be sexual, blah 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 blah, how is any of this coercive or abusive on my end?
Steven, I don't think that it's coercive or abusive. That is Max.
Then what have I done wrong to you?
I mean, I don't. If you really want to talk about it, then we can talk about it not publicly.
I've already talked to you privately, and you wouldn't seriously reference anything. So
no,
I'm asking
when
you.
I told you about how I felt, you would like try to debate me out of it.
Because you were already working with a guy who was digging into every woman I've ever talked to, trying to write a sexual assault piece on me.
Steven, you want me to be working with Max, and I'm not working with Max.
You've already read half his manifesto.
I've not read any of it. I've not read a fucking word of it.
Really? How are you referencing things that's going to be in it then on stream?
What do you mean referencing?
You did it once in this conversation with the Welcome to the Orbiter Club. You referenced that to Max, and then you talked about spoiling. But then you talked about don't spoil. What are you spoiling? The manifesto. You know that's going in it. You've read some of the material that's going to be in it. Why are you lying about this?
I have not read it.
I didn't say you read the whole thing, but you know a lot of it.
No, in conversations when me and Max are talking, he'll relate to me when he was going through our logs, because I didn't know what the fuck was in our logs. He'd call me and he'd talk to me about what happened in it, clarify a couple things, because there were some things where like after we had talked on the phone, things weren't clear in text. After we had met up in September, what our messages were like after, he wanted to know the context of, and he said, you know what? Right after you sent pictures to Steven, he said, welcome to the Orbiters Club. Isn't that interesting? And I said, that is interesting. I didn't read any of it.
Oh, how do you know there are 13 girls involved in it?
He publicly said that, I think on his hotline.
So you don't think so despite him muting you multiple times, despite you starting to talk about things and him saying, what are you doing? And you're going, I don't know.
About Brianna.
Okay.
That was it.
So okay, I don't believe you at all, but that's fine.
It's also I'm just gonna put it out.
He muted me when I was talking about Brianna. Like, you
Sure.
don't have to believe me. That's
To
what happened.
reiterate that, hold on, to circle around and to reiterate. So then I haven't done anything wrong by you. Because I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Hold
Because
on.
I checked in on you.
Wait,
I
have
had
you
clear
done,
boundaries.
have you
Yeah,
done
go ahead.
anything wrong? Have I been uncomfortable with some of the things you've done? Yes.
Prior to Max, tell me what.
Steven, told you, I like.
Tell me again.
I feel uncomfortable that we had an open-ended sexual relationship, and that
when I explicitly made it clear that didn't.
And I felt like you were letting people shit on me, especially Abba.
Laugh. Let's play this in another timeline. Let's say that there are conversations about feminism going on my stream, and you DM me and you go, hey, I really want to be involved in this. If I would have DM'd you and said, nah, sorry, we hooked up, I'm not going to let you in on this one, how the fuck do you think you would have responded? Do you think that would have been the way for me to go?
I probably would have been like, okay, that actually, I mean, that makes sense.
How much, do you understand how much you're lying right now? I can't tell if you, you understand that you would have.
Steven, can you fucking, you're like 100 miles per hour. Please just talk a little slower. It is nighttime, okay? When I said, if you would have said like, hey, now that we have a sexual relationship, I'm actually not super comfortable having you on stream because I don't want to give you special treatment, and I feel like because my community goes really hard on people, I don't want that to be our dynamic. I would have been like, fuck. And I would have probably fought back, but it's kind of your responsibility to hold that boundary and be like, this is what I want.
It's my responsibility to make it so that any person I hook up with is not allowed to come onto my stream?
No. I'm saying.
Should I just be fucking my way through debate opponents so they can't ever contradict me?
Steven, hold on. I said if you would have set that boundary. I don't think that should be the standard that you have. I think.
Okay, so here's the standard.
I was still in the hypothetical.
Okay, here's the standard that I have then. What I would say is, hey, we've had a sexual relationship in the past. It doesn't affect anything going forward. We don't have to do anything forward, and we didn't do anything going forward. And then also, I would check on you to make sure that was okay. I did both of those things explicitly, and there are logs to prove it, and there are logs showing that you understood that. So I don't know what you think I've done wrong by you, aside from you manipulating me and hiding your feelings to get on stream.
Manipulating you, Steven. Okay, I listen. Again, this is mostly about like feelings, right? So I don't think that there's like, you want me to pick out like an action where it is undeniable that you did something wrong, and that's
no, I want you to pick out an action where I was reasonably.
Even please, for the love of God. You want me to pick out something that you could have specifically done, or there one action where things could have been completely different. And we both know that the nuances of
Please don't. Please stop. Please stop. Don't. You don't understand the nuances of any interpersonal anything. Please don't talk to me about them. When I have these types of relationships, I try to remove as much of the nuance as possible by being as explicit as possible. And I was with you multiple times.
You can't remove the nuances of.
You absolutely can. Instead of trying to figure out maybe she's okay with it, maybe she's not. That's why I explicitly messaged you and said, "Hey, I know we've been sexual in the past, but that has nothing to do with anything going forward, and it has nothing to do with you coming on stream. There is no nuance in that. That is an explicitly clear statement, and you agreed to it. When I checked on you later and I said, hey, there's a lot of people bullying you right now. Do you feel okay? And you were like, yeah, I'm fine, 100%. That's an explicit statement.
Steven, I will openly admit I should have had firmer boundaries for myself and been more communicative with you. That is not the problem.
What is the problem?
That's not the problem.
What is my problem? What did I do wrong that I should have done better? Tell me an area where I could have improved.
Again, Steven, I think that your relationships are really messy.
I don't care about you. Lev, you're literally in no position to comment on anybody's relationships. I don't care about your opinion on my relationship. I'm asking with you. I'm saying
Steven,
with
you
you.
asked me a question.
Yes, with you, in regards to you. Tell me what I could have done differently.
Steven, this is what you didn't say. Tell me what I've done differently. You said, "What have I done wrong? What
Lev,
am I?"
I don't give a about a 21-year-old dipshit's opinions on my personal relationships. I'm asking in regards to you. What do you think I could have done differently with you?
I'm gonna be 25 this year.
I'm asking in regards to you, obviously. I don't need your commentary on my life.
Well, no, no, you said then what's the problem? You said then what's the problem?
Yeah, so tell me, what did I do that I could have done better with you?
That's a completely wildly different question.
Sure, then interpret it the way that it obviously was meant.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a relationship coach. I don't know what you could have done or what I could have done to make our situation better.
Okay, cool. Then you have
What I
no
do
complaints
know-
about me. Then
what I do know-
why are you screaming about me publicly then?
What I do know, because Steven, I feel uncomfortable with a lot of our relationship, and most of it
What do
is
you feel
due to
uncomfortable
maybe
with?
me Steven, most of it is due to me having poor boundaries, right?
What does that have to do with me?
Because you also have poor boundaries.
How did I have a poor boundary with respect to you?
Well, it doesn't have to be in just respect to me. I think that the thing that sent me, I think I care
No,
more
I don't
about,
care about Anna. I don't care about your opinions
Well,
on
that's
other
what I care
relationships I
about.
have.
I
No,
care,
it's
I
not.
care, I
Because
care
you've
more
called me-
about
No,
when
you-
I say that you're messy, Steven, stop.
Okay.
You're trying to. When I say that you're messy, I'm not even necessarily talking about our relationship. Like I said, I think we had a completely consensual, very, a completely consensual sexual relationship. No qualms with it. Don't have a problem with it.
Except you publicly outing it and talking shit about it with big tech, but yeah. For literally no reason, yeah.
Well, first of all, I think that it's really uncharitable for you to think that I had any way of knowing that he was going to go public with that information.
Seriously? For big tech, the Nazi guy that fucking hates me and got Max Spam reported, you don't think he leaked shit about us?
First of all, I didn't know that he hated you. The only conversation that I'd had with
He's
Big
a
Tech
Nazi.
at that point,
Of course he fucking hates me.
where was he was being extremely charitable to me and talking about sex work with me, and then also we had a private conversation about God, and he wanted me to read the Bible and all this shit. I had no fucking idea. I didn't know who this guy was. I didn't even.
Okay, wait, stop. Okay,
Sorry.
but then, so then just to be clear then, I didn't do anything improper with you. I was explicitly clear the whole time. And any
I don't
issues
know
that
if
you
it's
and I have.
improper. I don't know if it's improper.
What do you not know? What are you having trouble figuring out here?
Because Steven, I think the ethics of having a sexual relationship with someone, and then when that sexual relationship now is like sort of mixed into then being on stream together in front of like 8,000 to 13,000 people, when I'm also like being bullied pretty hard, which you acknowledged.
Okay, Lav, if you want to have an adult...
Hold on. I think the ethics of that are questionable. I don't necessarily think that you've done anything evil or bad, but I think it's worth having a conversation about, right?
Okay,
Like,
if you want to... No, you're not having that conversation. If you want to put on your...
No, I haven't had that conversation.
You coming up every single time. If you want to have a big girl conversation about the nuances of mixing sexual relationships and streaming relationships, then have that conversation instead of continuing to say, it's a complicated thing that we should talk about. Then actually talk about it. Because I do explore those relationships, and I try to... Let me finish my sentence. I explore those relationships in the most responsible way I know how to, which is by explicitly making sure that you know that none of that has to do with what happens on stream, and by checking in on you to make sure that you're still okay. Two things that I did explicitly. You can't keep saying, it's nuanced, when I've accounted for that. If you think there's a way that I haven't accounted for it, then let everybody know, or say, you know what, I have no problems with Steven, and literally every single issue we have came from my inability to to set boundaries, and for me hiding my feelings from him when he explicitly tried to check if I was okay.
Well, I don't really. I don't accept that premise. Because you're like, well, just admit that everything was actually your fault, and Steven, interpersonal relationships are complicated.
You're not going to take
like,
that. That's a meaningless statement. When you say they're complicated, how is it complicated? What part was complicated?
It's complicated because when I came onto your stream, I didn't know who the fuck you were, and you didn't tell me about your audience or the. I had no really. I had no way. Steven, you got so mad that I didn't let you talk. Please. I had no way of knowing what I was in for, honestly, and maybe that could also be my fault. But also, I mean, that's kind of. If I would have a friend of mine from like high school join my stream, I'd be like, hey, my stream gets a little fucking crazy. It's like a lot of people and
neighborhood like Bruce Willis in Die Hard 3 with a sandwich board that says I hate niggers, and I get killed by black people, you're gonna say it is never the victim's fault. It was not his fault. Really? You're gonna say I had nothing to do with that? Really? So if I go into the middle of a black neighborhood like Bruce Willis, he's been accused of total hardcore rape by 4 women. One of them even 16 years old at the time of the allegation, which is so outrageous. When I heard that, I just couldn't believe it. I said, what a disgusting animal. Lock this guy up. That is literally a child and cannot be condoned under any circumstance. That alone is enough for me. I've seen enough. Lock him up. He's been accused of total hardcore.
and they're like, they get pretty rowdy. Are you sure that you're like ready for something like this?
Lav, we had spoken about online shit, and you'd already told me that you had been through multiple TikTok arcs where you used to be SPW.
Never been through what your community did. Ever,
Okay,
ever.
well, Lav, do you understand that there are public recordings of you bragging about how much more clout you had than me? How the f am I supposed to know? You were trying to say that I was the small fry compared to you, that you've dealt with way more hate than me because of TikTok. How am I supposed to know that you weren't ready for stream shit?
You're taking those things out of context because both things can be true. It can't be true that one, now there are people like Chud Logic who are like, this is like for clout. All she was is like, she was a nobody and she was trying to fuck Steven for clout. So absolutely, yeah, I'm gonna be like, well, I kind of already had an established career. And then when people are gonna be like, okay, and then there's a different narrative, obviously, because two things can be true at once. When people bring up like, that I am also new in this sphere and I didn't really know anything in this sphere. Like, both things can be true at once and you're trying to make only one of them true and it doesn't work.
Why did you invite the harassment then constantly?
Well, it's not that I invited it as much as I became
You literally
comfortable.
were
Hold on!
tweeting about being
Steven,
a
you asked me a
villain.
question! You asked me a question. I know. You asked me a question. So, with the fucking, making me the villain thing, Steven, you do the same thing. This is how you respond. This is like how we try to cope with like public outcry.
Stop, don't compare us. I'm not suicidal, Lav. I'm not here complaining I've been abused. You
I'm
are.
not suicidal anymore. First of all, I was suicidal during that time, but I don't attribute that all to you. I attribute that mostly to the internet. And also, yeah, Steven, I was coming off of a fucking benzodiazepine addiction.
That would be really. Why don't you mention that next time instead of making it sound like I'm making you kill yourself? You realize what you're saying on screen, right?
I've literally mentioned that so fucking often. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. I've mentioned that.
We just watched you having 3 hours of your. You literally said the worst times in your life were when you got drafted into a fucking cult at 16, and then November when you were on my stream.
Yeah, November was really awful for me. I mean, one of your orbiters.
So you didn't mention anything about benzodiazepines then, did you?
Even one of your videos, one of your orbiters, or two of your orbiters actually made videos about me. Because Lowe's here God also
Nice
was.
pivot away from what you just said, but okay.
Sorry, I'm a little jumbled because you talk fast. What was I?
On Max's stream, you said these were the 2 worst times in your lives. You never mentioned a benzo overdose. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know.
It's not an overdose. Detox.
It was an overdose. It was detox.
I don't even know if I knew you were ever detoxing from benzos. So that is not something.
Well, you knew that I was taking them because I took them when we were together.
Yeah, sometimes people
Yeah,
take
but
a
it's not
Xanax.
really
That doesn't
detox.
necessarily mean you're taking so many that you're abusing them.
Well, you don't have to. I wasn't abusing them.
She wasn't.
If you take any
Detoxing
amount
off of benzos can be
yeah.
rough, even if you're
Yeah,
not
it's-
abusing them.
I wasn't abusing them. I was taking like a normal amount, but if you
Hold on,
detox,
I'm
it's
sorry.
here's
I've
the-
never
here's
in
the
my
thing.
life heard somebody refer to like weaning off a medication as detoxing unless they're abusing them.
If it's a
My bad.
no, if it's
No.
a benzo, detoxing is just getting off of it.
It's real in this instance. I mean, I work with addiction and people that are not using and that have to go through this procedure. Some people straight up just don't even use benzos when they have a history of addiction because the come down can be a trigger to try and use again. So yeah, this is.
I'm familiar with it because I have a close friend who's been trying to detox off of it.
Sure, that's
so-
fine. It would be nice in the future, maybe if you bring that up, because I don't think I've ever heard you bring that up as a reason why you were suicidal. You literally explicitly blame my community for it.
Steven, you also have to understand that if I come out like I'm in a catch-22 where if I say, well, I was detoxing off of benzos, anytime I bring you up, your whole community is just gonna be like another excuse as to why she was fucking crazy. So I'm like,
so instead,
okay,
let's just blame it on me for making you suicidal. That's so much better. Thanks, Lav. True.
Wait, I didn't. Well, I didn't. I
You
don't
did.
think
You
that I
did.
blamed
You
it
did.
fully on you, but I think that
Oh
you
my God.
definitely, Steven.
You like
I've
technical
watched you.
responsibility for
I've
anything
watched
we
you
say.
ban. I've watched you ban emotes in your chat when you are losing favor with your audience. You can absolutely do a little bit of fucking cleanup with me. It is not too much.
Lav,
to ask.
I did do cleanup with you. Are you serious?
You did
I had a
after.
whole
You did
fucking...
after. You did
No,
after.
not after. Even during. What do you think partially inspired the entire fucking anti-misogyny arc? Are you fucking
You
retarded?
said that. Oh, I have logs when you said that. That absolutely wasn't me. I have logs of you saying.
No, it's not you specifically, but it's the hate that women were getting in my community, and you were one of them. No shit, Sherlock.
No, you said this absolutely had nothing to do with me. I have a fucking log.
That's fine that you have a log of it. That's fine you have a log of me saying that, okay? But the reality is that when you were on my stream, I was also trying to clean up my subreddit with misogyny at the same fucking time.
You can just say something without substantiating it, but I can't. What the fuck?
What do you mean? You can go and find the subreddit post. Are you crazy?
No. What do you mean? Am I crazy? You just said that. Steven, I literally have.
You're making the claim. You're making the claim.
You said that was not because of me. I knew that it was because of me, but you tried to make it like.
Okay, hold on. If you knew that it was because of you, then why are you saying I didn't do anything then?
Because you lied. Because you lied.
No, you're not making any sense right now. If I lied about that, then that means that you did know I was trying to do something to clean up my subreddit. So what do you mean? Did I lie or did I not? Was I trying to clean up the subreddit to make it a nicer place for women, or you're just trying to get an own with me on like some inconsistencies in chat logs? The reality is I wasn't cleaning up misogyny, quote unquote, for you, but I was doing it because my community had a really disfavorable attitude towards women, and you were one of the big ones that was causing it. You and Brittany were not causing it, but it was happening with you guys. So of course I was cleaning those fucking minutes up. It's not funny when you're making jokes when you and Mr. Girl are literally blaming me as like the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch and you're laughing about it. Like you have the most pretty girl syndrome of anybody I've ever met on the internet where nobody has ever held you accountable.
You said I was mid earlier. What's the truth?
I said your pussy was men, not you. Obviously, you're decently attractive, okay? But you have the most pretty girl. You have the most. You have the most.
You have another lie. Substantiate that claim.
You have the most unaccountable behavior I've ever seen of anybody on the internet, and you try to it's insane because you're calling me Weasley while you're implying that I made you suicidal, that I was sexting you while you were blowing up on my stream, which wasn't true, that I was being coercive or abusive towards you, which you're now saying didn't happen at all.
I don't think you purposely made me
then
suicidal.
you acknowledge then that I haven't done anything wrong with you, and I went above and beyond to check and see if you were okay during all of our interactions.
I don't know if you did anything wrong with me. I want to believe that you didn't. I don't know. I hope that you didn't. I hope that you
that's
didn't.
fine. You know what? That's good enough for me.
What is the statement, though? What is
when
the
Mr.
statement?
Well, no, because Mr. Girl
First
thing
of
is
all,
going to come out.
Steven is conflating what Mr. Girl is doing with how I feel when I have publicly said that I diverge from Mr. Girl's feelings about everything. I've publicly said this I don't know how many times now. Steven, I really don't even have anything against you besides the fact that I just don't want to be.
Cool. So Mr. Girl's article is going to come out, and it's going to say I was incredibly abusive and coercive towards Loud because this is like one of his 2 star witnesses, and then somehow she's going to get behind it and try to like square it away with what she's saying now. But at least it's public here now, so whatever. I'm good on that.
Wait, Steven. There's no like. I'm not making a public statement. There's nothing I've said, or there was no accusations of me in the thing. It is literally I just gave Max our logs, and he had access to all of the live streams. That is literally it. There is no like, I'm not painting a narrative I am
You
literally.
are.
I just
You called me Harvey Weinstein. You say I'm sexually abusive and coercive to women. You say that I've all these fucking people. You're leaking details about fucking everybody. How are you saying you're not painting a narrative when you're
Well, okay,
constantly
when I
doing these
said-
things
when I
about
said-
me?
When I said that you were the Harvey Weinstein of whatever the, it was after finding out that you had sexual relationships with more than a few.
Why was Harvey Weinstein Harvey Weinstein?
Because he was all these girls were sleeping with him to get fucking gigs.
Have you seen any evidence of anybody trading sexual favors with me for stream time, or me even implying that was the case with anybody?
Okay, so Steven, this is when this conversation needs to expand, right? Because I'm not implying, or I don't think necessarily, and I'm sorry I said the Harvey Weinstein thing, because of what that implied, it completely took out the nuances that I believe are there in the situation. When we talk about stuff like sexual relationships on stream, I think this is a bigger conversation, because now it's sort of moving out of like implicit consent and implicit conversations, and it sort of moves into this like murky interpersonal like dance that we do with each other, right? So it's like a conversation to be had. I don't, again,
But then
I don't
why
think
aren't you having the
condemn.
conversation?
Because it's real. First of all, I don't know enough about it, right? So maybe
Then
I
why
won't
are
have
you
this
not
conversation.
talking about it so
Maybe
much?
Well, because people talk about things that they don't know about all the fucking time. You're not a
But
fucking
you're doing it
politician.
while accusing
You're
me
not
in
a
the next.
politician.
You're
And
accusing me in the
not a
next breath of being improper the entire time, and I talk about these things because I live these things. Because they're important to me, and I do have real conversations about these. I don't constantly hide behind. It's nuance every time somebody tries to call me out on something.
Steven, if you want to have this conversation with me, we can fucking have it. I also, to be honest, Steven, I dip my toe in talking about you. Obviously, I mean, I more than dip my toe. Sometimes I mean, the other day I completely full dived, which was not on purpose. But I mean, they're trying to dox me on Kiwi farms. Like they're trying to. Like,
that's not my community. That's Kiwi. You guys, Kiwi farms.
I know. But again, Steven, I haven't really like even streamed. I'm a little scared to be in this space like at all. I mean, on Twitter I feel comfortable, but like I haven't really streamed. I think I've streamed like 5 times for the past like 3 months. Like this.
How many of them were
world
talking
is
about me?
spooky. This one.
That's it.
Of my personal streams, yeah, I went on to.
How many
Max's
times are you
stream.
talking about me in personal discords and shit behind the scenes?
How many times are you talking about me in personal discords? What the
Never.
fuck?
I don't think about you guys. I'm past you guys. I've been done with you guys for months,
Steven,
and you guys are still working on this article on me.
Talk about us on fucking. What do you, Steven? Stop saying you guys. It's not me. I'm not fucking writing the article.
Dude, you're part of his family of weekly meetings, updating each other on this shit. What do you mean? Of course.
Wait. We don't have weekly meetings updating each other on this shit. We talk a lot, but it's not just like to talk about you.
Oh, okay.
But also, being in your orbit and being friends with you has affected us deeply. And that's just sort of
I think it's the calling me a Harvey Weinstein and accusing me of sexual coercion with no evidence has deeply affected you.
Oh, no, I think even before that, the situation was deeply affected us, for better or for worse. And that could be, I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's your fault. I think it's just being in the public eye at such a large scale. But again, Steven, you're like putting a lot of like accusations and words in my mouth, like expanding off of things that I've said, and I don't.
This is, if you were to poll the community, 99% of people would agree that you've implied all of these things about me.
Yes, if you polled your community after you've been saying that I've said all these things about you, yes, that would absolutely.
Even Max's community.
Is Max
Max's
putting words
community
in
is
your
not
mouth?
my community.
Yeah, but is Max putting words in your mouth? Because when you have streams with him, he's going to say certain things, and then you'll push back like you did and say, oh yeah, no, I don't know if Steven's done this. I don't know if I'd put it that way. But then Max will be like, well, maybe he did do those things. Like, and then you're like, oh, I'm not sure. So like the accusation of like putting words in your mouth, is that not also like, because Max again is using you as like whether like your star witness in the article or not, he's using you as part of that narrative which he is pushing. Because his abuse thing isn't just, oh, it's like Destiny sleeps with his orbiters. It's Destiny brings people onto stream, like puts them in a position where his community is going to go after them for content and drama, and then fucking laughs about it.
And I sadistically get off on it. Like that's
yeah,
why
like it's fucking wider than just sex.
Is there a single example of me? Yeah, go ahead.
I understand. This is why I wrote that fucking post where I was like, I wish that we could all just fucking talk.
Dude, I tried to talk to you off stream and you wouldn't engage with me.
Well, no, we tried to talk, and then you said that you were like recording me. That was Steven. That was also the wrong time to talk. Everything was supercharged.
Oh yeah, so I should have waited until after you and Max had already gone down this road of like writing the fucking Harvey Weinstein expose edition on me.
No.
What do you mean? When is the right time to talk?
I don't know. I think I unblocked you like a couple weeks ago. I don't know.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that? I'm not spam adding you to see if I can still message you on fucking Discord.
Yeah, I'm not expecting you to. It's been strange. This whole thing has been.
That's great that it's been strange and fun and exciting and new. But on my end,
fun and exciting and new. It has not been.
Yeah, you're having the time of your
fun.
life, and I got backstabbed by 2 people that I trusted. And now you're out here basically assisting somebody in writing a sexual. Well, now he's dropped all of that because he couldn't find anything.
Steven, I'm not assisting anyone. I just gave him our fucking logs. If
why
there's
are
nothing
you
to
lying?
worry
Like
about,
every single person in the world knows you're lying.
if there's nothing to worry about, then there's nothing to worry about. I don't even know what the fuck is in those logs. I think he's trying to catch you on like lies or something. Like I have no idea.
You literally are saying like, don't spoil what's coming up. You literally joked with him about that on the stream.
That was a joke. That was
But me saying
joke.
welcome to the Orbiters Club, that was the most serious induction I've ever done in a pick for stream trade I've ever done.
No, I'm not. I didn't claim that was the most serious thing you've said. I just said that it's enough to muddy the waters a little bit in the same way where you thought that I was serious. I could have thought that you were serious. Like,
do you think that aside from Anna, which is a messy fucking smorgasbord of shit, which I admit, aside from Anna, have you seen or do you think there has ever been a person that I've improperly engaged with on stream because of a pre-existing sexual relationship?
to be honest, Steven, I don't really know you that well. I sort of only know.
That's crazy because you seem to have so much to say about my ex-wife, about every other fucking personal relationship I've been on.
So
this is
what I'll say. So this is what I'll say. I remember the story that you told about
my ex-wife, the one where she and a coworker were trying to get me fucking fired?
Yes, and
you seem to leave out that entire part.
You brought up that you really like toxic relationships, and that was your thing.
Sure, I've joked about that, but when you brought that story up, you literally made it sound like I tried to get somebody fired for no fucking reason because I'm a fucking psychopath. You seem to conveniently leave out the part where both of them were trying to get me fucking fired for my job.
So I know that part.
No accountability, okay. Keep going forward.
That part, I know when you told me about what you've told me about your relationship with your wife and your relationships in general. I know our relationship, I know your relationship with Max, and I know your relationship with Anna. And
okay, so then the answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no.
Percentage on which of those is healthy? Probably little.
Gotcha. So the answer is no. You have literally no reason whatsoever to assume in any way, size, shape, or form that I'm improperly acting with a bunch of, by the way, young girls. You realize Anna is like my age, right? That I'm improperly acting with young girls on stream. That's Max's claim that you constantly support. So, okay, so I've done nothing wrong for you. I've done nothing wrong by you. You've admitted that. And I've done nothing wrong that you know of. And you've also said that. Okay.
No, I am begging you to stop conflating what Max has said with what I have said.
No, you guys are both two peas in a pod. Of course, you're going to be taken together. Yes, whether you like it or not, you guys are paired this entire way.
You're wrong. I have done nothing but say that I don't agree with everything that Max has said. That is
no, that's not true.
I talk about it publicly.
No, we just watched you for 3 hours on my stream giggling along and how horrible and abusive and coercive I am. I don't know why you think you can rewrite history. We can see the fucking VOD, dog. We all watched this shit like 3 hours ago.
And you claimed earlier that you thought that this is a good conversation to have, remember, about the power dynamics and everything, but at the same time you're saying now that you just don't know enough about him in his personal life to be able to comment affirmatively on whether or not there's been some kind of abusive power or sexual manipulation.
Max seems to think that there has been. And so when I hear from someone close to me who's writing an article and who's doing a lot of, background on Steven, my first implication is to somewhat believe them.
Also, can I just, for the record, you can tell me that the only reason you and Max are connected is because I rebuilt that bridge after he called you an attention whore pedophile and banned you from his Discord, right?
Yeah. Do you want that win, Steven? Yes, you were the reason that me and Max.
Yeah, I do want that win. Thank you. Okay, just making sure.
I don't know why you're why? What is that?
Because I think it's important to show the difference between how he's treated you versus how I've treated you, and to pretend like I'm the abusive, coercive one here is fucking insane.
It is definitely true that Max has been extremely abusive to me, and we talked about that.
Intentionally abusive, not
incredibly
like
abusive to
not this weird roundabout thing that you're accusing me of, but like literally directly called you a pedophile and banned you from his fucking Discord.
You have been directly abusive. I've seen some crazy tweets from you, like. A few years ago of you saying some fucking crazy things.
What does this have to do with you?
Steven, it's not just when you're asking
But
about
you literally have the F slur tattooed on your fucking lips, and you're gonna tell me about fucking saying crazy shit 5 years
I
ago?
eat pussy. I eat pussy. I can fucking say the F slur.
Oh my
But no,
God.
I think that when you ask me, when you say, so you admit I've done nothing wrong.
By
with
you.
With me, I think that I don't know. I think that I don't know. I don't feel particularly traumatized by any certain action that you have done to me.
But my community made you suicidal.
When I look at your my whole experience with you, and this is why it's so confusing, is because personally I think our relationship was extremely comfortable, right? I think that personally our relationship was really great and I really valued it, and this is what I talked to Steven about, and this is what I posted on the Reddit about, is I thought I really valued our
Which made it all the more fun when you backstabbed me and teamed up with Max to write a fucking Harvey Weinstein hit piece on me, but
I'm sorry that you see it that way. I think that
that's what it is. I'm just that's reality.
You keep saying
and
that you only...
and I acknowledge that you felt that way. I also felt extremely slighted when I thought that you could have done more to protect me and you did not.
And we've already, just to be clear on this conversation, we've already pointed out I explicitly tried to and you rejected my help. But
no, I did not reject your help. In fact, I went on your stream and I cried to you about it, and you were like, I just don't moderate my Reddit.
Okay,
and your whole chat was like, she's ulting, and
Yep.
you were like laughing about it.
I know, that's Max has
So
figured that line a lot. So let's rewind the clock. I literally explicitly asked you if you were okay, and you said you were, when you were getting the most hate. And then you tweeted out antagonistic tweets saying you wanted to be the villain. So I did explicitly check up on you.
We forgot to talk about that. The villain thing. I think when people have already painted this narrative and this picture about you, there's really no way to go but like double down on it. At least that's what I thought at the time. I shouldn't have. That wasn't a healthy display of my feelings, but that's what I did. Shouldn't have done that. I certainly didn't want to be the villain, but I felt like there were kind of limited options for me.
Or you could just, what did I say? Didn't I tell you guys explicitly, like, why not just not engage for a few days and it goes away? That was always an option. And I'm pretty sure I even told you that was an option. That's always been an option.
Yeah, you did tell us about that. And I will be honest, Steven, I think this is the way that things went for us. I was really hurt, and I was going to just... I mean, you were there. You saw the thing with me and Max, where Max was just like, you don't have to be on Steven's stream anymore. And I was just gonna be like, you know what? I'm probably not gonna go on the stream anymore. I get myself into a lot of...
Oh my God.
And I get myself into a lot of trouble, and I don't want to deal...
Bro, I don't know if you think I'm socially retarded. Obviously, you're not talking about like, oh, I'm gonna take a break from Steven's stream because it's healthy for me. That was the whole like, I need you to recognize that Steven and his stream are abusers and abusive, and you need to separate from that environment to save you. That's what that was about. That wasn't about you just like taking like a week off to like chill.
I need to let you know that I have a brain separate of Max, and although Max can tell me certain things, I still can think for myself. So even when I'm nodding along to what Max is saying, in my brain, I am not mindlessly agreeing with what he is saying. I'm chewing it over and I'm metabolizing it.
You're literally letting him mute you on stream because he's worried you're gonna get in trouble with the thing. He's probably gonna shout at you for this stream.
It's not that he's worried that I was gonna get in trouble. It's that if I talk about Brianna Wu, then I have to talk about a whole plethora of other things because of what Brianna Wu brought up. And he knows that I get extremely unregulated when talking about that, and that it just doesn't bode well for me anytime I do it. You told me, you literally did the same exact thing where you were like, you shouldn't talk about this, and he's doing the same thing.
Can you admit about the Hassan thing that I was not blackmailing you or holding that over your head in the slightest? That I was doing that for your... That's an example of me trying to protect you hardcore.
Yeah. I can't admit that it was you trying to protect me, but in that last conversation when you brought up like, look at the things that I've done for you, or
yeah, I remember.
It felt extremely manipulative when you were like, look at the things I've done for you. I told Zerka to not talk about it. I told I've tried to...
Because you're accusing me of being a horrible friend. So of course I'm going to bring up, I don't think I am a horrible friend. Look at these things I've done for you.
I know.
How is that manipulative? I'm trying to make a case for myself.
When you did that, and I was so mad at you. When you did that, I was like, he's gonna, now that we're not friends, he's gonna fucking... It's like literally what you did earlier on stream where you were like, should I tell everyone about Connor? And it's like, I don't know what you're gonna do, Steven. Hold on! So I said, fuck, I'm just gonna come out with it so he has nothing. I don't know, that's called blackmail.
Lav,
I don't know.
You understand that I have never leaked any personal thing about you until tonight, when I saw you and Max do a 3-hour shit talk session on me, and you have leaked constantly about me. Why would you assume? I don't think at any point in my entire Twitch career have I ever leaked personal info on shit on people that haven't started leaking a lot of shit about me first. I've never done that. You had no reason to think I was going to leak anything relating to that. And also, you'd already leaked all of it publicly anyway. You talked about it in Judd's Discord. Train and Zerka and who God knows God else already knew about it. The idea that I'm holding this over you or like trying to manipulate with you, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't even think you believe this. I think you're desperately holding on to this for God knows what reason to try to make me seem fucking...
I'm not holding on to it. I even said,
Okay, all right, we agree that I wasn't... Okay.
I literally made a Reddit post where I was like, this could have been a big misunderstanding, but at the time, I definitely thought that it was manipulative for him to bring that up, and it scared me, and so I was like, I'm just gonna spit it out.
Yeah, but I feel like you never actually addressed that on any stream, though. You kind of allowed that narrative to be.
I've not streamed very often, so
I mean, when you go onto other streams, though, like to talk.
Wait, no. I said it on. I think I said it on Elder Drazi. I'm actually positive that I did.
I don't remember that.
It's impossible.
Well, I don't care. Listen, as long as you said it now, I'm fine with it. I don't care.
True.
All right. Well, is there anything else you guys need me here for?
I think we're good.
Can't think of anything.
Miss Leah Lizard, Femoid, whatever the your name is now.
Yeah. Well, it was crazy to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been real, fam. Okay. I heard that TwitchCon's in Vegas, so you know, if you want to ride down, just let me know, okay, buddy?
Jesus fuck.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I thought I was muted for that. Fuck. I've been saying that all through this shit. I'm just like,
Okay, so I don't know.
You said you didn't really know big tech, and then that's why, like, when you shared shit, you didn't know how he felt about Destiny. If you didn't really know big tech or multiple other people, why are you talking to them about this shit, which is intensely personal?
Well, I talk about. I mean, you asked me sort of a similar question earlier. Why do I have no boundaries with the internet? I don't. I'm just kind of a blurter. I don't know. I guess I expect people. I mean, I don't expect the worst in people. I think. Maybe I should.
Okay,
I think I'm probably an optimist by nature.
Right? Like, you must. I mean, you kind of interacted with big tech out of like fucking nowhere. Like Max.
No, me and Big Tech had in-depth conversations where he like. I was fully bought in that he was like a Christian and that he was not really a white nationalist, like really, but was sort of just like trying to like herd in like the younger kids and make it like a more positive space so it didn't look so fucking crazy. I don't know, maybe I was duped by Big...
I'm not going to try and mind read you, but like that is wild. Like as a read
I don't think so. For someone who knew nothing of big tech other than like, especially when so many people, because we met on a panel where like a bunch of people were going at me, and big tech was like kind of fighting for me and defending me, and then would make sure I was okay afterwards and was like, you know, you're doing good, kid. Like, you know, you're on the right path. I was like, I could trust this guy. When I found out that he went to Ethan Ralph, I was so mad. I immediately messaged him and was like, what the f is your problem? I can't believe you've done this. Like, and he was like, sorry, didn't know I couldn't. Just like, I mean, he was a complete asshole about it. I feel so sad and embarrassed that I embarrassed Steven if he felt embarrassed, or you know, it was locker room talk that became public, and I feel extremely embarrassed and sorry for that. And I shouldn't have done it, but if you want to know the reason why, I just told you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to mind reading and shit. I'm just, I think that's a question worth asking.
One thing
it's a judgment question, yeah.
One thing I would add is that, you know, you keep saying that the only thing that you've done with Max is just, like, share all your logs with Steven to him. But, like, that's a pretty big deal, right?
Wait, what?
So you keep saying that the only thing you've done with Max in regards to his article on Steven is that you've shared all your logs with him. But yeah. I would say that sharing all of your logs with Steven to Max is like pretty big, right?
Yeah, but if there's nothing in there to worry about, then there's nothing in there to worry about.
I mean, it's still intensely personal, right? It's still like an intensely personal thing that you guys clearly had intimate conversations unrelated to sex, right?
Sure, and Yes, but I think that I mean, there are some things in there that are not public and probably will never be, out of me wanting to protect Steven. And I think that, like, when you're sending logs over to someone and they're trying to understand the nuances of a relationship in, like, a journalistic pursuit, which you guys can believe or not believe, when you export messages, you don't, like, go over them. I mean, it's months of messages. I'm not gonna go through them first so that I can, like, X out a couple things. I can tell him what not to put in the article. But yeah, I'm just gonna hand him over. And also, like, I have a personal relationship with Max, obviously close, and he's not going to, like, put anything in the article that I tell him not to put in the article.
Yeah, so this is what I am hearing here is that, like, you know, like this I don't know, to anybody else it would be super alarming that you would just share all these DMs with somebody after what I was trying to say earlier is that you discounted everything that he did for you out of his friendship to you, and then you've leaked all of these logs to somebody who is hell-bent on making an article that's a hit piece on him, right?
I mean, wait, Stardust, Steven has leaked a bunch of articles to his bloodthirsty fans about me.
A bunch of articles?
Or a bunch of DMs, a bunch of our logs without my consent to a bunch of bloodthirsty fans who are obsessed with hating me.
Did he do that in
what
response?
What is that? Like, come on. And then he and then he comes on and lies about something that he can't substantiate to try to get back at me. A complete fucking lie.
Weren't those leaks though? Wait a minute, guys. Weren't those leaks in response?
Okay, October 24th, 2022. Lav. First Lav mention. Okay. If only to repent for my own complicity, I began working on this project. November 10th, 2022. Destiny found out I was investigating his professional relationships and accusing him of sexual misconduct. He launched a counterattack immediately, calling me a rapist, abuser, manipulator, and narcissist on stream. Anticipating this, I begged Anna for 3 hours to give me a screenshot proving he was still sexting her. She was extremely resistant, as she felt a screenshot would be too much of a violation of Destiny's privacy and she didn't want to jeopardize her ongoing relationship with him. She suggested I go public without it, saying she would provide one if Destiny denied the claim. Fearing I'd be hung out to dry, I recruited my girlfriend and Lav to help me convince her. Oh, here we go.
Jesus. It's crazy that he thinks he looks good here. This is, like, insane.
Destiny started up the attack stream titled I'm Nuclear and began his campaign to smear and discredit me. I still have permissions in his Discord server, so I jumped onto the stream and said, "You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year." He responded, "Me and Anna don't have any problems." I said everything that he said about her is a lie, and that she never stalked him. He countered that she did stalk him, but that stopped a year ago.
Joey Whitener wrote the manifesto? Yeah, we've been talking through kind of the whole process a little bit.
Details of his personal sex life.
She told me yesterday that it was dropping today, so Max must have told a few people if she knows.
Oh my god. Okay, right. Let me just get through. We're near the end of the Anna segment. I can feel it. Okay, we're near the end of the Anna segment. We're getting there. When I kept arguing, he muted me, so I left. Anna gave me the screenshot and I tweeted it out. She would later DM Destiny. The only reason I ever showed Mr. Girl that screenshot was because he said it will help people to see that I'm not a stalker. Keep this private, okay, please, because Max scares the shit out of me. He is insanely manipulative, like holy shit. The amount of coercion he was putting on me to send him a screenshot of our sexting was insane. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Steven, yeah, I know. He's got you and Lav twisted into this idea that I'm running around sexually manipulating and abusing people on my stream. The next day, Anna DM'd me. I'm not happy that Lav broke our privacy agreement. I'm also sorry that my behavior has been two-faced. I'm scared that you're going to come after me now like Lav has. Jesus Christ, okay. I replied, no, I knew you would go back to him. You're trapped just like I am. I've been struggling to get out of his grip for a year. I'm just like you and I see that now. I've been crying all day.
Jesus Christ. Seen 200 where Reddit posted are more effective criticism? Yeah. Like I said, we'll wait for a little bit and I'll talk about it, I guess.
My clicking point, the Anna stuff, is obviously I spoke to Destiny on stream about it, and Destiny was like, what problems could come of sexting Anna? What could be the problems? And it's just like, this is like a hopeless fucking, you know, this is like a hopeless endeavor. It's like trying to argue with someone that's in the midst of a pornography addiction why maybe it's bad to consume 5 hours of pornography a day that is like the most extremist shit you can imagine.
Only 5 hours? Are you even trying at that point?
By 20 black guys or something. And it's like, yeah, maybe you need to, you know, moderate your pornography habits. What could be the problem with watching 5 hours a day of a woman getting absolutely blacked left, right, and center? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like it's pointless. Destiny is unlikely to change. You know, he loves mentally ill women. He's probably going to continue to engage with mentally ill women, despite the fact they often cause him great hardships in his life. You know, it's not something I would personally do. It's not really for me. I've been down. That being said, I've been down that road, okay, and I've dabbled a bit in some of the Discord kit and shit, okay.
Oh, Spider-Pig, thanks for gifting 10 subs.
No has Destiny done something? Like, what has Destiny done, and what should be done about it, right? And my whole problem with this has been, it feels like Destiny is clearly meeting like whatever the YouTube terms of service are, right? He's meeting whatever the terms of service are on the platforms that he broadcasts on and he puts content onto. Max wants to set up an additional layer or an additional level of like conduct or terms of service or something like that. And if you want to do that, that's fine. You can push for that, okay? Not a problem at all. But until that's in place, and I don't believe it will ever be in place personally, but you know, you're basically looking for like a HR department or something, right? Until that's in place, all you can do is say, I think people should do this, and you can live to your own standards, okay? Beyond that, I don't think you can compel a person to acquiesce to what your ethical standards are. And I certainly don't think that you can expect others to cut off ties because the person isn't acquiescing to what your ethical standards are, you know? And then on top of that as well, it's a kind of comparison to a dynamic of like a boss and an employee. And I don't think that that's truly demonstrated that exists as a solid thing that you can point to. It's much more nebulous and a lot more abstract than that, right? That is my basic position on all of this shit. In July of 2022, Melina caught Destiny having an affair. Both her and Destiny told multiple people details of the affair, making it an open secret in Destiny's community, but a secret I've nonetheless agreed to keep. At the time, Melina was extremely distraught and unstable, and sought emotional support from Darius, a small 25-year-old streamer in Destiny's community with a close friend and previous sex partner of Melina's. After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny. Okay, this is a... Is Destiny still watching? Is Destiny still watching?
Always watching.
Because this is a bit awkward, isn't it? This is a bit awkward. It's a bit fucking awkward, isn't it? It's a little bit awkward. Hey, let's talk about the intricacies of Destiny's personal sexual
Let's do it, dude. I love it.
Whilst he's listening.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, fuck it. Listen.
Why not?
If he doesn't want to listen to this, he should stop fucking freebooting my content, the little fucker, okay? Let's fucking go, come on. Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Wait, hang on, we missed a bit. We need to make sure we read every part of this, okay? After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny, and Darius would get a break from his own troubled relationship with his 23-year-old then-fiancé, Sushi. Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Just skip the section. Absolutely not. What do you take me for? According to Darius, she has also floated the idea of renting an apartment where he could live with her in exchange for doing camera work for her content creation. Darius claims that on the first night, while sharing a bed, Melina wore lingerie to sleep and pressed herself against him. Melina would later vehemently deny this occurred. Darius had bought 2 MDMA doses to Austin, which he and Melina had planned to take together, but he first warned her that he might become infatuated with her once the drug took effect. Melina found this discourse off-putting and abruptly told him to leave Austin. Darius flew home the same day. Upon returning, he found out he was being fired from his job. Now it was his turn to confess suicidal feelings to Melina. But she replied only to ask him about the bag of shrooms he'd left in Austin, ignoring his request for help.
Jesus.
At one point, Darius wanted to stop himself, but he kept changing his mind by the time he'd retrieved a knife. He started keeping knives within arm's reach. Sushi urged him to go to the hospital, but he refused. On top of everything else, Darius's new puppy, sick with parvovirus, whatever that is, needed an emergency surgery that would cost up to $10,000. Paying for it was out of the question, so Darius started a GoFundMe and asked for donations on Twitter. Hey guys, I'm very saddened to announce that my dog needs an emergency surgery today or she won't make it. If any oilers out there see this and have empathy and compassion to donate, I'd really appreciate it. I'll get your name tattooed or do anything you want within reason. I'm really at my last breaking point. On August 26, 2022, Trainwrecks, a successful and famously generous Twitch streamer, gave Darius the $10,000. Darius tweeted,
Trainwreck
I could
shout out.
fucking cry, bro. Thank you, Trainwreck's TV and everyone who donated to help. I lost so much ducking much this month, and if I lost her, I legit don't know what headspace I'd be in. 5 minutes away from euthanizing her at the vet, and Trainwrecks comes out of nowhere. 14 minutes later, Melina posted in Destiny's public chat, that dog will get sick again. I could call him a fucking moron and save his money for the other shot he has issues with in life that he fucked up, and not on a fucking dog. Spending 10k on a 5-month-old dog when you're not financially stable is something someone has to say no to. Maybe comes off a dick, but it's the truth. I mean, this is just true.
Uh-oh.
I agree with this.
Chad is working overtime for me right now. Thank you.
You know, I think that emotional appeals are often used to mask, like, what is a logical kind of conclusion that's cruel. Do you see what I mean? You know? It's like, imagine if there was like some fucking old granny on their deathbed, and it's like there's a 40% chance they're gonna live, but you're gonna have to pay, you know, loads of money to put them into care, right? And it's like, right, well, I would turn the life machine support off, and then they die, and then that problem is solved. Or alternatively, there's a 40% chance they live, we keep them going, but then we gotta pay for a fucking care home. I'd switch it off. I don't fucking... Sorry, Grams. Sorry, Grams. You've had your 90 years. Bleep. See you later. Like, what the fuck? Obviously, and in this case, it's different. It's a fucking dog. You know, animals are like... What moral consideration of fucking animals were there? It's cold and it's harsh, but it is true. What is it they say? Comforting lies versus harsh truths. That's the thing. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? Yeah, I bet you say that. Oh, you're not a pet owner, Chud. Yeah, as you bite into a fucking hamburger.
Oh,
yeah.
the
You've
Destiny
got a fucking
argument.
genocide of cows feeding your meat diet. Oh, but the poor dog. They fucking eat dogs in China, okay? In China, this dog would be on the fucking dinner plate by the end of the day, okay? So miss me with that shit straight away. Anyway, let's continue on. I don't want to get into a fucking ethical argument right now. Let's just continue on, okay? Right.
Good marching orders, Chad.
August 27th, 2022. Talking to his audience, Destiny announced that he would not publicly discuss Melina's comments about the dog because people are way too fucking emotionally attached to fucking animals.
Yeah, I am attached to fucking
In 2017, Destiny posted a video called My Early Life Was Really Bizarre, in which he described his grandmother repeatedly buying and euthanizing dogs for no reason.
Jesus Christ.
Two of whom he remembers being particularly attached to. To Destiny's great sadness, his father was unable to convince his grandmother to spare them.
Do you think Max is done now? I think so. But we'll talk about after this, I guess. Yeah.
Why is that? What's the point of that bit?
We don't know, Joe.
I've got no idea. Anyway, 30 seconds after Destiny's refusal to discuss the issue publicly, Darius joined the stream. He angrily told Destiny that he was not upset by Melina's lack of sentimentality about the dog, but by her coldness towards him. As Darius made the case, Tabor Pepper, an NFL player and fan of Destiny's, joined a conversation to mock him and blame him for the dog's sickness, saying, dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting parvo, you fucking idiot. You're retarded, you're retarded.
Tabor, what the fuck?
Okay. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demanded Darius. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demeaned Darius, who became increasingly agitated. I think the worst thing I did here was try, and then you guys are like shitting on me for it. Are you telling me I should just have fucking sat there and kicked the bucket? I should just fucking sat there and kick the bucket and just let myself fucking die. It's like I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Tabor smugly asked, did you get pet insurance after she contracted parvo from the kennel? Stephen laughed again as Darius gave a stumbling explanation about how Sushi's employer provided insurance and not yet kicked in. Egged on by Stephen's mirth, Tabor gave a rundown of Darius' past financial failures while the audience mocked him. Jesus. Melina typed in the audience chat, I didn't fuck him or date him, so he f***ed in mad omega lol.
Not cool, Melina.
Darius yelled, you stupid sped. Unironically, you should have killed yourself the day you had the chance. And a minute later, I have done enough to not give a fuck, and honestly. Tabor, worried he was about to out the identity of Stephen's mistress, cut him off. Oh my god. I didn't watch any of this drama, so this is all new to me. I'm like, fucking, let's go. Where's the popcorn? Tabor, slow down, take a couple of breaths. Let's calm down, chill. Stephen, I'm just trying not to get caught in the crossfire right now. Tabor, let's not say stuff. Stephen, if you want to fight with Melina, that's cool. Darius, I'm not going to leak any of your stuff. Stephen, okay, never mind then, go off, King. Fuck me. I didn't realize it was such a hotbed of like personal shit as well as the... I thought it was just a dog thing. I didn't realize it was all this fucking weird personal shit as well and all these weird dynamics. Fuck me. Jesus. Anyway, let's continue on. Melina joined the call and traded jabs with Darius until he eventually calmed down and said sadly, what I expect from you is to like care at all. Melina replied that she didn't want to interact with him anymore, explaining, most of your messages really has been, I'm going to kill myself, and for real, I've had friends call me about you. Several friends told me that you're going to kill yourself. I didn't want to be involved or interact. Darius said, I thought the level of care was reciprocated after I sat there with you for multiple months, days, and weeks about fucking this whole shit with Stephen and you talking about even killing yourself. Stephen laughed at this and said, got a lot of suicidal people on the call right now. Everybody needs to chill out a bit. He then asked for a timeline of the events of the weekend in Austin and moderated as they argued about who had made sexual advances on whom. Look at this from Dan as well. With Dan tossing in bombs such as, he said verbatim there was a lot of crotch rubbing going on. And the... What a fucking farmer, man. I get called a farmer and Dan's doing shit like this. Jesus, man. The ass to crotch pipeline, that is highly sexual stuff. How does a man with an open relationship have a mistress? In an open relationship, you still have boundaries, and if you don't meet those boundaries, then that's often seen as cheating, right? But listen, I don't fucking look. When Darius read aloud a DM in which he'd asked Melina if she wanted him to leave Austin or stay, Stephen got tired of playing with his food and went in for the kill. Projecting nuanced curiosity, Stephen laid out what I believe was the real reason for the stream. Like Bob 7 before him, Stephen thought Darius had tried to destroy his marriage.
What? No? What? I don't think I've ever made that claim about Darius ever.
I'll read on.
I've said this in the past and I'll say it again. Melina probably disagrees now, but Darius is generally like pretty chill and fairly respectful. A lot of the shit that he does is memes. He's a little bit creepy, weird sometimes. No, I say creepy, but like he memes really hard on like Twitter. But I don't think Darius has ever in his entire life done anything, even remotely, to try to like fuck me over or do anything like that. I wasn't listening to this, or I wasn't streaming from the beginning of this, so like a lot of what this stuff is just it's just wrong. Max is just like making it. He didn't fact check any of the stuff he's talking about in this, but
like. Isn't Darius like chill now? DGG have been watching Darius's.
Darius has never tried to like destroy my life or
like
anything
right?
like that.
Like obviously there's a lot of tension. Like look, putting aside the memes and the jokes, there's clearly a lot of tension on this stream, based on the read. Obviously I need to watch it to have a final conclusion. That's being generated by these personal dynamics of play that maybe people even in the audience don't know about. Right? Okay. But this read of it seems like, I don't know, man. Like, surely if Destiny wanted to destroy Darius, he could more easily do it than Bob 7 because Darius hasn't even got a presence or anything like that. It just seems like there's a lot of weird personal shit going on that people aren't aware of, and it's kind of been mixed up with making content and stuff like that, you know? So, I don't know, it just... Without seeing the stream, I can't say for sure, but this feels like a bit of a kind of like an excessive read on what's going on.
Yeah, you
but
think
anyway,
Max, an excessive read? No.
Dan urged Sushi to join the call, and she did. She was furious with Melina for mocking Darius while he was in need of help. Sushi and Melina had also previously had a sexual relationship.
What about my sexual relationship with Sushi? That doesn't get mentioned? I don't even get a shout out?
Why is everyone fucking? Why is everyone fucking? What is going on?
Okay.
Making things even more complicated. Sushi reprimanded her. The polite thing to do would be to message him and say, I don't think we're friends anymore. That's a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just... Are you accusing me of being jealous? Is that serious? God, the fucking DGG brain rot runs deep in this chat today, it seems. Anyway, that's a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just reach out to him first. That would be the polite thing to do in that instance. Melina replied, yeah, I don't care that much. Sushi, I don't feel the need to do any of this type of shit publicly. Oh, you mean me, that's fine. The only reason I'm here now is because I feel like Melina is trying to act a certain way that isn't true to her character. And she's trying to act like, oh, I'm just so, I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, but behind the scenes, she's such a fucking bitch. Sure, then that's fair. You said your piece. Okay, Darius, bye, guys. Fuck you, Melina. Tabor, have fun with that, Darius. Stephen. I'd ushered Darius out so that he and the other 2 millionaires, Dan and Tabor, could host a dating advice show. As of this writing, the dog is healthy and happy.
Can I, without doing a full criticism of this yet, so one of the difficult things that I go through when I'm writing, I'm almost tempted to rewrite this. I won't, because I'm way too lazy. But, one of the things that is really challenging when you go to write a manifesto is I think I showed in one where I show you like the little stages that I do when I go to write things. The first part that you do is like what do they call it in grade school? Is it brainstorming? It's where you just write down a bunch of things that are related to the topic before you even make your first outline. There's a really good saying, and I don't know what the saying is, but it has to do with like sometimes it's more important what you don't say rather than what you do say. If you're trying to take somebody down, it's very important to have the most important part is you need a consistent narrative, a consistent theme, a story that you're trying to tell, and every single point that you include needs to be in service to reinforcing that piece of dialogue. Or that narrative. Is there something called Chekhov's gun or something? Or what's the name? There's like a movie name for this where like if you see like a gun in one scene, it's because somebody's killing somebody with it in the next scene or something. Or it might be a book or something, a book term or something. But if Max wanted to do this effectively, he needed to focus on like 2 or 3 stories, and you need to weave them way more effectively. He's I won't get into my focus tonight. He's a really bad writer, which is surprising to me because I've thought about like he's got a whole bunch of old blogs and shit that he'd written where he writes a little bit more artistically, I guess, but maybe he can't do like formal persuasive writing or whatever. But this writing is so bad, which is surprising to me. But I don't know. We'll get into it later.
Sexting Anna. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's other things as well.
If you want like a tip, if you're a high schooler listening to me, DM me. No, I'm just kidding. If you're a high schooler listening to me, if you're an English person listening to me, if you're ever writing an essay and you find that you're using huge blocks of quotes, you almost for sure need to go back. You need to axe the huge block, and you need to find a way to more effectively synthesize what the writer is saying into your writing. And at most, use a spot quote or two. Like, whenever you're having huge chunks of text being quoted, you're probably not doing an effective job at conveying whatever you're trying to argue. That's like a rough guideline. It's not always true, but like it's a rough guideline. Yeah, it's generally not an effective way to convey an idea.
I'm sure there's a very interesting conversation happening. The D in DGG stands for degenerate true. On August 25th, 2022, Merrick DeVille, a previous sexual partner of Destiny, quote tweeted a video of Destiny jokingly asking Nick Fuentes, does Israel count as a right-wing terrorism? Fuentes had come over to Destiny's house for an in-person stream that disturbed many, including me. Merrick captioned the video, I'm owed so many apologies lol, in reference to a previous argument she'd had whether Destiny was truly becoming friendly with Fuentes. 2 weeks earlier, Merrick had attempted suicide. While she was in hospital, without her knowledge, a partner created a GoFundMe to cover the $4,000 bill for the week-long stay. Well aware of this, Destiny said the following in response to Merrick's tweet about Fuentes. There's something profoundly sad, not just with the victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with the people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me.
True.
I mean, is he wrong?
Nope.
If I attempted to kill myself, well, first of all, if I attempted to kill myself, it wouldn't be a fucking attempt, okay? I'd be successful on the first time. Fucking, I'd get a gun out, put it in my mouth and pull the trigger. I'd be immediately dead, okay? Number one. Number two, if I somehow failed, I've got to be honest with you, I would not go onto Twitter, and I wouldn't, you know, if I was to do a stream after just I'd probably just play video games and not talk about any drama. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, listen guys, obviously I feel ashamed that I failed, so I'm just going to play video games for a couple of weeks, okay? Like, I don't know, I just would not want to get ingratiated with any sort of drama because I'd be recovering from that and stuff. So, you know, is it worded harshly? There's obviously some stuff here that's mean, sure. It's worded in a very harsh manner, certainly. But I think fundamentally the point of, like, if you have got mental issues, you know, engaging in parts of the internet where it's going to be toxicity is probably not a good idea. I wonder if there's much of a burden to the people around them as they seem. Do they even have the wherewithal to realise how fucked up a situation they're putting everyone around them in? Do they care? Or maybe they just need another 4K, who knows, good luck. 2 days later, streamer named Bryce mockingly brought up the situation on a panel with Destiny, Nossa Erudite, and Sock Darling, who was friendly with Merrick. Bryce, you made a good point that when somebody has I think it was like a recent suicide attempt, maybe they should take a break or a hiatus from social media. My God. Sock Darling. Maybe we should take a different topic. I feel that's a little bit far off from our topic at hand. Well, I mean, I still think it's pretty reasonable because people usually dump everything that's going on in their life and start a GoFundMe. Destiny started to laugh and be like, oh my God, all this bad shit is happening to me. I need to start a GoFundMe and all this stuff. So I think that's kind of linked. It's kind of relevant. Hold on. Do you know the backdrop for any of this? Nossa Erudite started to laugh. Vaguely, but not really. Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Erudite. What do you think about that? Nossa Erudite laughing. What? No, do not blank to me. Okay, Sock Darling, go. Me and Kai have dominated the conversation. One of you need to fucking contribute, okay? What the fuck do you mean? I've been fighting with Kai about evolution. I'm shy. Okay, well that's cool. So it's like a typical 2-parent household where the women do none of the work. Gotcha. Yeah, gotta bring in the money for us. I, for one, support gay dads. How do you feel about people using their trauma to raise money on a GoFundMe? True. Why is it on me? Well, I said thumbs down. Carla said thumbs down. What do you say? What do you say? I said thumbs down, not good. I don't know. I think people, if someone needs the money, they should be able to raise money. That wasn't the question. Should people trauma dump and then raise money off of it on Twitter? That's the question. I don't think you should trauma dump. I don't think you should trauma dump, no. I think the whole point of including some of this stuff is Max is attempting to build up like a pattern of behaviour to say that Destiny is engaging in like these practices with various different people, you know. I was just being a dickhead on the internet. I don't know. At Chudlogic, your mother a hoe. Okay, good one. Right, let's continue. Oh, also Omniside. Okay, Omniside. I have seen your postings. Okay, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being a Chud Nation supporter. Okay, right. Let's continue on. Denims and Little Fox. In 2019, Denims and Little Fox were both small female streamers in their early 20s who had sexting relationships with Destiny and were featured on his streams. Little Fox also had sex with both Destiny and Melina in September 2019.
Is that public? Or is he just outing that? I don't even remember. I don't know. I don't remember if it's
After
public or not.
TwitchCon, Denims had planned to stay in Destiny and Melina's apartment in Los Angeles. Destiny gave Denims instructions for letting herself and a friend from Destiny's community into the apartment, which he always left unlocked. Denims. Wait, there's someone in chat. This is basically someone made it. There was some psyop of someone called Chud's Revenge that was posting stupid shit in Mr. Girl's Discord. Now someone in chat is called Mr. Girl's Revenge, and it says, "Just wait for the second article. You will regret this."
Jesus.
That's a fucking banging meme. Anyway. Okay. Denims and a friend had sex on Destiny and Melina's bed. Upon arriving, Destiny became concerned that Denim's friend had spent time around his unlocked computer, and Melina was upset they had sex on a bed, so they were no longer welcome to stay in Destiny's apartment. Later in the week, Little Fox let herself into Destiny's apartment to charge her phone early in the morning. She had left the charger there the previous day, and everyone inside the apartment was asleep. After seeing Denims acknowledge on a stream that things were generally tense, Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. That is a pretty big claim.
Wait, did I ever
anything
say
to
that?
back that assertion up at all?
I'd fully recorded a huge call I had with
Or is
both
that
of them
just
the night
his-
before.
I mean, look. Listen, I'll tell you a little secret, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, right?
Did you think that? One thing that I thought, it's kind of true. One thing that I thought was that it looked kind of bad that I invited, there were like two girls that had planned to come back with me and Melina, and one of them had been like fucking a fan of mine in my bed, and the whole situation got so fucking weird. I was like, listen, like you guys can't stay here anymore. And I thought, like, I wonder if there's a way, in the worst way, that somebody could spin this where it's like, oh, like you invited these girls over and then when they didn't want to fuck you, kick them out. That was like a personal thought. I don't know if I ever said it publicly, but I wasn't like truly worried about like any claim of it because I still have a full recording where I spoke with both of them about everything that had happened. And they both agreed, obviously. It's not like there's any like facts of the matter that are disagreed upon here. I wasn't worried about them like dropping a rape claim or some shit. I just thought it looked kind of weird. Or it could look weird if you don't know what's going on.
I didn't have any content to watch and I was just sat there not knowing what to do, twiddling my thumbs, okay? Someone linked me Destiny's coverage of this drama and I started watching it, okay? At the time, me and Denims were still on good terms, right? So I watched it on stream, right? We do not care, keep reading. Okay, well if you don't care, we'll go and read the article yourself then, you fucking retard, okay? Okay, right, there we go. Let's just fucking time these fuckers out. Get out of it. Get out of it. Okay, so I watched this drama between Destiny and Denims of Destiny's side, right? And I was like, fuck me, this sounds a bit crazy. But I didn't really understand what was going on. And whilst watching it, Denims messaged me this really angry message. And at the time, I was on my, keep all the bridges alive as best as possible, right? I was on, keep it alive as best as possible. So I was like, she was like, I can't believe you're doing this to me, and was really mad at me. I was like, shit. So I stopped watching the stream. And after I finished the stream, I spoke to her directly in a private call, without going into the details of it. But she basically said, there's another side to the story, and she linked me a document. She linked me a document which I didn't bother reading. It was a bit boring, and I didn't really care that much about it. But we managed to like maintain a sense of camaraderie. Or
what was the other? What could the other side of that story possibly
later
be?
on, she ended up unfollowing me and disassociating from me because I think I criticised her for a take about the Asan, freebooting content shit. Anyway, that's besides the point. So the point I wanted to make is that, because when Mr. Go had asked me about this, I said that with the Denim stuff, I was like, well, I've seen the cop video about it, but then, Denim's has got another side of the story, so I don't really know what the truth of this drama is, right? I don't know what's true, I don't know what actually happened. I've got no fucking clue. So I'm reading this, and I'm like, I know that there was this thing that happened, there was some issue, there was some concern, I don't know exactly what it was, but the point I'm trying to make in saying all of this is, even with all of that being said, I don't know where this is coming from. That Destiny was worried that there would be an accusation of sexual coercion. And on top of that, I do not recall Denims relaying to me
That
that
there
she
was
thought
like
that
any.
either.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever. A
So,
thing.
you know, I'm a bit like, where's that coming from? Wait, is that what's being used to reach this interpretation?
Wait, what interpretation? What did I miss?
What was it you said about it earlier? Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. I mean, is this not like a pretty reasonable concern? I feel like
He literally just said what
the
you
way
said
it's
earlier.
worded
Oh, yeah.
makes it sound way fucking worse than what Destiny is actually saying. He makes it sound like in
Like I
saying
actually
it,
raped them.
that Destiny's doing something
Yeah.
that would be indicative that is going to lead to that outcome. But really, what's being said here is like a pretty reasonable assessment of what's going on, right? I don't know, it just, the way it's worded sounds way worse than what the actual words here are saying to me. He read a chat message aloud. Are you going to learn from this mistake or keep fucking mentally handicapped women?
It's mentally ill women, not mentally handicapped women.
Who was that chatter? Someone find me that chatter. If that's you, you're fucking based and correct, okay? Correct. Good call. Good call. Good call, okay? Great fucking take. Listen, all the older women are either non-existent or unavailable emotionally, or they're in a relationship. You read another message. Destiny, you can't say it makes them look so bad and then claim the high road by not saying it. You just made them look just as bad as if you said it. No, I'm not. Trust me on that one. Here we go. White Nervosa. White Nervosa, a small trans streamer, started talking to Destiny in November 2017.
I just learned today that White Nervosa is trans. I had no fucking idea. I don't know if that was public knowledge, or if everybody knew, or if she's like a trans woman or like non-binary. I had no idea, but okay.
When she was 25 and he was 28. Between then and July 2018, they exchanged over 2,000 DMs.
Oh,
White
fuck,
Nervosa
do you
did not
not
appear on
know?
camera for streams.
I don't know.
He
Did she
told
talk
Destiny
about
she
it?
was trans. When he asked her height and she told him she was 5'11", he replied, "But any of the guys you dated smaller than you, 5'11" is pretty damn tall." I'm of the opinion that, for most of their DMing relationship, Destiny did not know that White Nervosa was trans.
True. I just learned today.
Has there ever been any claims that Destiny did bad shit with White Nervosa? This is literally the first I'm hearing about this. Is the idea that Destiny didn't know she was trans and then wasn't interested when he realised because he hates trans people or something? I don't know. Okay. Also, listen, I need to be completely transparent here, okay? Obviously, I've got my marching orders from the big man. I have been sent this, okay? Also, what is this? How is this bit? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Oh, so White Nervosa sends me screenshots. So Mr. Girl says that I was like flirting hard with her. But she sent me the screenshots of like what he was going through her logs. I don't think I ever flirted with or hit on White Nervosa ever. We just never, even from the very beginning, we just never had that type of like back and forth. But like but she used to bother me for hosts relentlessly. That was like her thing. Like I think she even joked about it in chat, like I'm gonna get him a host me. And so I made a comment of like, she said, my time slots when you're done streaming. I said, I have no idea, but I'll hook you up with that fat throbbing host when I finish. And then, so Mr. Girl says, okay, thank you. If you have any other links, let me know. Any idea what this conversation would have been about? And then LOLC, this is the type of thing I was talking about. The direct sexualization of him helping your career. It's okay. I think I have enough without you answering about the conversation. And I'm like, okay. But when he says that I flirted with White Nervosa, he's including things like that. That's what he's talking about.
Destiny just sent me this a little while ago. Okay, thank you. If you have other links, let me know. White Nervosa started a call that lasted 80 minutes. Any idea what this conversation would have been about? My time slot. When you're done streaming. Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you up with that fat throbbing host when I finish. The Rizzler. Lolc, this is the type of thing I was talking about. Pardon, let me take a look. The direct sexualization of him helping your career. It's okay, I didn't have enough without you answering about the call. I thought they fell out for other reasons. I thought it was for political reasons that they were falling out. But anyway.
Well, no, it wasn't political. It was from the weird Bosch stuff.
Let's continue.
I think.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I don't think we had it. I don't think we had a formal falling. I think we just stopped talking to each other just over time.
The day after they started chatting regularly, Destiny explained his needs for sexual compatibility in a relationship. On December 2nd, Destiny asked for a picture of White Nervosa's tattoo. White Nervosa obliged him with a close-up of her shoulder. On December 22nd, White Nervosa asked to be added to Destiny's auto-host list on Twitch. Hosting a stream means that their stream will appear at a place of yours while you're offline. A host of Destiny was a big help to a small Twitch streamer. Over the next several months, White Nervosa would occasionally appear on Destiny's stream for various debates and discussions. January 7th, 2018. White Nervosa. I'm flattered I'm apparently a part of the official harem now, but my two qualities are who tier, which is understandable, and then for people who like me, functioning sociopath with a stable job and 2 friends, but you find yourself fantasizing about torturing animals. So let's play PUBG sometime again in the morning, buddy, or debate or CSGO. Yeah, boy, you're the smartest Harem member so far, so good job. They spoke regularly about Destiny hosting White Nervosa's channel, including his exchange on March 17th. White Nervosa, my time slot, when are you done streaming? Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you with that fat throbbing host when I finish. Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
What? I feel like we're starting to reach stretching territory.
We never traded a nude, we never sexted, I don't even think we've seen each other in real life, ever.
Destiny's engagement dropped off in spring. He no longer initiated conversations and replied to White Nervosa once every week or two with a... I don't know what that's supposed to be. On July 10th, White Nervosa finally showed her face on stream. Despite many overtures from White Nervosa, Destiny was done talking to her and would only ever send 10 more messages. One of the messages was him refusing to let White Nervosa join his Minecraft server. The last DMs were April 2019. I included this story to show that for whatever reason, Destiny's career assistance dropped off, along with his sexual interest in White Nervosa. Does this demonstrate a sexual interest, really? This is like a sexual themed joke that is at absolute worst, like mild flirting, but that is like... Yeah, this seems like a massive stretch. And this, I mean, some of this stuff is mental. Like, I'm of the opinion that for the most part of their DMing relationship, Destiny and White Nervosa was trans. Why mention that? So is it that he wasn't interested anymore because they're trans? Was it that they're not interested anymore because of a sexual thing? I just don't know. Like, okay,
that's what he's trying to sell,
let's cut to the chase here, okay? Would Destiny fuck?
Which is strange because I haven't had sex with a real life trans person yet, but like I've sex with traded shit with trans people. Like that's not like out of bounds for me. That's not like a. It's like it's so weird like that he's playing. Like, oh yeah, I found out he was trans. I wasn't interested. Like what? Why would I not be interested? It doesn't make sense.
A trans person. Yes or no? Has Destiny fucked a trans person? Like I could imagine Destiny having sex with a trans person, right? Not literally, but just as a concept. So I don't really know why Destiny would like not be interested because they're trans. God, this is a bit bleak, isn't it? White Nervosa. I honestly didn't expect White Nervosa to come up, and with such a limited. Oh, here we go. With such like a limited situation too.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Anyway, come on, let's crack on.
Wait, is this working?
Fuck me, man. Oh. Okay, right, guys. I just want to remind everyone. I am sat here, and I'm basically the main reader. Okay, I am the main reader of this information right now. And my reading is being used and abused. I'm being raped over my reading right now, okay?
And?
So, I'm gonna need a bit of money. This is the $1,500 stream. If you want to support me, you can do so via super chats, memberships, or alternatively, you can just put cold hard cash in my pocket directly there, okay? Every single dollar you give me is $1 in the membership fund. And when you hit a certain amount, I'll be your close personal friend until I die, okay? Vosh. Vaush. Now, a sizable leftist streamer. Vaush started out as a Destiny fan in the early 2010s and came up through Destiny's community. In 2019, Vosh was accused of sexually harassing a woman in Destiny's community over DMs, who would later own this and apologise. Oh my god! That is such bullshit, man. Listen, I'm not here to fucking shit on Vosh for the poppy stuff, okay? But this is like an insane framing of what happened, right? Jeez. This is a fucking very generous framing to Vosh of what happened. As if he just like, after a great fucking effort, after all this drama, after him trying to fucking denigrate the person, there's messages on his Discord of him saying crazy shit. Like, the idea that he did end up on it. Yeah, after a great fucking deal of effort and issues, yes, that happened. Anyway, at the time of the accusation, Vosh had been gaining popularity in Destiny's community for being further left-leaning than Destiny. The schism would eventually lead to Destiny banning all leftists, those who are more loyal to Vosh than himself. Destiny read the DMs between Vosh and the victim aloud on stream, but concealed the identity of the accused harasser by displaying redacted screenshots. By the end, many in the audience had figured it out, and Destiny gleefully revealed that it was Vosh. Within minutes, Vosh joined the stream in a panic, asking what the fuck is going on. Destiny laughed again and banned him. What? That's not what happened at all! What is he on about? That's not what happened at all! That is a completely ridiculous framing of what happened. What? Jesus Christ. I actually watched this the other day, but I can't remember why. I think it came as a recommended video and I just watched it. What actually happened was, Destiny went over the logs and was kind of criticising it. Vosh came on and tried to defend himself, despite the fact it was pretty clear that this looked like it was probably sexual harassment. And then they kind of argued about it. And at that point, Vosh wasn't even calling it sexual harassment. He was still trying to like hardcore defend himself. So yeah, I think this is a very generous framing to Vosh, and it doesn't take into account the fact that after this happened, does he mention the fact that Destiny took the video down? As Vosh was kind of growing as a streamer, Destiny ended up taking the video down off of his channel so as not to like hurt Vosh's career. He didn't want to fuck Vosh's career over completely.
True.
Does he mention that? That's pretty important, I would have thought. Anyway, The relationship survived until 2020, when Destiny said in a stream debate about Carl Rittenhouse, the rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 PM, then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop and needed to stop a long time ago.
True.
Bosch's roommate and his partner at the time called for Destiny to be deplatformed for comments. Twitch didn't ban Destiny, but they did departner him, leading to a significant loss of his income. On a September 12th stream, Destiny said, I'm going to be a little bit more forceful here, I guess, since I usually let people walk all over me. I can't imagine like how much of a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to be to let a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around talking about spam reporting me, when like I've given you an audience, I've given you a platform, you literally like ripped off my whole website code off to start your shit, and your entire community witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you just stand by like, oh well, I told them to stop, I don't care. I didn't realise Mr. Girl was such a big Vosh fan. It's honestly wild to me as well that Vosh, you know, absolutely hauled Mr. Girl over the coals over his pedo android debate shit, and yet here he is giving this insanely generous. I'm not saying you have to shit on Bosch, but you could at least give a bit more of a reasonable fucking explanation of what happened. And the other problem with this part too is if you don't explain the things that Destiny did in order to help Bosch in the early days, right? This makes him look insane. This makes him look a bit insane, possibly, because you're thinking, well, why is Destiny going so hard on this? Well, he's going hard because he feels like he's done a lot to help Bosch out in his career. Only for when, you know, people in his life are shitting on him, he's kind of like going, well, nothing I can do, when they're like directly calling for his deplatforming using their social media profiles. Very disingenuous, you know, representation of what actually happened there. And again, if Max had just, you know, this could have all been avoided, let's put it that way. No need for a fucking this insane interpretation of events. It could have all been laid out and clearly what happened, and people make their own mind up. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue on. Okay, now we've got some assorted stories. Oh god, let's continue on. Let's go. Anonymous. A severely mentally ill woman sexted Destiny. Well, that doesn't really fucking narrow it down, does it? Jesus Christ, that could be literally thousands of women. When she said something that unnerved him, he called her out by name on stream and blocked her. She asked not to be named, and for details to be vague out of fear of retaliation.
What? Who is this?
Two anonymous female streamers, one struggling with mental health issues, the other not, both sexted with Destiny and were occasionally featured on his stream. Are these the fucking damning cases that were being teased? Just... anonymous people that, you know, we're not going to be able to tell who they are, so we can't even check the veracity of what's going on. We've just got to take their word for it and take their version of events. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, what a letdown. Bad Bunny, a female streamer who had a sexual relationship with Destiny. I hate hearing his name now. It just riles up so many negative feelings for me, so many negative feelings of humiliation, of just defending him for so long, then just having him consistently never defend me and just shit on me.
Oh my god, what a lie.
Okay. Again, I feel like we're not taking into account the fact that there are instances of like Bad Bunny saying some insane shit and Destiny going to... Didn't he try and defend her over the Black Bi shit or something? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the lack of defense came about after they had like some sort of political schism or something. But anyway, there's a lot of Destiny viewers that will just sit in my chat and just wait to clip things I say to report to him. Really? Does that happen? I can't remember the last time I saw Destiny look at a Bad Bunny clip. Maybe she just never says anything retarded anymore. And then I'll watch them on stream and he'll chuckle and say something rude about me, and then I'll move on and they'll go have a fucking field day and then proceed to rant about me about how I'm a horrible toxic individual on the subreddit. These posts don't get deleted because freedom of speech, but the Trainwrecks posts get deleted. Anyway, let's just fucking get through this. Trihex, a former friend and podcast host of Destiny. The relationship fell apart when Trihex, who is black, confronted Destiny on a stream about his defense of using the N-word in certain contexts. When Destiny responded coldly, Trihex cried. In an October 2019 Reddit post lashing out at several of his enemies, Destiny wrote, "Now what in the flying fuck changed so hard that you were literally so upset about my usage of the N-word with a hard R that you literally just offended a few weeks before, in front of me on a podcast against someone saying it was dehumanizing? How did you go from verbalizing my arguments with crystal clear accuracy to crying on a podcast to make me look like the literal fucking hellspawn of the earth?
True.
Why are you complaining that you have to take a break from streaming because you're so upset with an incredibly public position that I've held and defended for years, even in front of you?
True.
Why the fuck is your girlfriend dogpiling on the tweet about me now too? Why are you acting so emotional about this and claiming you cleaned up and changed your act completely when you still use ableist slurs like retarded publicly and mine other Twitch chats? Or threatening to make Jew jokes, or literally quoting Uncle Ruckus by saying, and I quote, niglet, which is exactly the context I'm arguing for. It's amazing to me that's all it took were a few USSR larpers whispering in your ear to turn against me. And then you have the nerve to confront me publicly and ask how our friendship means so little to me. When you 180'd your position from less than a month ago because a group of lefty dumbfucks are telling you that I'm the devil incarnate.
True.
And then you expect me to empathise with the position while you have the entire internet rallied behind you with LSF threads hitting the front page of Reddit shitting on me in every aspect of my personality.
True.
Fuck that, I've cancelled the podcast. I don't care if you want to continue or not. What kind of fucked up background do you think I come from where I'd ever deal with such a dysfunctional one-sided relationship?
True. Damn, where did this Destiny go?
Again, I just can't help but shake this feeling. This is just like Soy Kiwi Farms, documenting all the bad things that Destiny's ever done. You know, it's... Do you know what this is? This is the CDO of allegations, right? You're putting together... This is the CDO thing again, right? Where you're putting together all of these different things into one so you can point to it and go, look at that. Look at that. Look at that there. And it's like, well, hang on a minute. You got some old drama between him and Tri-X over the N-word usage that was solved ages ago. Why have you got that in there? You know? The next segment. Oh my God, I can't wait for the next segment. There is no other segment. This is the segment. This is the segment. Me reading this article is the segment today. There is no other segment. There is no escape. There is nothing else happening today. I am reading this article. And if you don't like it, I advise you go and find something else to do, okay? A subreddit post about the incident titled, "It's actually so fucking sad that Tri-Hex is looking like this entire show, and Destiny still jokes about the N-word joke drama," was removed by the mods after receiving 1,300 upvotes. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Here we go. This is the one you've all been waiting for. This is it. This is the segment you've all been waiting for. The Lav segment. Black Dow, thanks for the super chat. You're the first person I've thanked in ages. It's been crazy today. Keep them coming.
How are you doing today, sir?
In November 2021, Lav was a 23-year-old musician, TikToker, adult content creator, and aspiring streamer. She introduced herself to Steven via Instagram DM, telling him she liked the sound of his voice and that she discovered him through his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, ah ha ha ha. I do politics and games and shit, that's not my normal content." Well, I mean, about that claim, I've got to be honest with you. That is rated as 3 Pinocchios. Let's just continue. They kept in touch, but Lav didn't start streaming in earnest until June 2022, when she called into my stream to talk about relationships. She also told me she was retiring from OnlyFans. I told her she was manipulative and I didn't believe she would really retire. Based take from Max. This is the last based take that Max had on Lav, and he was right about this and I was wrong. I trusted Lav and she let me. I needed her to destroy the OnlyFans, not join it again. He was based for this, okay? She was taken aback, but I went even further, telling her I would not allow her on my stream unless she stuck with her plan to retire from sex work, as I believe she was self-harming and didn't want to help her advertise it. After a few contentious months, we became good friends with me in a mentor role.
I like how he didn't
2022.
explain how that reconnection
Steven
happened.
DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which
Base. Necessary details, by the way. Definitely pads out the article in a responsible way. Oh shit, my shit is lagging.
Okay. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Steven replied, "Lamau. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." August 2nd, 2022, Lav and Steven talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterwards, she DM'd him. "I really like talking with you. Thanks. Now I'll feel less bad bugging you for feet pics."
Behesh.
Okay, we need to just... Let's just... Stop. Enough. Stop it. Ah.
I can't do anything about my shit lagging right now.
Anyway, let's
go
continue.
after a while.
Pleasure doing business. Based. Welcome to the Orbiter Club. Lav part. August 6, 2022. Steven told Lav that he cheated on Melina and had fallen in love with the other woman, but she'd recently ended their affair. This keeps coming up, man. Oh my God, what the fuck? It's so funny as well. Everyone knows about this at this point, right? It's literally a completely open secret, isn't it? Anyway. Steven, it was just a relationship thing that was massively escalating over like 5 months, and I was ready to end marriage over thing. Lav, geez, I hope you and Melina take at least a break. It'll be so hard to pick up where you left off.
Oh, we're on 10 minutes. Thanks for the 10 episodes, buddy.
Steven, it's okay. The Melina stuff is fine. I can pick that up again. Just have to recover from the last
memes, live laugh, love dank memes.
Oh. Again, another edit. Another edit begins. Right, let's scroll back to about a quarter of the way down to where I am. Here we go.
Jesus
there we go.
Christ. Only the game is lagging? Yeah, it's my NDI
I think what I'm
connection
going
to
to do,
my
otherwise I'm going to be here literally all night, okay? This is, I don't know, man. Like, look, as much as I meme about it, this feels, this is to me, it's like, I'm not going to name the person. This is like Kiwi Farms level at this point, okay? Of like A-logging, right? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Come the fuck on, man.
No. This is all vital to the narrative that he's trying to tell,
anyway,
okay? It's absolutely
Lav
vital.
asked who it was to satisfy our curiosity, even offering to tell him a secret of hers as collateral. Steven agreed, and over a voice call, he disclosed the identity of his mistress and sought emotional support about the situation. In return, Lav told him that Sam Piker had sex with a friend when she was close to 18 and he was in his mid-20s.
Damn.
Lav has since given contradictory
Wait, she didn't say 18?
Sex. Oh my God, is this actually pointing out that Lav has done something wrong? This has got to be the first time since months when Max has actually said that Lav has done something wrong.
Why did Mr. Girl say close to 18 instead of 17? Well, I'm sorry. I did call this entire article the entire time from start to finish. And I was correct in my other assessment in that the reason why he simps so hard for Lav is because about 50% of this article is built on Lav. Like I said, she's mentioned over 900 times in this article. He has to support her 100%. Her credibility is the article's credibility. They're inexorably linked to one another. So he'll go out of his way to simp for her till the end of time. He has to. It's his reputation is on the line.
Incredible. Wavering between 17 and 18. In November 2022, Hassan addressed the allegation directly and said she was 19 at the time. The woman in question has not come forward, and Lav has not produced any evidence to substantiate her claims. Holy shit, I think I'm going to fucking have a heart attack. No way. Here we go. This is going to make me feel sad. August 8th, 2022, Stephen, Chudlogic and I streamed a discussion about the ethics of OnlyFans recruiting young women with the promise of easy money. This was before I understood the sadistic nature of Stephen's content, so I was surprised when Chudlogic bought on Lav. Yeah, I like content, sue me. Who had become vehemently anti-OnlyFans, and Madame Genevieve, an OnlyFans creator, to argue the topic on a very personal level. I was also unaware that Stephen was sexting both Lav and Madame Genevieve at the time.
I don't even know if those timelines are true, but okay.
Okay. Chudlogic had ostensibly conjured up the panel out of an indignance about the exploitation of 18-year-old girls, a sentiment I share, but once the others joined, he fell back to a role of memeing and throwing pipe bombs from the sidelines.
It's too far away.
Guilty? Guilty as charged? Yes, correct. Guilty? Anyway. I also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic
Lav is over
environment,
50% of the article.
From the audience.
Jesus,
Also, can I
he's
just say
obsessed.
as well, to argue the topic at a very personal level, if I remember correctly, Lav was going like hell for leather at Madame Genevieve. Like,
Yes,
Lav
she
was going
was.
real fucking hard on Madame
Yep.
Genevieve. That's not because she was fucking sexting Destiny. That's because Lav is a fucking psychotic bitch. Like, Lav herself is going super hard at Madame Genevieve. That's her choice to do that.
Yep.
Like, what is this idea that is this the gladiatorial combat thing? Oh yeah, he brought on two girls he was sexting to fight each other to the death. Give me a fucking break with that shit, man. It's unbelievable. Anyway. I'd also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened it up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. I didn't mean to
What
make
was the
myself
date of
submissively
this debate,
naive. I'd been
actually, that
streaming
he's
with Stephen
referring
and
to
his
right
audience
now?
for several months by then, and I should have understood what was happening, but it would be another 2 months before I ran out of excuses for Stephen.
Oh, did you guys say this was August 8th? Interesting. I'm just looking through my logs. I'm curious what me and Madame Genevieve were even talking about at the time. On August 8th, she DM'd me, and she said, hey, question, would you want to moderate a non-confrontational discussion between myself and Lav? And then I said, if you want to, yeah, sure. She said, cool, I'll see if she's available tomorrow. Would 6 o'clock work? Actually, never mind, LOL. She said she wants to do more research. We're talking again. And then I said, oh, shit, well. And then she said, well, it seems like she's reconsidering her sentiment. That was on August 8th. So I didn't even set this conversation up. It was literally Madame Genevieve that came to me and asked if I wanted to moderate.
The comments were harsh. Lav is harsh. Lav is a very harsh person, and she's going to get hot. Okay, am I fucking crazy? I'm sorry to do this, okay? I feel like I'm being fucking gaslit in real time right now. Okay? On that stream, correct me if I'm wrong, she was being pretty vicious, if I remember correctly. Right? I don't want to go and watch it now. Maybe I'll watch some of it tomorrow, maybe, as a prelude or a sort of
Hey,
sequel
tell
to
Chad
this.
to check his
I'm pretty
DMs.
sure she was being pretty vicious and aggressive. Right? Why are we acting like she's some like little soft uwu girl who can't fucking handle a bit of shit? Yeah, don't go on a panel and be a fucking obnoxious. Maybe people won't be rude to you like this. What the fuck? It's insane. Right, what's this? Okay, more leaks from the boss. Let's have a look. Madame Genevieve, hey, question. Would you want to moderate a non-confrontational discussion between myself and Lav? If you want to, yeah, sure, cool. I'll see if she's available tomorrow. Would 6 p.m. work? Actually, never mind. No, she just said she wants to do more research talking again. Oh shit, wow. Seems like she's reconsidering her stance a bit. Cool, Destiny's crying. Yeah, I know. Obviously, he's feeding me information to correctly cover this. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Madame Genevieve is not looking for like a heated confrontation, and obviously, I don't have access to all of the DMs. I mean, I'm sure just here there's probably some degenerate Kuma shit or something, right? But in all seriousness, there's nothing here that indicates to me, or I can't imagine there's going to be stuff that's like there's. Madame Genevieve has said herself, I think she's kind of chill with what's going on. I mean, I think she relayed to Max that she was happy with everything, right? I don't know, man. That's fucking wild. Anyway, let's continue on. Lav and Steven discussed it over DMs. Lav, your Reddit is self-harm. Don't go there, lol. Yes. On August 11th, 2022, Steven DM Lav. Oh, hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream, or the way I interact with you, never had anything to do with that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. Okay, well, that is as described. I mean, this is apropos of what? Apropos of nothing, I guess? He's just making it clear. Oh, so you don't want to fuck me? Shut the fuck up, obviously, duh. But I'm saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. Haha, thanks for saying that. Obviously, you know, with that being said, Lav has got no choice but to continue on, I guess. Let's continue on with this. August 13th, 2022. Someone in a private Discord. Yeah, Weinstein. Oh, hey, just so you know, obviously we got some stuff, sexual interactions. Nothing to do. Fucking Harvey Weinstein over here. Jesus. August 13th, 2022. Someone in a private Discord server recorded and leaked a conversation where Lav joked about not wanting to have sex with Steven and also said that Steven wanted to perform oral sex on her fiancée. Dan confronted Steven about his tolerance for Lav's Weasley behaviour. Steven, I don't know how much was said in jest. In terms of having a threesome with a husband, I'd probably do it.
I wonder if the mentally ill girl that he mentions, I wonder if it's that Australian, that crazy Australian psych girl. However, we never had any sexual anything whatsoever. No flirting. I mean, like, as flirty as my normal messages are, but no sexing, no nothing like that. I wonder if that's who it was. The bus girl? Yeah, yeah. It's lagging again? Yeah, for some reason, every now and then, my network drops here. I don't know if it's a network issue or, like, an NDI issue, but it just, like, drops here for some reason. Like, when this drops from 150 megabits per second to, like, 100 or 50, it cuts my ability to transfer data between my computers. I don't know why.
I don't know if we've ever talked about that specifically or not, but I'm bisexual, Dan, accept me. Yeah. Why is it that every person that comes on stream, you need to try and sleep with? That's not good. True! Can anyone point to a single time that Dan has missed in this entire fucking article? I'm not seeing it. Steven, I don't need to. It probably came up in a conversation. I've known Lav for, I think, 2 years. Dan. Chudlogic was playing a thing of her in your Discord, saying that she would find it funny for you to be with her husband, but would never want to be with you because you're a gnome cheese boy. Based. That is not based. That is incredibly two-faced and fucked up and not okay. Wow. Dan predicting the future as well. Incredible. This man can not only accurately predict the future, he can do it with pure perception based on everything that's happened so far. I think he's like fucking Dr. Manhattan, and he's basically seeing everything that's ever happened and everything that's going to happen. And he fucking just knows, okay? He just fucking knows. Anyway, it might be, I don't know. I'm not pursuing a sexually right now, though. No, that's not it. It's just the fucking Weasley fucking, I don't know, it just pisses me off. If it was somebody that I was going after sexually and they were kind of leading me on, but then they were showing up on my stream and shit, I think I would get irritated because I'd be like, wait a second. How do you feel about this person that went and said this about you after you were, I don't want to say vulnerable, but you know, to a little extent, yes. Actually, a lot of extent, yes. Wait, how was I vulnerable to her? Steven is likely signaling to Dan that he should not disclose what Lav knows about the affair. Dan backpedaled. Well, that's like, in the words of a very famous streamer, that is leaking private sexting details. I interpret this as a reference to Anna's complaint from 2 years ago prior that Steven had announced their sexual relationship on stream. Steven, yeah, but I don't care. I'm open about all my shit. Like, I would do a male-female threesome. I don't give a fuck. I don't think that's ultra private. It's a little fucked up for sure. Dan wasn't convinced. Steven continued. If I was chasing this person and this was then happening, I would be upset. But like, insofar as our relationship is concerned, we talk a little bit privately and then she's on stream for me. But that's mainly the extent of our stuff. And most of the time she's on stream, it's like pretty brutal experiences for her. He laughed as he said brutal experiences.
He's so dramatic, dude. Yeah.
Do not laugh. Do not laugh ever. Never.
Do not come. This
but
wave
it's not
is
like
only
I'm crushing
giants?
on her really hard and going after her.
Only
and
giants
I'm finding
where?
out I'm getting played super hard. I'd feel horrible. If that was the case, I'd feel a lot worse. When Dan said he should be more upset since he seemed to be pursuing Lav sexually, Steven said, I'm pretty sure we've spoken sexually probably like over a year ago. Steven, the problem is that there are very few types of things in life that truly have me as a vulnerable person that would upset me if somebody betrayed me. It's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly uncommon somebody has that level of access to me. Sexually, that is absolutely not one of those things. If some girl hooked up with me and pretended she liked it, and later on she's like, Destiny's got a small dick, and he sucks, like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about that shit. Sexuality is not a vulnerable aspect for me. You can hit me on that all you want. It's not going to bother me. Hey. Oh. You've been fucked over by a lot of people, and I'm just going to be like, hey, I don't know if any other content creators fucked me over in a way that's like really bothered me before. In private, Steven became less responsive to Lav's DMs. She asked if he was mad at her. Oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't know how else to convey it, though.
Oh, shit.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, if he thinks that Lav's trying to fuck her over, If I come over in some way, maybe. But anyway. Oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't have to go. Christ, do you have feedback, comments, concerns, or do we just move on because it's so insignificant? Oh, I already said it like 2 days ago. Just think that every single thing being said in Discord, etc. is always being recorded. Yes, of course. I don't say anything real in Discord calls, but none of that made... She's so fucking dishonest, it's unreal. She's such a fucking... Okay. We love women on
No,
the street,
please,
but
God,
no
don't make me redo
disrespect
this
for
whole
women
60-day
today, that is
fucking
damn
mission.
sure.
Oh, God.
Absolutely no way are we going to be disrespecting women. But none of that made you feel bad, right? Nah, I'm Gucciin. I could kill you, good bitch. When are you coming to LA? I think September 1st. August 25th, 2022. This was the day Destiny mocked Merrick DeVille for an attempt on Twitter. Lav DM'd him. You're sicking your whole audience on this poor woman. Destiny. Tell her to stop fucking tweeting about me. Lav, she's nobody. She doesn't exist. She's just some random girl who tried to kill herself. She's not random. We used to be close friends. I hate that she randomly takes shots at me and shit. Blah, blah, blah. Just tell her to fuck off. She's very random compared to you. Take a breather. I'm done now, okay? I got it out of my system. Don't let the internet do this to you. Remember your humanity. You big fag. Wow. Wow. Why do so many of your former friends hate you now? That's a long story. Do I have to worry? But honestly, there's a lot of good, easy clout for shitting on me. I don't fuck over anyone unless they come after me first. I've never done that before. Did you have sex with her? Yeah. One threesome with her and Melina. The day before meeting in LA, Destiny DM'd Lav. We can do whatever you want. Just to be ultra clear, I don't care what we do, and I don't have any expectations for anything. If we just hang out and eat or chat for a while, it's super cool and fine. Just keep me updated.
I'm so chill here, dude. I'm so responsible. Oh my god.
It seems like he's going out of his way to like not be Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, I normally do.
Can't wait for Chud's apology to Max. What the fuck have I got to apologize to Max for? Max nearly dragged me down into this fucking bullshit.
Except for when I don't.
We tried to, I should say. I've never really wanted to get fully on board with that without evidence. Good fucking job I didn't, because this is fucking, like... What even is this? What would you even call this?
Yeah, there's so much shit here. Why?
Thank you for putting me at ease and not putting me at gunpoint. September 1st, 2022. Lav and Destiny met for an awkward sexual encounter. Some of the details of which she would later leak. September 11th, 2022. Destiny's subreddit had 2 highly upvoted Lav hate posts. One making fun of her forehead.
It's not funny, sorry.
What a fucking... This is pathetic, man. This is absolutely fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a subreddit post making fun of your forehead. Welcome to the fucking internet. Like, what? I don't know. It just seems so crazy that you're going to unironically say that. That's so funny to me. And the other stating that viewer call-ins are terrible, but Lav is worse. She DM'd Destiny and then removed the forehead post. Your audience is cancer. Yeah, they're super negative towards you and hate women. Don't read the sub, Lav.
Kind of true. Mostly true. But not since the anti-misogyny art, boys.
I mean,
now we love
I
women.
don't know, man. September 29th, 2022. Destiny asked Lav to meet the following week during TwitchCon for another sexual encounter. She expressed non-committal interest. October 5th, 2022. After Destiny reiterated the sexual proposition, Lav complained that the latest stream together was posted with the title, Destiny actually convinces her to concede a trans debate. Lav suggested the alternate title, Girl Gets Negged by Steven for 56 minutes straight. The top YouTube comments included, my vote is to replace Lav with the cool Ukrainian girl, 2.2k likes. And the woman who definitely makes it in the streaming world because of her intellect and thoughtful conversations, 1.1k likes. I have to chant I love women in my head over and over every time Lav talks, 1k likes.
Not good, guys. Those are not good posts.
What are these comments supposed to be?
Who knows, dude? Who the fuck knows?
October 8th, 2022. From San Diego, Destiny DM'd Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. Lav, I'm like having a mental health moment though, so I don't know. Cherry's doing like note taking on all my combos, and I tuned in because I was surprised, and I thought the unhinged bitch thing was a bit, and it's fully not.
You should start a podcast called The Orbiters Club.
I'm going to solve a lot of the problems with this.
Jesus.
It's really easy. Don't seek out criticism of you so strongly, okay? That's my advice. You don't even need to log off. Just don't indulge in the narcissistic need to go and find out all the fucking bad shit people are saying about you. If you can't handle it and it's going to make you feel like this. Oh, well, yeah, damn. Don't take anything she says personally, lol. She's being super personal. It's very weird. Waiting for the twit longer about me next. I was in a weird place already, but tuning into that stream made it like 10 times worse. I nuked my YouTube and I'm deciding if I want to stream. I'm going to hide. Destiny suggested she write down the names of people she cares about and try to remember that no one else's opinion matters. Hours later,
good advice.
He asked if she was coming down to San Diego. I'm in a blanket watching movies. Have fun with your nerd friends. October 13th, 2022. Are you awake? Because Cherry is low. Is she on? Yes, she is. She's ready to go. I'm coming. Okay, we're waiting. Coincidentally, I DM'd him at the same time to ask if he was available to talk the next night because I thought things seemed tense between us. We'd be arguing about Nick Fuentes for a week and he'd taken to banning community members who took my side in the argument. He told me he was free to talk right then. Again, I didn't understand the nature of Destiny's content at this point and had no idea that he would agree to a conversation about our relationship while simultaneously setting up a cage match between Lav and Cherry, all to cause maximum chaos.
Jesus.
However, I ended up being quiet for most of the stream because I didn't understand why I was there. A lot of this stuff, okay, a lot of this what you can put down to is Max thought that streaming was something else than it actually was, okay? I don't think Max realized that streaming, a lot of it, isn't like super serious shit. It is shit fighting, drama, personal shit, you know, shit flinging, etc., etc., etc. Right? Okay? So, I think he's kind of come to realize that and he's horrified because he finds it to be personally very bad. But then, it's like he doesn't want to just walk away from the playpen. He wants to destroy everyone else's toys as well. He wants to destroy everyone else's ability to engage in this because he thinks it's wrong. And it's like, that ain't up to you, buddy. If you don't like it, kindly fuck off, okay? But it's not up to you to decide what we do with our content. You might think it's wrong, but then don't engage in it. Then don't fucking engage in it. Just fuck off and go and do your own thing then. Go back to making videos about how trans people aren't real. Oh, do you even still believe that? I don't know. Fuck off and do that. Do you know what I mean? But no, he's got to do this big fucking article. Part of it, by the way, is because he needs a narrative villain, okay, for his arc,
Kind of
right?
true, yeah.
He had Dr. K for a little while.
Yeah.
You know, there's other people that have been his villain. Now it's Destiny. Now Destiny is the villain. He's got to create this villain to battle, you know, to justify his righteous indignation at everything that's gone on. When most people, if they're not happy with it, would be like, hey, this isn't really for me. I'm not going to do this anymore and I'm going to walk away for it. But he didn't. Anyway, fuck me. Lav and I joined the stream around the same time. She angrily confronted Cherry for mockingly telling her to call a suicide hotline. You did a video in your announcement to returning to sex work that you privated your videos and you blamed it on me when you said I'm doing these streams. I'm so mean, and that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching and it was like self-harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my stream is like self-harm and you can't stop, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. And yeah, I'm going to link you the suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me.
Based.
You didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want me to be a fucking wanted to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you fucking cared about me, you piece of shit. Lav asked Cherry to list the criticisms of Lav. Stardust and John Zerka joined the stream. The stream turned into a heated debate over Lav's virtues and flaws. I defended her, but failed to recognize the extremely disturbing nature of putting the character of a potentially suicidal person on trial for entertainment, and then I left the stream. Cherry and Lav continued to fight about Lav's stances on sex work, with Destiny half moderating and half cross-examining, leading to exchanges like this. Destiny, okay, so you're not going to post any nude photographs of yourself just meant to be enjoyed. It's going to be all educational stuff. Well, people can jack off to those. Like people are going to jack off to those. That's not what I asked. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm asking is, are you not going to post any random nudes or naked stuff? You're only going to post educational stuff. No, I'll post naked stuff also. Well, that's porn. After the stream, he DM Lav. Good convo. Sorry everyone jumps in to gang up on you. Lav just brings everyone to the other guest. Christ. I'm killing myself. That means Cherry wins though, Lamafau. Dude, Cherry is retarded. I hate you now. Do you think I'm dumb? Not at all. I think you're pretty smart, to be honest. But I'm...
Base.
Just confused about organising some concepts in your head, but it's ultra fucking hard to sort that out in literal combat arenas online.
True.
You really are trying to figure this stuff out on ultra hard mode. Try not to let random losers discourage you online. Trying. Heart. October 16th, 2022. Late in the night, Cherry and Stardust publicly accused me of flashing them. At the time, I had a herniated disc and needed to stand up from my chair every half an hour or so. On 2 such occasions, during heated arguments about sex and dating, my hairy abdomen was showing. Stardust added a blur box to a clip of me standing up to stretch, posted it to Twitter, and described it as me flashing my pubic hair at her. I immediately posted the unblurred video and said I'd sue her if she didn't delete her tweet. Facing heavy backlash from pretty much everyone, she complied. Oh, fuck's sake. Gone again.
Oh, another edit. Apparently he changed all references from Steven to Destiny. Probably because he thinks he's gonna like destroy my online reputation.
Wait, where are we? God, we're not even fucking... Oh my god.
No, not even halfway.
Here we go. Cherry's accusation was harder to fight because she was going from memory. My camera feed wasn't being broadcast at the time, so she was the only person who saw me stand up. She said I deliberately lowered my sweatpants to expose my pubic hair. I woke up that day to hear Lav and Destiny talking about the accusation on Destiny's stream. In her words, Lav wanted to take a victory lap. Lav, I think it's fucked up because she is Max's friend, and we already know that Max has this wound. He's very public about it, where he's very cautious of himself around women. Laughing, no he's not, what are you talking about? Lav sexually is. No, he's made so many women cry or feel uncomfortable on stream. What you mean he's careful? No, sexually. Sexually he's married to another woman. There is no sexual relationship between him and another woman. What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm saying that he has a wound. He doesn't want to feel like he's raping anyone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you not watch his content? Yes. And I've seen him put tons of women in incredibly uncomfortable conversations. Listening to them talk, I was sobbing.
Was that a Lav post?
What, is that Max's words? Listening to them talk, I was sobbing.
Oh no, that's a Max word. Oh god, he's so melodramatic.
You're starting to be a little bit monotone. Listen, I'm like, you need to put a fucking dollar in the slot, okay? I'll get a bit more excited when we got these bars filled. Come on, let's go. Over the course of the year, I'd become somewhat detached from my own content and from my own emotions. The most recent self-eviscerating video I'd made was called the Mr. Girl Real Doll Review. It was a documentary
now he described it as self-eviscerating?
about me fucking a sex doll and talking to my girlfriend about it.
Okay.
It was the first time that Destiny had ever signaled to his audience that they should disagree with me on anything, and it was amazingly effective. When I pushed back on him against his friendly streams with Nick Rentes and saw he was shutting down criticism with mass bans, I came to believe he was running a cult and that my new audience was not really my audience at all. Jesus Christ.
How can we be a cult when we literally have a shirt that says not a cult?
I mean, this is like...
Doesn't even make sense.
This is like quite soft criticism.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
Waiting
I
for
just think this is like...
Oh, if Chud's gonna finish the live section, we've got like hours ahead of us.
Thought he was having substantive conversations that weren't entertainment focused, and he was being vulnerable, thinking something was being achieved beyond content. And yeah, obviously that's a horrible realization to come to. But like, yeah. Anyway, Lav wanted Cherry's accusations shut down swiftly and harshly, but Destiny clearly wanted them explored, even without me present. Lav had also revealed that Destiny didn't understand me in the slightest. I also realized I'd grown to love her.
What? Wait, I didn't read this part. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Okay.
What?
Fucking hell, man. That's fucking
creepy?
Okay. I'd also realised that I'd grown to love her and that I should have been mentoring her instead of shutting her out.
Need help?
God, this is fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
By allowing Lav to slam set up a face-off between us. Now, either Cherry would look like a falsely accusing woman, one of the worst things to be in the eyes of Destiny's community, or I would look like a sexual harasser. I was furious that not only was he exploiting my situation, he didn't even DM me or wait until I could be available to represent myself. Cherry joined the stream saying I heard I was getting dragged. She proceeded to defend herself in the only way she could, by attacking me. I joined the stream soon after, beginning with, "Ladies and gentlemen, the court calls Max Carson to the witness stand." I was terrified. Cherry was furious at me, hated Lav, and was in love with Destiny, who was pointedly not going to bat for me. Her accusation relied solely on her memory, and while calling her a vindictive liar might have been the safest move for me, it also goes against everything I believe in. Standing up on camera, wearing the same clothes as I was when I supposedly flashed her, I asked her to walk me through the timeline of events and explain why she thought I'd do that. I stood up in front of my camera, humiliated and frightened, and talked about how my love handles and long torso can make it appear as though my pants are lower than they actually are. The other streamers on the call, Zerka and Irrelevant, seemed to find this compelling. Likely fearing a dog pile against herself, Cherry interrupted me repeatedly, so I asked Destiny to moderate. When Zerka, who does not like me, prompted Destiny to shut down the fake cancellation attempt based from Zerka there, Destiny said, "I'm letting these two sort it out. I'm not jumping down anybody's throat. Yeah, I've already given my opinion on it earlier." I said, "We've hit a dead end. The dead end is that there's no recording, and all we have is Cherry's testimony. I don't even have a counter testimony. I don't remember what I did. We all watched a section of the video where I supposedly flashed her. I was not visible, but we could see Cherry's reaction, which did not indicate she was being flashed. Lav took the opportunity to attack, but I stopped her, saying, 'You're very, very passionate and very feisty. This is actually kind of an important moment for my life right now, so I just want to let Cherry finish what she's saying.' Cherry said, 'I think if you did pull them down, I would have seen it in the VOD, and I think I'm getting confused and making incorrect statements.'"
That's a, by the way, I don't know how, because Cherry is fucking crazy. I love you, Cherry. But not like in a romantic way, sorry. For Cherry to admit that at that point in time in the middle of all of that, that's a really difficult thing for her to do. Max is really lucky that she didn't dig her heels in there and was like, maybe I am getting confused, and like walks it back. I don't know how she did. I don't think I could, even if I knew I was wrong, I don't know if I could do that in the moment like that.
Fighting back a sobbing breakdown, which I knew was coming, I replied, "Okay, I understand, and I believe that you're confused. I believe you, this is not intentional." Zerka, "Cherry's a liar. She's even doubled down." Jesus. "I swear on my life, I believe you. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're being malicious. Something made you uncomfortable. Obviously, even me standing up, my body, the conversation, something about what I did made you uncomfortable. That much is clear. Lycan, one of Destiny's mods, muted Lav and chastised her and Destiny indirectly for not taking the conversation seriously.
Is Lycan a mod of
He
mine?
said he would continue to mute anyone who wouldn't grow the fuck up, and said Destiny could fire him if he objected. I was grateful. He paved the way for Cherry and I to reach an understanding that our previous conversation had made her uncomfortable, and that it made sense that she would read malintent in my actions, but that she'd probably been mistaken. I asked Destiny, as the writer of history, what happened here. He said, "It seemed like you were adjusting your pants. That's what I saw. I didn't see anything more than that. I wouldn't assume there's any like malintent or anything, but I wouldn't see enough to convince me of that. Do you need more than that, or do I need to be more clear? I don't think you're intentionally trying to creep anybody out. Lycan, unmuzzled Lav." I think it sucks so bad, Stephen, that you have not come to Max's aid at all.
I
think
literally
that,
just defend
careful,
Max there
hold
with
on,
that.
if you want to be. We just saw Cherry fucking lie about it. She did not concede, she doubled down on it. You're assuming, hold on. No, let me finish. Okay, Max cannot defend himself right now because if he does, he looks really bad. So he needs you. He needs you.
I think at this point, I didn't realize how like obsessed Lav was with Mr. Girl, and I didn't realize how much that they were talking at that point. But I think at this point, they were already DMing, and I think Max was feeding her these lines that like, I can't defend myself now. There are women attacking me. Like, I need you to do it. And that's why Lav was leaning into me so hard about like, you need to be a good friend. You need to do this for Max. I didn't know that, but I think that that's what was going on at this point. I just didn't know they were that close. Yeah.
You to create a narrative, or not create a narrative, but to tell the general public that he's not a creepy antisocial rapist, and you'll not do it for some reason. I tried to interject, but Destiny told me to shut the fuck up. Lav, you just made the exact same fucking mistake that Cherry did. Cherry saw an action, she assumed a state of mind. Don't ever fucking roll your eyes at me like that. I swear to God, if I ever see you do that again. Jesus. Or what? Destiny, stop. So Cherry's huge fuck up here was that she assumed a state of mind, or she assumed an intention that probably wasn't there. And I did say that unequivocally. I said that in clear terms. I think most people would understand. I don't think Max did anything weird or creepy, and I think it probably was dumb to tweet it out. I've already said this, okay? Your problem, Lav, is that you're assuming Cherry is just fucking lying. Okay, now it could be, Lav, she did just lie. Destiny. Saying something that's not true is not the same as lying. Do you understand that? No, I don't. He's saying that she was confused. No, stop. Okay, a lie implies intent. Okay, if you tell me I'm going to be home by 5, no. Yes, it does, you dumb bitch. Okay, if I tell you I'm going to be home by 5 p.m. today and I run late from work and I get home at like 5:20, I didn't fucking lie to you. It might not just be true. First of all, don't talk to me like that. Don't call me a dumb bitch. Stop. Stop. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me. Holy shit, stop. There's a difference between a lie and being wrong about something, okay? It could be totally the case. The problem I had with you is you're making the exact same mistake that Cherry's making, but you're eager to blow your load down a fucking throat about it. So, I think she was wrong. And I think that going live with those tweets, accusations, whatever, was dumb, and she shouldn't have done it. It was irresponsible. I'm going to take the Cherry's a fucking liar stance. Me. Stephen, if you're characterizing what she did, I agree with you. It's not intentional or she's confused. I agree with that. But if you're going to describe it as just silly, it feels like you're where I think you do have some kind of responsibility to not be confused. When you make these accusations, I just said that. You probably shouldn't be going live with stuff like this without doing a very clear recording. What do you want me to say? Cherry, you're dumb fuck, don't do this. No, I don't want you to performatively mock me by calling Cherry dumb. That's not what I'm asking you to do, obviously. I'm saying that when a baseless and unfounded accusation or a silly accusation could ruin someone's life, I feel like you calling it silly at that point is kind of absolving her of all responsibility.
Did I ever call it silly?
There's a reason why I think
Maybe.
all of this is silly, because none of us is ruining anybody's life. And I don't think anybody's going to remember this in 2 days.
True.
I mean, that kind of did turn out to be true.
Yeah.
God, I really went fucking hell for leather on this one. I thought it was crazy when it happened. It was insane. But, you know, I remember watching Destiny, and Destiny did seem to be, you know, a little bit less forthright in his opinion. Because normally when, like, something like this comes up, he goes fucking... Bleh. But I think the thing, his logic...
But that's because I had everybody there that wanted to talk about it. I thought it was done... I don't have the logs anymore because Cherry and Stardust put me into a group chat, so I don't have those logs, so I left the group chat. But they pulled me in. I remember I woke up. I don't know if Mel was with me. I woke up, I looked at my phone, and they were like, what do you think about this? And I looked at it, and I was like, this looks kind of dumb. I think that's what I said, and then that was it. And then I was going to go live and talk about it, but everybody was there to talk about it. Like, why would I resolve it right there when they're all there to sort themselves out? I'm not going to jump in and do that and enter into the fray and enter my opinion.
What I could understand was that everyone is shitting on Cherry and Stardust. There was barely anyone.
Yep.
Anyone.
Nobody
that was
sided
even
with
coming
them.
out and even whispering that
Exactly.
what Cherry and Stardust were doing were like good or
justified.
correct.
Yeah.
So it's like
So
the
why would
narrative
I-
is already set in stone. Everyone thinks it's dumb and everyone thinks it's wrong.
Yeah, so why am I going to jump in there?
There wasn't a feeling of necessity there to come out super hard and be like, you're a fucking dumb bitch, Cherry. How the fuck could you do this?
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. That was, you know, seemed pretty reasonable. I mean, I think I would probably say on a personal level, thinking back to that time, I probably thought, yeah, it would have been nice to see Destiny go a little bit harder. But, you know, on the whole, I think
They were
this
already
is
getting
quite
roasted
a true
alive.
sentiment. And after 2 days, it was forgotten.
Yep.
Everyone moved on.
Yep.
You know, well, I think to this day, Stardust will still get a criticism for it. Cherry will still get a criticism for it from time to time. But generally speaking, yeah, it's kind of done and dusted. Anyway. People are waiting for Max to fuck up. Do you think people aren't waiting for Max to fuck up even a little bit? Not as much as you're waiting for Cherry to fuck up. You literally told me you were coming on stream to do a victory lap.
True. True.
Oh, that's true as well.
That
I
is
think
true.
the other problem is obviously Lav is there for other expectations and reasons. She's not just doing it for the sake of Max. She hates Cherry.
True.
And wants to be able, because Cherry's been
I think
trying
that's
to take her
what.
apart.
Oh, did they post those
And now
logs?
Lav
I
has
think
got
Lab
something that she
literally
can shit
DM'd
on
me that.
Cherry
Like, let me
for
come and do a
publicly,
victory
so she's
lap.
wanting to come on and fucking get the
Yep.
boot in that way too. You're scared to go too hard on her because she already wrote a fucking twitlonger about you. This is a pattern Cherry has. Ooh.
Yeah, that triggered the fuck out of me.
Cherry can write as many twitlongers about me as she wants. I don't care. I'm not scared of any of you crazy fucking women writing any twitlongers about me because I'm above it all. But you're also
True.
ready for Cherry to fuck up, so everybody's making way too extreme statements. But I'm not making too extreme statements though, right? No, your statements, Max, are annoyingly fucking reserved, and I understand why. You should be going way harder, but obviously you're worried about it looking bad. But yeah, you should be pushing back way harder. You shouldn't be like Cherry. Is there anything that maybe you would want to rephrase? What you should be saying is, Cherry, why the fuck are you implying that I was fucking sexually harassing you? I left the stream in a mess. The truce with Cherry didn't last long. All of the Orbiters made sure to publicly attack me once they learned I was writing this piece. When I DM'd her asking for an interview, she said fuck off. During the stream, Destiny and Lab had the following conversation over DMs. Destiny, you're on your way to success. I'm proud of you, good little drama farmer. I'm gonna cut your throat, twit long and me do it. Me too, me, I'm gonna kill you.
Thanks.
Do not ever call me a bitch like that again. This is all fun, do not do that. Whatever that emoji is. You're a good streamer, but you need to be a good friend to Max right now. He is fine. You guys blew this up 10 bazillion times more than it needed to be. Steven, Destiny, and Heart. Destiny, sorry if bitch is a trigger for you. I won't call you that anymore. Ooh. Destiny acquiescing to the e-girl in DMs. Very interesting, Destiny. We've got your fucking number, son. Okay? We got your fucking number. We see what's going on. Yeah? Call her a bitch on stream, and then in DMs, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Sweetheart,
Take
I'm
me
so
back,
sorry.
please.
Can I get another taste of Okay, keep going. Come on. Don't call me a simp, though. I'll fucking kill you. Saying we spoke face to face, mate. Blank. I didn't say while you were eating me out.
Jesus
2 days
Christ.
later. Now, you calling me a dumb bitch has opened up the most insane 24 hours to me. I don't want to tell you what to do with your platform. It's your life. I'll be bowing out. I cannot handle the vitriol from your audience. I obviously know I'm an acquired taste, but the amount of people just spamming me with it is a lot. Sorry, I didn't want it to look like I was 100% blaming you for your viewer response to me.
You're 5 minutes behind.
Bro,
Wait, am I?
you are insanely combative online. I've been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over again, I don't know what you expect. I mean, where's the lie?
True.
Lav. Okay. So Destiny's the victim. Yes, correct. Destiny is the biggest victim of all, okay? He's the victim of mind rape by e-girls. However, I would give the same advice. I would give the same advice to some retarded woman that's gone back to a guy's house at midnight pissed up, okay? If you want to stop getting fucked over by retarded e-girls, right? Stop mixing it up with retarded e-girls. It really is that fucking simple, okay? I see all these talks. Oh, what? Brittany's fucked him over. Oh, God, what could it possibly be? Blah, blah. Stop hanging around with retarded women. Simple, 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 okay? It literally is that fucking easy, okay? Every time. Oh, my God, what are we going to do about this one? Let's have a 4-hour conversation about Destiny's boundaries. No, it's simple. Stop hanging around with retarded women. That's it. Done. Done deal. Conversation over. Done, okay? Anyway. Leggett, thank you for the donor there. Appreciate it. Let's continue. Right. Fuck me. It's so annoying. Honestly, I was pulling my fucking what little hair is left on my head. I was pulling it out watching the fucking Brittany Simon combo offline as they're all fucking, oh, what about boundaries though? What about boundaries? We all know what the problem is. Every single person fucking watching knows what the problem is, but no one's willing to say it, okay? No one's willing to fucking say the truth. Anyway, enough soy ranting. Enough soy ranting. Let's continue. Okay. I'm not going to be another girl that cries on your stream. Holy shit. So, I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt because I felt like not only was your community painting me this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and affirming that it's true, that I'm just a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing, which hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then, because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's open season basically because Steven is telling us that it's okay to do this. That hurts me a lot. So then I had to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid. But I might just have to take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can't change his mind, I can change him. I was just like, I think it's just healthier for me if I don't involve myself in this or just like cool it down. I've been trying to not give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot and I know that your audience is giving you a lot and I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to give you space, but you've been shit talking me on like every platform you've been going on. I didn't shit talk you, Steven. You wouldn't say the conversation you had with Max. You don't think that was shitting on me a little bit? Or the conversation with Brittany and Erudite. You wouldn't say that was shitting on me a little bit? You want to watch those clips together. We can go over this if we think that is or not. This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you. But I think in a way that was productive, that humanized you. So it doesn't seem bad to me. What? I don't understand. This is so telling of Max's perspective, that this is somehow supposed to look bad for Destiny.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of shows but this goes not towards his maliciousness, but towards his narcissism, is, and I think it's because Max, Lav, and Shaylin are all in this like self-amplifying echo chamber. He includes so many things in this writing. There's stuff that is like exculpatory, like the fact that, for instance, I've never had anything sexual with White Nervosa. The fact that like other people are pursuing me to say these like there's stuff that like he's not including that he should be if he's being fair. But then he's also including stuff that doesn't really make me look bad, and I think in some ways makes me look pretty good, and in some ways makes them look really bad. The inclusion of like his framing of that Anna convo is just crazy to me. Like, of everything that's been posted, it's probably one of the most fucked up things. Was him dragging Shaylin and Lav and Anna into a call to bully her for 3 hours to get a screenshot, and ultimately the screenshot didn't even matter. right? Because it's not like he needed that screenshot, because when he came in and asked me, I'm gonna admit it. I'm not gonna say like, oh no, I'm not talking to this person. Why the fuck would I do that? And Anna was even correct. She knew that. She's like, oh, well, if he denies it, I'll give you a screenshot. I'm not gonna deny it. I don't give a fuck. But the fact that he's including stuff like this that doesn't make me look bad, it kind of makes them look stupid, like goes to further the point that like he has no concept of like what a normal person is even thinking at this point.
All I'm looking at this here, just makes Lav look terrible. It makes Lav look incredibly snaky. Why would he include all of this?
Yeah.
Surely you'd only want to include the bits where Lav looks good, which is very minimal. I mean, to be honest with you, if you included the bits where Lav looks good, we'd have been done with this segment in about 2 minutes.
True.
Let's be honest. There's probably about 2 fucking lines that you could bring up where Lav looks good. I don't know what that sentence means. I wasn't painting you as evil. You're painting me as uncharitable and dishonest, which is like the worst things. I would rather somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty and my charitability are the 2 things that I've extended the most to you and to other people in general. So when you say things like, why do you pretend your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? What is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. It's just not a few people, it's enough. And then when you say later, you said you handled everything incorrectly, that implies there is some level of blame that I have there. I think I've moved in the week since it happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was asking for special treatment and I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm just sort of dealing with the bed that I shit in. And yeah, I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think they're certainly there, and I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious. I understand the things you're saying. It all feels placating to me. I mean, true. Doesn't this just come across as super placating? Going and saying something else to someone else, and then coming here and just saying whatever is needed to placate Destiny. Because when you're talking to Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever, and you're like, oh, well, no, well, we shouldn't even try to change him. Like, that's just the way he is, and I can't interact with that anymore. So, no. So, I still feel the same way.
Oh, wait, did they record? Did she record the one-on-one convo we had? I wonder if she posted part where she calls me the N-word in this. This is did they think that this convo was gonna make me look bad? That this is like the new stuff they're releasing? Is this what they thought was gonna bury me? Was this convo?
So I think I can love you from like here, but knowing that if I interact with you in that way, I'm gonna get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Interact with me in what way? If I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to treat me with kid gloves anymore. You really
didn't you post this? Well, all the dots are making me seem like this is a voice thing. Is it not? Maybe it's not.
Be good at this, okay? But I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay? This implication that you are talking about me like a butterfly that you can't catch, and you have to let it flap its wings in the wind. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So Max is actually offering another critique of Lav, I guess you could call this. I agree with Destiny here. Lav was placating him, but she didn't have much of a choice.
Oh, this was a public convo we had on channel. Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry.
No, it's not. It's actually a defense of Lav. Brilliant. Destiny hates being placated, yes, but he also can't tolerate being criticized. When Lav did one, he demanded she switch to the other. Wait. Okay. But this is a criticism that's being made publicly on stream, right? Do you see what I mean? It's not as if she's gone to him and said, hey, I've got some feedback for you or something. Like, she's going on another stream and she is like talking shit essentially. Like, the framing of it is just criticism is wild to me. Clearly it's not just fucking criticism, is it? You know? Stephen, are you seriously going to tell me that you don't struggle in—
Why do so many people try and fail against you? Don't they learn from history? Again, not to like fucking jerk myself off or whatever. It's not even jerking myself off. Like, I think I'm like a decent person. I don't do any like super weird fucking shit. Like, I'm not perfect. Obviously I make mistakes, but it feels like people have— it's this weird thing. I feel a little vindicated too, because it's hard. I'm constantly having a struggle of figuring out, like, who am I? Because there are people that say I am a certain thing. There's a way that I view myself, and there's a way that my fan base views me. I have to almost completely disregard what my fan base thinks of me because you guys are fucking simps for me, obviously. But then when I'm dealing with other people that hate me, I have to keep in mind, okay, well, they're going to have the worst interpretation of me, so it's difficult as well. I think that through some weird interactions that we have online, people get this vision of themselves, and their interactions with me, and then they get these visions of me where they think that they're going to be like the one to like finally show people how evil and horrible and terrible I am behind the scenes. That I'm like doing all this fucking crazy shit because I must be, because I'm an evil person. And then like they dig and they dig and they dig, and I'm not really. Like I'm pretty, honestly God, I'm pretty boring. I play video games. I fuck a lot of mentally unwell women. I play my piano. I go to the gym. I sleep. I eat. That's like all I do. That's my whole life. For the most part, I'm a pretty decent person, and it's so crazy how much they included in here that like even with Lav, like I think I went above and beyond in terms of like, hey, you know, do this, do that, like don't read the subreddit, like, you know, figure out how to, you know, deal with hate, blah blah blah, like, but yeah, you can tell the difference now, because the truly interesting thing is, what were the claims that Max was making at the very beginning, right? Destiny is a pattern of sexually abusing young women that he drags onto stream to fight with themselves. That was the initial claim. Don't ever let him forget, those are the initial claims. It was a pattern of abuse among young women that are on stream. That was the initial claim. And now it's walked back to, this is just like a recap of like every bad thing he's done over the past like 12 years. And then like here's like 5,000, I'm sorry, here's like 40,000 words about my good friend Lav, my quote unquote daughter that I'm in love with, that's definitely not creepy in any way, size, shape, or form. And then like that's it. But then it's kind of like when I won't bring up Brittany anymore. Max is running into the issue to where he had this vision of me in his head. I noticed that this is what happens to people. This is one of my greatest strengths. It might take me a while. I'll quote Sansa, okay? I might be slow, but I do learn. Is thank God, I don't know what it is, but I'm able to change my opinions about people and events and ideas over time. It's a gift I have, that I'm able to change my mind, because holy fuck, a lot of people can't do it. But like if I have an impression of somebody, if I've got an understanding of something, like if enough evidence comes out, like very slowly I'll change my mind. Like okay, well this is probably not true, I need to rethink this. I'll do that, I'm capable of doing that. But I think for a lot of people, in the online world especially, it might be true of normal people too, but especially in the online world, I think a lot of people have a really hard time ever changing their mind about anything. So you run into this world where Max started out with the conclusion that I must be a sexually abusive person that, you know, abuses and has all these misconduct things with young women that I drag into stream. That's set in stone. It's immovable, right? So if the conclusion is immovable and the facts don't support the conclusion, what do, right? You can't change the conclusion, so you have to change or invent the facts. And if you're not willing to invent facts, you've got to contort yourself in the craziest way possible to try to bend the facts that you have in order to kind of fit it into that narrative that gets you that conclusion of me being horrible. And that's basically what Max has been doing for the past 4 to 5 months, right? That's the issue. Is I know for a fact that after the Anna and Lav thing, Max was thinking that he was gonna find 15 more girls at least that I'd had like weird, crazy fucking relationships with. He thought he was gonna do that. And he dug and he dug and he dug and he probably talked to 50 plus women. He's got probably, if I had to guess, he's probably got over 50 hours of recorded conversations. I'm just guessing based on which women reached out to me and told me that they chatted and he'd recorded calls or whatever. He's got over 50 hours of unique recorded conversations. He's talked to women that I didn't even remember I'd spoken to. He reached out to women that I'd had on stream like one time, like 4 years ago. I didn't even remember. I was like, holy shit, I didn't even remember this girl. So through all of that digging, he wasn't able to produce a single shred of even like a minor fuck up. Which, not to jerk myself off, but like, damn, I'm pretty sexually active. I've talked to a lot of crazy people. I've got a lot of people that hate me. But to go through all of that and not even come out with one thing of like, this was really bad, that like 50% of the article is just about Lav, who's probably one of the people that I treated like with the most care that I could have, was the most charitable to, was the most upfront and about like, yeah, I don't know how him and Lav move on from this. It's got to be like mentally destructive. And then not even to like, I guess to like drop another thing, this is something that kind of surprised me too, is that Max is really good when it comes to art and music and presentation and stuff. He's really, really, really good at that.
And even his writing was relatively provocative for some of the excerpts, the things that I read in high school, the things that I read from his old Shame Lane blog or whatever. They were decent, or college, I think, his college thing. They were decent. It was decent writing. The writing on this article is horrible. It feels like it was written in a feverish 3 to 4 days of 2 hours of sleep, of too much coffee, too much Coke, too much whatever. And then this is the result. Like, it's just so poorly put together. It's pathetic. And I don't understand how to spend 4 months on this and to produce something that looks like it was written in less than a week, that didn't even have an editor go over it, where you've obsessed about these parts of my life for so much, and you're still getting huge facts wrong. Like, for instance, the thinking that Linus guy on my stream was Linus Tech Tips? That's insane. For thinking Nicole was a streamer, like for the blue team, there's like so many like just small like factual errors, and it's like, how did you spend 4 months on this? What were you doing the whole time? I know what he was doing the whole time. What he was doing the whole time was he was pouring over hours and hours and hours, and he was having so many recorded calls with girls trying to find something really fucked up, but nothing happened. But that's, yeah. Why didn't he reach out to Ninu too? She's like my employee that I abuse all the time. I don't understand how she didn't get a DM, but it's yeah, I don't know how they're going to, I don't know what their like next move is, because it's just like humiliating. I feel like I don't really feel this because I'm not stupid. I have a decent understanding of how the public will respond to things, but like I can't imagine if I would have worked on like a Keffels manifesto, or if I would have worked on like that Bob 7 manifesto, or the whole N-word arc, like if I would have worked on something like that and it would have came out like this, oh god, I would kill myself. Oh my god, if this is what I'd produce at the end, I would be so embarrassed. Not a single link, not a single source, nothing validated. Imagine including an allegation. 2 anonymous women say they sexted with him. One that has met like that. Like, what are we even adding at this point? It's just like so random and crazy. But there's a good chance that he spent the last 3 months or 3 weeks getting information and talking to people, and then wrote it in like 2 days in a schizo nightmare. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but his videos are so amazingly produced. He must not have been a good writer. Yeah, I don't know. Do you use ChatGPT, that Linus Tech Tips thing, like something ChatGPT? No shot he would have done that. Probably wasted most time transcribing those videos instead of just linking them and outlining the gist. Yeah, I guess. But Jesus, it's like so, I would be like mortified that this is like after 4 months of writing. It's like a grander. How much did my Vosh manifesto take? The part that had Vosh. I feel like that was 2 months, and like 1 month was mainly spent like not writing anything because I couldn't pick it up again.
Interpersonally. No.
Do you think he's going to continue to campaign against you? I have no idea. I don't know what he does now. He needs to find somebody else to fixate on. It wouldn't surprise me if he writes like a follow-up or something, because I can't imagine he's going to be happy with the reception of this. Like even his own fan base, I don't think is going to receive this very well. I can't imagine him just putting it down and moving on. But
I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't. That's a fucking joke. It's not a joke. I don't. You have feuded. You've feuded and fought with everyone in the fucking four corners of the fucking internet.
Your writing wasn't much better, in my opinion. I think my writing is infinitely more readable than this. I super disagree. And I think a couple of my manifestos have been written and are very entertaining, and they're written really well. Also, I source the fuck out of my shit. Bonnell's Thoughts. Is that what I called this? I like relentlessly research for these fucking docs. Oh my god. Like even in this like 1 or 2 pages, how many links? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Here's 8 more, 4 more. Here's 2 more, 4 more, 3 more. I do so much work to like edit and source. 16 links on this. What is this? Oh, I've aggressively debated Fuentes in almost every interaction I've had. Because I want to make sure that if I say something, it's not just wrong. That's another thing too that I've never understood about other creators. I wish I had this gift, how people can just so confidently wade through these conversations, just be wrong without any care in the world. They just want to like come through and just say shit. It's like, bro, you're not even a little worried that you're just like totally fucking out of your depth.
Max is suffered it. He's thrashing him.
Do you think that do you think Max's narrative switched all that much between his initial investigation and now? I'm not sure I ever saw him say you raped somebody, but you keep saying he said that. I think the only shift I've seen away is from the no, I don't know if you're JST. Sometimes you do like the anti-jerker thing. We want to try so hard to be contrarian to me so that you seem objective, but no. In the beginning, when Max was DMing people, you can go find the logs if you want. I don't need to source this. Everybody fucking saw this happen. When Max was DMing people, he was saying that I had a pattern of abuse, especially with young women. That was part of his initial claims. Then he started saying that there was a pattern of abuse, especially young women, and women that he DM'd. That was another thing. I don't know why you're trying to gaslight me saying that he didn't have. I mean, I can look up the email that he sent to Hafu was saying, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. Some others are coming forward with me. That was a lie. And I'll be writing an article describing abusive patterns that I and others have experienced, especially women. That's a lie. That was the email to Hafu. In his initial DMs to Doobie, I'm pretty sure he was saying, he talked about how I'd bring women on stream and then that I'd had sexual relations with them and then sadistically get off to it. Yeah, and he was saying that there were 20 plus women ready to come out in the past as well, right? None of this has to do with rape. I don't think he ever said I was rapey. He just said I was like sexually abusive.
Stephen, yeah, I can tell you exactly why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me. Yeah, there's always a reason. There's always a reason.
Lab seems pretty happy with the article. No, she's not. The only 3 people that probably read and reviewed this article, if I had to guess, it was probably Shaylin, Lav, and Max. I don't think Max trusts anybody else because it has to be somebody he has direct control over. There's never going to be a conflicting narrative in his life about things that have happened. So I don't think he'd be open to criticism or anything from the outside.
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet.
Oh, did she delete her comment? Oh, here it is. I felt vindicated to myself. If you actually read the article, you see in real time how Steven lied to me and gaslit me publicly about the nature of our relationship. Where? Gish galloped in conversations. Where? And desperately tried to reframe narratives. Where? I feel vindicated knowing I'm not crazy. You DGers can laugh until the cows come home and follow your parasocial leader to the ends of the earth. Anyone with a brain reads that and sees an extremely toxic, manipulative person. I am free. Like, this is like a thing that literally only her, Shaylin, and Max agree with. I don't know if they're gonna get any support. Even with the native, like, Mr. Girl fans that hate me, I don't think you're gonna find much support for this, because this is such a fucking nothing. It's such a stupid waste of time.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Listen, I love you guys, but I leave tomorrow, so I need to pack my shit and get my stuff ready.
The Mariners took care of business down in Oakland and gained ground on everyone in the process. Let's talk about it here on the Locked On Mariners postgame show. Colby, hit it.
You are Locked On Mariners, your daily Seattle Mariners podcast. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Ahoy, sailors. It is once again Monday, September 18th, 2023. This is Ty Gonzalez and Colby Patnode for the Locked On Mariners postgame show, brought to you by Sleeper. Swing for the fences on Sleeper picks, and you can win up to 100 times your money. Download the Sleeper app and use promo code LOCKED ON, and you'll get up to $100 matched on your first deposit. Terms and conditions apply. See Sleeper's terms of use for details. Currently operational in over 30 states. Check out Sleeper today. Thank you so much for making us your first listen after the game. Subscribe, like, and turn on alerts if you're watching on YouTube, or subscribe and leave a 5-star review on your preferred podcast platform if you like what you hear. And if you're part of the crew and rock with us every single day, let us know in the comments below. And if you want to hear from us even more, please consider signing up for our Patreon. You can now get a free 7-day trial to check out the show. The link, as well as our social accounts, is in the description of this episode. 5-0 the final score from the Oakland Coliseum. Mariners take game 1 of the series with the A's in shutout fashion. This is the 16th shutout thrown by the Mariners pitching staff this season, which is a new club record. And as we all expected on the offensive front, it was the bottom of the lineup that did the heavy lifting for Seattle in this one. And no, I'm really not being sarcastic about that, by the way. This makes all the sense in the world. Dylan Moore, Sam Haggerty, Jose Caballero, and Luis Torrens go a combined 5 for 16 with 3 RBI. Caballero with a 2-run home run that went 437 feet. So we'll get to Brian Woo's start in the second segment, but for now, Colby, give us your general thoughts on the win tonight.
Julio's really bad. That was the first thing that came, like, for his last 8, like.
Right.
So clearly
Sure.
that's over.
Right. Yeah. Julio over. Yeah.
Yep.
Says the man in the shadows.
That's right.
Yep.
Just waiting for justice. But yeah, interesting performance. Like it wasn't a dominating win, but it kind of was, right? As soon as Cabby hit that home run, I never felt like the game was in much doubt. But the offense wasn't very good. I mean, surprise, once again, JP Sears shuts down the Mariners. But yeah, you know, it's funny. We talked about this. I don't know if we mentioned it in Locked On or if we did it on CTZ or maybe in between recordings. We talked about how the bottom.
It's easy to lose track.
Yeah, we record a lot of episodes, guys.
Yeah.
But we had talked about like naturally like the bot like somebody's gonna come out of nowhere and just have a game tonight and turn this whole thing around. And it was Cabby. It was certainly Cabby, 2 for 4, a couple hard hit balls, a Julio-esque home run that we just absolutely leaned on, crushed on. I don't think it's physically possible for Caballero to hit a ball further. For him to hit a ball further.
That might be the hardest hit home run that he'll ever have in his career.
Yeah, it probably will be. Also added a stolen base, so, you know, home run, stolen base, nice little combo meal there. And yeah, you know, it was nice because Teoscar had a hit late, but he didn't really do much. Julio didn't do anything whatsoever. Ty France was terrible again. Like, it's not like, you know, Cabby was just adding on. Like, Cabby was a really important part of this offense tonight, as was, by the way, Luis Torrens, who was good enough at the plate. Big RBI double, also drove a ball pretty deep right field. We saw the opposite field power we remember from Torrens. And the beauty of it is that you got something from him, and you gave Cal Raleigh a full day off. Raleigh didn't play in this game. That is huge. And it's because, you know, you felt good about Torrens giving you a quality at bat. So, yeah, the bottom of the order, those two guys. And then JP at the top also. I think reached base 3 times tonight. Couple walks, single.
He reached base 4 times.
All right, okay.
Yeah, 3
big
walks,
RBI single.
Yeah.
After, you know, the Mariners leave the bases loaded with 1 out, because of course they do, against a guy who threw like 6 strikes the entire inning. Sure. Why
yeah,
not?
that was not a very.
We're not going there.
Yeah, we just won't. I'll spare you that for today.
Yes, and you know, you hope it's a small thing, but maybe, just maybe, it turns things around for him. Gino, couple hard hit singles late in the game. He was abysmal in his first 2 or 3 at bats. Again, like 92 down the pipe, and he's swinging through it like it's 115 miles an hour. But again, a couple base hits, 108. I think both of them were 108 off the bat.
He also had a couple walks. Like, he only generated an out in one of his at bats or one of his plate appearances. Yeah.
Right. So good night for Gino. Needed it. Needs to do it again and again for it to really matter. But good to see at the very least, because again, you didn't get anything from Julio. You didn't get anything super impressive from Teoscar. You didn't get anything from Ty France, which, I mean, at this point, it's more of a news story when you do get something.
All right, but poor Ty France, because he had 4 hard hit balls today, and he went 0 for 5.
I don't care.
All
The
right,
at-bats were still awful.
It's been a while since you've said that on the show, by the way. So
yeah,
it's back. The vibes are being restored. The nature is healing, folks.
When you swing through 91 8 times down the middle of the plate like Ty France did today, I don't care how many hard hit balls you had.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, it's. But whatever, you know, the offense, 5 runs is 5 runs. You feel good about it.
Yep.
You'd like a little more traffic, sure. I mean, I don't want to, you know, get carried away and say the offense is back and it looked like the August offense. No, they still missed a lot of opportunities, but 5 runs is good. Again, you got contributions from 8-9-1, kind of carried this thing today. And you got enough from everybody else that it's a good, solid win. It's what we talked about, right? They played good, solid baseball. They pitched well, enough offense. They played good defense. It's exactly what we said they needed to do. Now they need to do it again tomorrow, and they need to do it again on Wednesday, and they need to do it again on Friday and Saturday. And then once they start doing that, you start to feel good about this. But hey, it's the first step, and you can't get to the finish line until you take your first step. Good, solid, clean win for the Mariners. Exactly what Scott needed. Exactly what the pitching staff needed. Exactly what the offense needed. Got some guys some days off. Like it was a good, solid win for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, this is the get right series, or it needs to be for this team, and a good first step for them. So hopefully they keep it going here. and they can get back on track before that massive series with the Rangers begins on Friday. We're going to talk about Brian Woo's start in just a moment, but first, a reminder, this episode of the Locked On Mariners postgame show is brought to you by Jace Medical. Modern medical care and treatment are important, but our global supply chains are fragmented. And Brian Woo was the one who started things off for that effort. 5 innings pitched from Woo, 3 hits allowed, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks. Not great, but he battled, he survived, he didn't give up any runs, and his velocity was pretty much where it needs to be. His two-seamer looked pretty good tonight. What did you think about his night, Coley?
Better than mid, but not much. You can't walk 4 guys like that. That's all jokes aside. You can't walk 4 guys, particularly with this bad of a lineup that you're facing. That's not a reasonable number. That's not a a good thing in any sense. So it needs to clean that up. But yeah, overall tonight, pretty good. It was pretty typical Brian Woo game plan. Fastball, 2-seam, heavy. It was, let's see here, 80% fastball tonight. And if you count the cutter as a fastball, it was 92% heaters tonight. So, but he did get some good results on those pitches. 8 whiffs on 19 swings on the 4-seamer, 42% whiff rate. That's pretty impressive. And then the 2-seamer, 36% whiff rate on that. So overall, solid night on the whiffs. He obviously 6 strikeouts in 5 innings is pretty good. I thought he was fine. There were a few times I was a little concerned. The velocity dropped to like 92 for a couple pitches, and then we jumped back up to 94, 95. I'm not sure if that's by design or maybe that's the cutter, and it just didn't look like a cutter. Tough to say, but overall, I thought Woo was pretty solid tonight. Not a lot of hard hit balls, so really just the walks. The walks are the thing here. It's a little bit of a concern, but this late in the year, he got through 5. After the first, it looked like you were maybe going to get 2 or 3 out of him, but he was able to kind of pitch through traffic for the first really 3 innings of this game. But overall, Woo was pretty good tonight. He was about all you can reasonably expect from a guy who's doubled his career high in innings pitched this year. Getting this late into September, he got an extra day off from his last start. He's going to get another extra day off between this start and his next. So, the Mariners have kind of moved him around to get him those extra days, and hopefully that helps because you still need Woo to be a viable major league, back end guy at the very least for the next 2 weeks. And tonight he was that. He was definitely, even with the walks, he definitely looked like, a number 4 starter. And if he can just clean up those walks going forward and keep the swing and miss stuff he had tonight, then he's going to look like a number 3 like he was for a pretty decent chunk of his rookie season. So good night for Woo. I'd stop short of calling it great.
Yeah, for sure. His next start is slated for the final game of that 3-game series against the Rangers down in Texas, which is the site of his nightmarish MLB debut. Hopefully that goes at least a little bit better than it did the last time he pitched down there. The Mariners are absolutely going to need that. And hopefully he can take the good things from this start and apply them to that start. I mean, last couple times out, his stuff has at least looked pretty good. So, yeah. Also, bullpen for the Mariners in pretty good shape. They use Saucedo for an inning. They use Topa for an inning. Both of those guys had fairly quick innings. Saucedo went 16 pitches. Topa went 10. Trent Thornton came in, had kind of a shaky outing in the 8th, but didn't give up a run. 17 pitches for him, gave up a couple hits. Isaiah Campbell walked a guy in the 9th, but was able to close the door on the A's. The Mariners walked 6 guys tonight, struck out 8. That is not a great ratio, to put it lightly. But thankfully those walks did not come back to bite them tonight. But they're definitely going to have to get that under control tomorrow. But obviously that's not something that you typically see out of this Mariners pitching staff. So probably nothing to be too concerned about there. Just an off night for everyone across the board, and it's mostly Woo doing the heavy lifting on that front with the walks.
Yeah, also Mariners offense, 6 strikeouts to 5 walks. So better job controlling the zone tonight, offensively at least. And yeah, Saucedo should be available tomorrow. Topa only threw 10 pitches. He should be available tomorrow.
Yep.
None of the relievers threw more than 17, so in theory they're all available tomorrow. But the big thing you did here is you didn't have to use Brash, you didn't have to use Munoz. Those guys have now had 2 days off in a row, and you have 2 days until your next day off. So those guys should be available for the next 2 games without really any restrictions. So yeah, bullpen did its job. Some traffic generated, mostly on the walk. Thornton gave up a couple hits, but overall it was solid. You didn't have to use your big guns. You never got into a spot where you felt like you needed to get those guys hot and up and going. Thornton a little bit there, but he got a big double play in the middle of the 2 hits to kind of ease that tension. So yeah, overall solid night for the pitching staff. Again, I'd stop short of great. It's not a good lineup, but they only gave up 5 hits and they threw a shutout. So it's a little tough to be super critical, but again, the what do we say? The 6 walks, like that's got to get better. So
how many double plays did they turn tonight? I feel like it was quite a few. At least 3.
At least 2.
It was 3.
I don't have the normal box in front of me, so it's a little hard to. I'm looking at StatCast.
Yeah, but they were able to get some timely double plays tonight, so that was nice. Like you mentioned, the Thornton one really helped to keep that from snowballing, because he wasn't great tonight, but he battled just like everyone else tonight battled. So yeah, overall, good night for the Mariners down in Oakland, and an even better night for the Mariners around the league. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, a reminder: this episode of the Locked On Mariners, the fantasy over the Oakland Athletics. Again, you can catch Game 2 of this series, Luis Castillo versus Paul Blackburn, tomorrow night on the Mariners' hometown broadcast with SiriusXM via the SXM app. So the Mariners got a lot of help around the league. They gained ground on everyone tonight. The Rangers bullpen imploded again. The Red Sox beat the Rangers 4-2. And the Astros had a back and forth with the Baltimore Orioles, but Cedric Mullins played hero, hit a 3-run home run to take the lead late in that one and secure an 8-7 victory for the O's over the Astros. And the AL West just continues to be an absolute mid-off. I think the Astros and the Rangers are both now 7-9 this month. The Mariners are 6-11, 6-10 this month, something like that. This is definitely not the battle for the division that we thought it was going to be heading into this month. But thankfully, this is, despite how poor the Mariners have been this month, has kept them in the running for both the division and obviously the wild cards. So big night for the M's, who are now tied with the Rangers, but the Rangers just need 2 wins over the Mariners for the tiebreaker on that front. I mean, whatever happens in those series, I mean, the tiebreaker's not going to matter at the end of the day, so we don't really need to keep that in mind. Maybe I'm sure there is a way for that to end up mattering, but I doubt it.
If Texas is up by 1 game when you start your 7 of 10 against them, and you go 4-3 against them, they win.
Yeah.
If you're tied with Texas, then going into the first, if you're tied with Texas going in on Friday, then the tiebreaker is not probably going to come into play. So
right. So yeah, big night across the board. Like I said, what do you think about all of it, Colby?
Yeah, you certainly needed it. We talked about today how you can't just sit here and be like, well, it's okay because Texas lost, and it's okay because Houston lost, and because you lost 2. You lost a game. You have fewer opportunities to catch the team in front of you. So losing is not okay because the other teams lost 2. You need to win. The only focus should be you need to win as many of these last 12 games now as you possibly can, and you let the chips fall where they may after that. But it's not about, you can't just sit here and be like, oh well, good thing Houston lost tonight so we can lose this one and we'll be okay. No, that's not how it works. So you're just giving yourself fewer opportunities to catch the teams in front of you. And remember, you have to pass Houston, or you have to pass Texas. And right now, they're the biggest threat to you making the playoffs because they're the one that's tied with you. They're the ones that are pushing you out of the playoff picture right now.
Yeah.
So you have to beat them record-wise. Good news is you only have to tie Houston. You only have to tie Toronto. You don't have to pass them.
Yeah.
But tiebreakers probably aren't going to come into play here. But again, it's very important that you stay within striking distance, particularly of Texas. I think you have to be tied with Texas going into Friday. Like, if you both win your next 2 games and you go into the weekend series, that's fine, because now even if you lose 2 or 3 in Texas, I mean, it's harder, but you can win 3 or 4 against them in the last series and still take that dub.
Right.
So it's one of those things where you have to win. Like, every single win the rest of the way is critical, and every single loss is devastating. Like, it's not an okay loss just because Texas also lost. We have to keep that in mind. You need to win, because Texas, if they go 12-0 or whatever, you're out. Like, it doesn't matter. Obviously, you're out because they would have beaten you 7 times. But
Right.
it's not. I just trying to make this very clear. Scoreboard watching at this point, a little redundant, because if you lose, it does not matter what the rest of the
Right.
scoreboard did. You have to win games. So obviously, winning on a night where Toronto was off and the other 2 teams in front of you also lost is huge. But winning on a night when those 2 teams also win is going to be huge. You have to keep pace. You either have to keep pace or you have to close the gap. And losing while other teams lose, that's not really keeping pace, because now you have one fewer opportunity to catch them. So it's a little bit of a kind of a careful dance here, and obviously you do have to scoreboard watch some, but you have to win. At the end of the day, there are no good losses. There are no good times to lose. 12 games into the year, tied for the last wild card spot, a game and a half back of the division, a game back of the second wild card spot. There are no good losses. There are no, oh, that's okay, we didn't need that win. You need all of them.
Right. The Rangers got Josh Young and Adelise Garcia back tonight, but clearly that did not help them on the offensive front, only scoring 2 runs against the Red Sox pitching staff. It was Cutter Crawford for the Red Sox tonight, who Mariners fans have seen be dominant at times, but overall not a world beater of a pitcher. So nice to see the Rangers kind of underachieve tonight against him, and that bullpen, man, it's a massive problem for them. Will Smith blowing it tonight for them. 3 earned runs allowed in just a 3rd innings pitched. The Rangers bullpen against this Mariners offense, and more specifically the Mariners late game offense, is going to be a sight to behold. We'll say.
Yep. Just remember, guys, it's pretty easy to keep track of how you're scoreboard watching this week. Root for the American League East, period.
Yeah.
You need to root for the Yankees. You're rooting for every team but the Blue Jays. You're rooting for the Yankees. You're rooting for the Red Sox. You're
and the Rays for now. Yeah, the Rays for now. But we will be Rays fans soon here, because they're playing the Blue Jays twice. So
yeah, they play. Yeah. The Rays are the Blue Jays Texas, if that makes sense.
And the Rays and the Orioles, like, they're gonna still be going for it here for a while, because they're both neck and neck for that division. So they're not going to be taking their foot off of the gas anytime soon, because they have basically a bye week on the line that they're fighting for. So that's massive for both of those teams. So you're going to get a very motivated Rays team playing the Blue Jays. You're going to get a very motivated Orioles team over the next couple of days playing the Astros. So that's nice that both of those teams don't have anything in hand here, and they have a lot to play for in these series. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on things. Obviously, scoreboard watching is pretty much mandatory at this point if you're a fan of a team in the playoff race. But if you're a Mariners fan specifically, you need this team to win. You need this team to win games. You need them to take advantage of opportunities like they did tonight. And you need them to take care of a bad Oakland A's team the next couple of nights before they head into that gauntlet. The playoffs basically start for the Mariners on Friday. We keep on saying this on and on and on for the last few weeks, but it's true. The playoffs truly start for this team right after the off day. So
yeah.
The
number of mistakes you get to make are determined by the next 2 games against Oakland. So
your room for error will be, I mean, we'll see once we get there. But yeah, 8 more wins and you're at 90, which I think is the magic number in terms of win total
Seems
to
like it.
to for sure get in. I mean, you might have a shot to get in with like 88, 89, we'll see, but it feels
risk
like
it.
you're pretty safe at 90 wins. So
Yeah.
win 8 more games and I feel pretty good about your chances, but long road to
Mhm.
get there, and you need to take care of business the next 2 nights down in Oakland. And you'll have Luis Castillo going tomorrow. The A's have been kind of a problem for him in the past, which is wild to say. But
gotta step up.
Yeah, Castillo, obviously, he's had some good starts lately, but he hasn't had great starts. You need him to be the ace that he's supposed to be tomorrow night. Absolutely.
He needs to be the $130 million pitcher that you paid him to be tomorrow. For the rest of the year, but especially, tomorrow's the first day. Speaking of maybe underachieving a little bit, Ty, we didn't celebrate this yesterday because we weren't, on the air yesterday.
What are we celebrating?
Well, Ty, in what is the crowning achievement of underachievement, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim officially locked in yet another losing season.
Wow.
Giving them a grand total of 0 winning seasons in the Shohei Ohtani era or in the post Jerry Dipoto era.
Yeah. The Dipoto curse. The Dipoto curse lives on.
Man, he crushed that team for 8 years after he got them to the playoffs. Like, it's all his fault, man. The only guy to get him to the playoffs in the last decade, and it's his fault that they've finished below 500 8 years in a row now, 9 years in a row, despite having the 2 best players arguably in the history of baseball playing side by side for a good chunk of that. So
yeah,
good job, Angels fans, you pathetic losers.
Gonna be real with you, I thought they locked that in like a week ago or 2 weeks ago because they've been so bad. They've been so bad.
Recently, they lost their 82nd game. So.
And on the flip side, Mariners locked in a winning season tonight with their win, which that was a foregone.
That, sure.
Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion anyway. But something to. Maybe not for you.
Really bad. They were
maybe not for
really bad.
Maybe not for you, but still,
My only regret is that we weren't the team to deliver the 82nd loss for the. Mariners, but what are you gonna do?
It is. We are going to be Angels fans at some point here towards the end, though, because they are playing the Rangers in between the 2 Rangers series with the Mariners. So
never.
I might be.
Nope. Just sweep Texas, then it doesn't matter.
Sure. All right. Any closing thoughts before we get out of here?
Screw you,
Were those
Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Sure.
You suck again, officially.
Haha.
Losers.
Yeah.
Good thing you got absolutely nothing for Shohei Ohtani except for a 4th round pick because nobody fell for your BS and claimed Grichuk again. So, sorry, you missed the luxury tax threshold by like $50,000. How are you this bad at everything? Anyways.
Yeah. I hope Edgar Quero becomes like an all-star for the White Sox. That'd be great. All right, that's going to do it for our show. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Locked On Mariners postgame show. For Colby Patnode, I'm Ty Gonzalez. Be sure to give us a follow on Twitter at LO_Mariners. Follow me at Dane Gonzalez, that's DANEGNZLZ, and Colby at CPAT11, that's CPAT11. You can also find all that stuff in the description of this episode. Thank you again for making us your first listen after the Mariners' 5-0 victory over the Oakland Athletics. You can catch Game 2 of the series again on the Mariners' hometown broadcast with SiriusXM via the SXM app tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful baseball day, and we'll see you next time. Peace.
It is weird. You do comedy long enough, and I can't tell you. I can no longer understand both. Like, because when I was like 19, you'd watch Tom, and it was just everyone understood why this was bad.
Right.
Now I watch Tom, I'm like, this is good. Like, this is good.
This is very good.
This is like
it's transcended for me.
Yeah, I know. He's like somehow now, but he was like way ahead of his time, but in a way where like, you know, like a homeless person would be ahead of its time if the entire economy collapsed and everyone was living outside.
Right.
And be like, wow, who knew these guys had their finger on the pulse?
Yeah.
Now we're all shitting ourselves and living in boxes.
Right. Yes. God damn.
This guy's got tactical skills.
I would love. The problem is, I feel like we'd be persona non grata at a Tom Myers show. But I would love to attend.
You know, it
Honestly,
sucks. That's like one of my
before
biggest
the show,
regrets.
before the show ends, we gotta squash the beef. We got.
You
I don't
understand
think we can
that's
squash it.
literally impossible. It can't happen. This is one of my biggest
Listen.
fuck ups is not
Listen.
understanding like, yeah, and it's
Being
obvious.
mean
No,
and
not
bullying.
being mean, but like, you know, Tom was like sort of just this like spectacle that existed back when like we were just like essentially just
We were
open
open
micers.
micers, yeah.
And even when I
Yeah.
had been working the road, nobody knew who the fuck I was.
Yeah.
Everyone from the scene knew Tom. And it was kind of this funny thing. And then you get like a little bit of success, and it's like you don't really gauge how big the audience is or whatever. You
Yeah.
continue just living your life.
Yeah.
And then it's like, yeah, Tom's this funny thing, and then Tom blows up into this thing, and that like, you know, I don't know. I don't really know how Tom's head works, but at some point he realized that it's like, you know, fucking with him or whatever.
Right.
In a way that Joe Robinson used to do all the time.
Right. We actually got him fans.
Well, I don't want to present it in a way where it's like,
No, but
actually,
it is true.
I did a good thing for Tom.
No, we didn't do a good thing.
No, we were
Bold
bullying.
We didn't do a good thing,
Yeah.
but at least the other types of bullying was just to humiliate him.
Right.
Yeah.
This was a little column A, little column B.
And I think to some extent he does have some notion that every attempt we've had at destruction has only made him stronger.
He's fucking.
I think he feels,
He's
and
on his
that makes me
Nietzsche
happy.
shit,
Yeah,
you know, we tried to kill him and it made him stronger.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he is. He's the man cannot be beaten, and I love him honestly. He is, some of my most cherished memories are his album recording, and that contest I did at EJ's Landing.
Mm.
I think that's what he's mad at me about. Somebody tagged me in something. He's mad that I said that he. I think he said something racist or something. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
fuck-
no, one of the best Tom moments of all time was at EJ's Landing, and it was like, this had to have been like 2007, 8.
Yeah.
And he's just shitting on the Orioles. And these like two guys just they were done. They like paid they were just done at the bar. The bar was empty. And he's like, "Oh, that's a little too much for you."
Yeah, this is the truth teller walking them, shitting on BJ Serhal.
Yeah.
He really went there. God.
Oh fuck. All right, if we don't get McDonald's, what are some other options?
Initially, we were going to talk about Tom Myers.
Oh yes, the king.
Tom Myers is the greatest comedian of all time.
My favorite stand-up comedian.
If you want to know more about Tom Myers, go to YouTube and type in Ed Schrader Show. And that's SHRADER, Tom Myers. And Tom was a guest on Ed's like a surreal talk show.
Yeah.
And it's funny. So the setup is it's supposed to be like it's supposed to have this like weird.
It's a troll talk show.
It's
basically.
it's a troll. It's like a hipster, ironic talk show.
Right.
So to the extent that even the announcer for the show is some guy that's like, "And your next guest," like he's doing a dumb voice. Like everything's supposed to be bad. And they got the best comedian you could for an ironic talk show.
Absolutely.
Which is Tom Myers, who
King,
looks
baby.
like Steve Buscemi, dresses like Bill Hicks. You know what's funny about Tom Myers is Tom Myers had that hairline and had the solution to that hairline, which is that weird comb-over thing that he does at like age 21. When I met him, I was
Yeah.
like 16. He was 16 or 17. And I'm like, oh, this guy's in his like late 30s.
Absolutely. He looks 15 years older than he is.
Yeah, and he was like 21. But I got on the Tom Myers tangent because you remember at his album recording, he did
Yes.
that joke about like he just slid it in there that his parents already have a grave for him.
Yeah, they bought a grave
already
for
have
him, a grave plot
for their son next to theirs. So because he lives with his parents,
Yeah.
he lives with his parents, calls Little League Baseball, and works at 7-Eleven.
He was the chairman of the Harford County Young Democrats until he literally aged out of it. They were like, "You're too fucking old."
Yeah.
So then he oh man, he is so
Did he
good.
come back from? He retired from comedy for.
No, did he? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You should check it out, guys. Seriously, Tom Myers. We were present. Both Nick and myself were present for the recording of, I believe it was something like pitchforks, and he has some really strong imagery.
Yeah.
He had an album called Words of Mass Destruction.
Words of Mass Destruction, dude. Scathing criticism of the Iraq War and pot. Pot as in marijuana, which he calls pot.
Bong hit transplant.
Bong hit transplant.
That's
one of his punchlines.
By the way, bong hit transplant is the punchline to a joke. Go find it. You'll really enjoy it when you figure it out. It will make a lot of sense.
It really should be the punchline to every joke. Yeah, would you get a bong hit transplant?
What the fuck is even a bong hit
I don't know.
transplant?
It's like he's like pretending like he knows what weed is, but also pretending like he knows what
medicine
operations are.
But yeah, Tom's a great guy though. Good guy.
And my next guest is none other than Baltimore's own comedian, Tom Myers.
Love comedian Tom Myers.
He's going to do some stand-up.
Tom
Myers.
Say, Tom. Love comedian.
Hey.
That guy's in here right now, isn't he? Oh, shit. So it's an election year. It's an election year. You guys all excited about this election coming up?
Yes! Actually,
Me, I'm an Obama person, but part of me kind of wants Hillary Clinton to take the Oval Office. No, okay, hear me out. What's the first thing Hillary Clinton's gonna do when she gets in office? Get back at Bill for all the shit he pulled. That's why I'm gonna apply to be an intern. I quit smoking though, so I don't know if that'll affect my shot.
Brand
but,
on the show before. I've never
Well-
really crossed paths with him because he is sort of like in this space, not like our space, but in like the broader online right, dissident right space. But I've never really had a run-in with him, and I don't know that I've ever talked about him. And I'll just say this. I've never been very interested in his content because he, in my opinion, represents this genre of like free thinkers, but they're really just like mainstream conservatives. They go out there and say, I'm really out there. I want it to be as edgy and interesting as possible. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I want to go there. But they hang out in the shallow end of the pool. They're out there ankle deep in like basic bitch, mainstream conservative talking points while they're championing themselves as free thinkers and I'm not politically correct. I'm not afraid to offend the left or something. And so for that reason, I'm just not into it. I always felt the same way about Alex Jones to some extent and guys like Joe Rogan. And here's why.
Safe travels.
It is true for, and here's one example. It is true that the state of Israel wields immense influence in our politics. And their fingerprints are on a lot of the most famous conspiracy theories, like the Kennedy assassinations and 9/11 and the Iraq War. That's like one example. I don't expect a guy like Russell Brand to believe that. I don't expect him to be obsessed with that or talking about it all the time. But if he never talks about it at all, you know there's a reason why. And the reason why is because that's a real third rail. Meaning that if you touch it, you actually get electrically shocked. For real. Not like, oh, the liberals are canceling me again. Like, you actually receive real severe consequences for ideas. And to me, at that point, you lose all credibility. Again, the expectation is not, why is this guy not obsessed with the Jews? I'm not saying that.
Here there.
I'm saying that if you talk about, you know, just 3 of the biggest conspiracies.
Wait, what? We pulled Chrome Crush?
Yeah. Shit.
Slow trap down if you wanna run.
Por estar a... ¿Me puedes echar una mano? Muy buena. Me muero. Por estar hablando. Me he despistado, he fallado todos los ataques y me muero.
Aufpassen, weil ich glaube nicht, dass die einen Execute haben oder so, aber sicherheitshalber. Bewusst. Mein Blast Kicker. Блять, она дамажит очень много. Она что-то до хера дамажит. Я, может, умру. Как так?
What? Exploding heart for 5,000 damage?
Shit. It's gonna be bad. Yeah, don't.
I was in school, I studied history. My favorite piece of history to study was the American Revolution. Why do I like studying the American Revolution? Well, I like it because, not because it's the laying of the foundations of democracy or how ordinary men can rise up to fight against the evils of tyranny. I like that people were able to grow an incredible amount of pot back then and get away with it. That's why I love studying the American Revolution, yeah. All those who really support me behind that are going, I'd applaud, I just don't feel like lifting my arms, dude. They don't like puns, I don't think. They don't like the pun, okay. And a lot of advocates who want to legalize marijuana use that too. You ever notice that? They say, well, we should be able to grow pot and smoke it because our founding fathers grew pot and smoked it. Our founding fathers, the same people who had to physically fight for the right of this country to exist, smoked pot? I don't think so. How do I know this? Because I've tried pot, okay? Remember, I did take this course in college. I'd love to, man. I'd love to, but if I tried it, I know that me and anyone else who has smoked pot can tell you after you smoke pot, you do not feel like going off and fighting a revolution. If everyone smoked pot back then, Paul Revere would be galloping down the street like, I think the British are coming, dudes. Luckily for me, I got enough. I can share. You guys have been a great crowd. That's my time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tom Myers, a comedian.
Yeah, she put a bag
Moldy
of chips
banana?
and a moldy old banana.
Also, I've never even seen a banana
Shouts out
get
to the
moldy.
king.
Yeah.
I miss
not
him so
at all
much.
what
stoners eat.
I said, yeah, right. What'd you have, a bong hit transplant? And then everyone at the 7-Eleven turned to me and began applauding. For I had created the greatest joke of all time.
Tommy.
People are doing that, dude. Did I ever tell the story about the show at the Hamilton Arts Collective with Tom
I
Myers?
believe the one with the TV.
Yeah, with the TV that he wheeled
this is
out.
great stuff.
I don't know
What
if I told the
happened?
story or not. So Tom
You haven't told it.
Tom had a tour of comics one time. He like
Called-
put together. Well, he goes. I told Andy.
Die. Don't kill me. Don't let me die, bro. Fuck. Just gotta get out of here. Oh my god.
Wait, what? We pulled Chrome Crush?
Yeah. Shit.
Slow trap down if you want to run.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Fuck. Probably that too because he feared me.
Klein, I'm like, yeah, Tom's got his own tour now with comics. It's him, Brett the Irish Comic, Cat Malone, and I can't remember who else was on it. And fucking Andy Klein goes, "What's it called? The Shitty Comics?"
It was even better though. It was called
the Heathens
the
of Comedy.
Heathens of Comedy.
they're bad.
The fucking
That's
Heathens,
bad.
dude.
And the logo was a burning cross.
No, it wasn't.
It was. Oh, you got
That's like a
MySpace.
KKK.
I know. Tom
Yep.
just didn't know. He thought it
didn't
meant
know.
like set Jesus on fire. You know?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tom.
So-
Tommy.
No, the Hamilton Arts Collective had the Heathens of Comedy there. It was hosted by Lucy Fur, which was just a videotape of Brett the Irish Comic wearing sunglasses in front of a fireplace. And
Hosted by a video.
Yeah. Dude, during
The
Tom's
job that's only about energy and getting the fucking audience involved.
Tom did a fucking like hour, and during his set, after every setup, Tony Graysick starts going, Tom Myers, Tom Myers. So before he gets to the punchline, everyone's chanting his name, and then he says it, and then the response is, yeah, you know, he like peters out. So he's like bombing to chants.
The king, the once and future king.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
No, that show was bizarre. Like, I mean, he ate it, and he ran off stage crying, and
Oh
they
no.
Cat Malone. Don't pretend like you give a shit, dude.
It's sad when they
this
try.
fake performative empathy you have
Dude,
for
let me
people that
virtue
you
signal, dude.
for people that you mock.
Have you ever met
relentlessly.
Tom?
Of
Adam,
course I met
You've
Tom.
had the least
I've
relationship
had the
with
least,
Tom.
definitely the least.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, when I met him, I was already a fan.
Yeah,
And his
yeah,
reputation preceded him.
Well, so he was crying, but then you watch him like almost like in a second in his head as the tears are drying.
Does he dress
on
up
his
a good-
face, go, no, it's society that's wrong. You know? And then it's like, I killed.
Tom
you know?
is Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, he immediately, basically, yeah, it's the same personality
Oh,
type.
God.
They also have the same body and haircut. Also, the same taste in sunglasses. It's weird. The more I think about the Tom Myers
is Hillary
Clinton,
it's true.
It's probably from her pussy, which she ate.
Oh, that's how
No,
you become
she
Hillary
never
Clinton.
got
She's like
you.
a werewolf. If you eat her pussy, you turn into her.
Yeah, I hear she's hiring interns.
The best part of that joke is the adjusting the belt. He says, he says she's probably gonna hire some interns and they adjust the belt.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, like a 50-year-old plumber showing up to eat some pussy.
Gotta adjust the belt.
Postmenopausal, cobwebbed pussy.
Shouts out to Tommy. Dylan told that story about how his brother, Dylan Myers' brothers, Tom was his waiter at a Mexican restaurant.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. No, there's a YouTube of him like touring that Mexican restaurant as if it's like going to be the new hot comedy venue.
Yeah.
But I think it was pretty much just a place that he was working.
Yeah,
Fun.
props to him for getting a waiting job. He worked at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
That's just
That story about the bong hit transplant, about being in line behind someone, is a lie. He was working at 7-Eleven. Which, you know, everybody's got to work a job. I would take a 7-Eleven job if I had to. You know, when the bottom falls out, I'll be working.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil the karma in here, but NASCAR, man, I tell you what, NASCAR reeling again from another small plane crash. Bruce Kennedy, the husband of Lisa France, who's the daughter of the late Bill France, had a plane crash in Sanford, Florida. Now, this is like the fourth one. Davey Allison's helicopter crashed in '93. Alan Kulwicki's small plane. The Hendrick family 2 years ago, and now this. So
They should stick to driving cars.
Jesus. All right, well, let's move on.
Sorry,
we're gonna have special guest Sheila Dixon will be there.
And
the
Mr.
mayor.
Tom
How about the new
Myers.
subway mascot?
Oh fuck! Should we offer Tom like $6,000?
He won't do it. He's
to do
mad
the
at
show?
Nick.
He's mad at me, and then people are like being mean to Tom, and it's like I've never been mean to Tom. The only thing I've ever done
been mean to Tom.
is publicly
Exclusively been mean to Tom. On the podcast, in person, at that show that you opened for him and mocked him 6 years ago.
Pitchforks. What was
It's
it
not
called?
mean to him. It's just like I'm realistic about what Tom is, but I wish him the best, and it's like
We love
You
him
wish-
too.
I do actually-
Tom's hilarious.
I literally do. Yeah.
He doesn't understand why he's funny. It's the
I
same
know.
thing
That's-
with Seth. It's
right.
like, you know, it's
Right.
the guy that's like very funny, but not for the reasons they want to be.
He is not on purpose funny.
Yeah.
He is very funny. Bong hit transplant is a great joke.
Which is like, as a comedian, like you're always going to be partially that, you know. I mean,
of course.
no, there's nothing fucking worse than the comedian that takes himself seriously.
Yeah.
you know?
Which Tom does. which is,
Of course,
which is
yeah.
great. Which is also sort of what's great.
Yo, how
kind of plays
awesome
into
would it
it,
be
right, it
if
is.
Tom like just leaned into it and let it and like open for us at every live
Please.
show? Like you could,
Now
that would
people are
ma-
gonna harass him.
I've never said anything bad about Tom. He acts like I'm calling him like a shittiest comic in the world or something. I mean, I did, but you know, it's like,
So did Nikki.
yeah.
I mean, okay, how about
Yeah,
this?
that's Baltimore
We're just gonna
royalty,
give
though.
Tom olive door.
Yeah, Tom gets the whole door.
If we-
Tom, if you're listening,
I love that picture he posted. It's like the return of Ron Bender.
Oh no!
and he's just in a wheelchair now.
No, he posted on his
That poor man.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, don't take a pic, man.
the triumphant return. Oh god!
He's healing from the
Posted-
gout surgery quite nicely.
Oh God.
He posted a pic of that tweet Lewis did of like everyone's asking me to book this guy Tom Myers. He must be pretty cool. And Tom posted on Instagram. He's like, "How's your day going, everybody?"
I hope he does it.
Yeah. Everyone's requesting this guy, and I still probably won't book him. How's your day, Steve? What are you guys up to?
You know he adjusted the belt.
What's the beginning of the
What's the genesis,
beef?
the origin story? I think. Yeah, I see. I don't even know because I'm so selfish that I just focus on myself, and That's I good. honestly don't give a rat's ass about other Take it podcasts back. or other performers. But
There's got to be a beginning to this. What was the very first time where you were like, Nick Mullen has it out for me? What was it?
I don't necessarily think he has it out for me. I recalled meeting him. God, this is years ago. We were both doing comedy in D.C. At that time, I was
Washington.
Yeah, Washington. Well, the Baltimore, Washington area.
The circuit.
Yep. Which I think Baltimore and Washington together, I think, is dwarfed by the New York comedy scene.
Yeah, I
pretty
would,
much, just
I would
because
actually, I would
yeah.
agree with you and say that New York
it's dwarfed
is
by-
actually a bigger and more vibrant scene than Baltimore.
The greater
Washington.
It is
Washington,
dwarfed.
DC comedy
Correct.
scene.
It is dwarfed by the Punxsutawney comedy scene. That's how small it is.
Oh shit.
Dropping truth bombs.
Okay, so you and
Minus
Nick,
the truth.
you and Nick are both killers on the scene, coming up, getting some.
Well, I was
attention.
already a touring road comic at the
You were
time.
already out there, so Nick was a young buck coming up. You were already fucking headlining, crushing it, doing your thing.
Oh,
Nick
yeah.
comes up and
HBO, BET, Showtime, all that good stuff.
Were you touring? Was it regional, or was it like were you all over? Where were you touring?
Up and down the East Coast at that time. I think I'd already performed in like a dozen states
Okay.
at that point.
Okay.
So I was getting not regular work, but just enough that I was able to be a reasonably established comic at that point.
So you're established. Here comes Nick Mullen. Lazy, right? What are your first impressions of him? Give me some first impressions.
Pretty much
Just getting by on his looks.
Yeah.
Now that's funny. But no.
First thing you see this guy come in. Is he Jack Diesel at the time? Because he's all fucking Jack now, doggy. Does that intimidate you? It does, right?
No, it's just nobody in the DC comedy community at that time really thought he was anything good at that time. In fact, they still don't.
Shit!
They still don't. He
still
literally
don't.
only has.
They still don't. They still don't. Wow.
Like there are probably still there are more.
Are any of them?
There are more
any of them
people
curious about
there are
like
more,
the $80,000 a month he makes.
There are more.
Sad.
There are more people in the studio at Cumtown than there are DC comics who like Nick Mullen.
Oh,
so
that's 3. So
Oh shit! So you're saying in DC he's known as a fucking piece of shit?
Well, I think he was in Austin, Texas for a little bit.
Okay,
and
we know.
I think even he got run out. And Austin's a pretty chill, pretty laid back city.
Wow.
I mean, you have to be a big douchebag if even the people of Austin say, fuck off.
yeah.
Wow.
So he was run out of DC and then Austin.
Right.
He gets run out of DC. Then he went
And
to
then
Austin.
his punishment was to live in New York, this hell.
Yeah.
So do you and Nick ever have any kind of friendship?
Not really, no.
Okay.
You don't know this guy. You're.
I mean, I know him. In fact, I recorded a CD in Maryland years ago.
What was
and
what
he
was,
was
that
on
called?
the that was I don't remember.
it
I
like
think
an
I've
album?
actually blocked it out of my mind.
You don't
You don't
remember
remember the name of
your
your
album?
I think it was
You don't want people to find it. That's what it is.
That's
Right.
okay.
It's
I've
your
sold
first-
enough copies.
I've done a lot of things I'm ashamed of. Sesame Street, I'm kidding. I'm not ashamed. It's on
You love
YouTube. It's on YouTube. I do the Polka with Snuffleupagus. What
with and Megan McCain.
and Megan McCain? Yeah, I know.
That's killing it.
But I'm recording this CD, and Nick Mullen is one of the comics on the bill.
Words of Mass Destruction.
Was that it?
Not that one. It was pitchforks, torches, and other.
At least you
random
use a really
thoughts was
high
the name
quality
of the-
photo
Wait a
for that.
minute.
Right.
For that.
Pitchforks, torches. Hold on. What was
Pitchforks,
it?
torches, and other random thoughts is the name of
Pitchforks, torches, and other random thoughts.
Right.
Wild. Okay.
I like it. All right, so you record this CD.
I record the CD, and Nick Mullen is one of the comics on the bill for the show.
Okay, all right, so he's opening up for you. This guy is your opener.
No, he's one of the comics who.
Well, you're
goes
closing
up
the
before-
show.
He's,
So
he's one of the
could have
comics who
gotten
goes
him-
up.
So, but you had no problem with him being on the show. I mean, it's your album recording.
Well, it wasn't. The show wasn't booked by me.
Gotcha.
It wasn't arranged.
Gotcha.
By me. It was arranged by someone else. So I just went ahead and performed.
And was it
recorded.
DC? You're doing this in Maryland?
In Maryland.
And you're doing an hour, and everyone else is doing like showcase sets.
Pretty much.
Okay.
So Nick is your opener. For all intents and purposes, Nick's your opener.
One of them.
Nice, dude.
So Nick, okay. So were you not a fan of the set, or were you like it's okay?
Well, he comes up to me.
You
during-
had to play. You had to.
He comes up to me during, as I'm getting ready to do my set, because you've recorded a special and you're doing whatever you got to do to go ahead and make sure the set comes out right.
I mean,
Throwing
I would
everything
have
in your
never.
head.
I would have never let somebody with a reputation like Nick Mullen at the time open up for me. He's
Yeah.
been run out of Austin.
Louis Farrakhan opened for Louis. They just wanted
I had the
He had a
crying
better-
Nazi. The crying Nazi did a tight 15.
He had a better 15 than Nick Mullen, the crying Nazi.
Yeah, man. Ease up. Ease up.
Shots fired.
Shots fucking fired. So, Tommy, he opens up for you. What happens? Take us back here.
What venue is it in? We're all trying to picture this.
The venue is called Sean Boland's. It's an Irish pub. They do live shows there every once in a while.
Sounds
and
magical.
it was
Sounds the bit like the best place to record it.
Robin Williams did an album. Sounds like a fun.
You go there, you get drunk, and
What's it called? Sean
I sound
Boland's?
funny. Sean Boland's.
Live at Sean Boland's.
Listen, I'm embracing my Irish ancestry by
Nothing
doing
wrong
that.
with
so.
that. Go see the Ferryman.
DC
9
or
Charlie.
Baltimore?
It's in Bel Air, Maryland, not too far from where
Bel Air, Maryland.
Bel Air, Maryland. Sean Boland's in Bel Air, Maryland.
Bel Air, Maryland. It's
Okay.
it's produced some great.
I love
folks.
that Maryland just steals the name of other nicer places. Like, come down to Malibu, Maryland.
Yes.
Bel Air, Maryland.
There's a town.
There's no Bel Air, Maryland. Not on fire in 3 weeks. Nightmare.
There's a California, Maryland. Also,
I'm sure
it's in the
there
southern
is.
part of the state, and
Fucking
it's
shysters.
It's also
Maryland's a bunch of shady motherfuckers.
takes-
I
yeah.
appreciate it, though.
I
give
appreciate
him a little
it,
bit of
too.
respect.
Yeah.
it's also a shithole. So,
Yeah.
but
So you're at Sean Boland's, this packed out fucking place.
and Nick comes up to me and says and asks if he wants to get a drink and asks if I can put it on my comics tab.
And this is what year?
2013, I think.
Okay.
So this is, I think he had just come back from Austin. or
6
something.
years
Yeah.
ago, just comes back from Austin. He's like,
Right.
hey, can I get a drink? Can you buy me a drink?
Right.
Essentially, buy me a drink.
Right. And I essentially
And
tell
you're like,
him,
I'm not a fag.
I essentially
First thing
tell
you
him,
said was, I'm not a fag, so I'm not buying another man a drink, right?
it's like you're in the room.
I know.
Louis. It's like
I know
you're
what's
in the
going
room.
on in
You
your head,
know
Dougie.
what's.
We're the same guy. I get it. So what happens?
I tell him, I basically tell him no, and I don't have a comics tab, just because it's not exactly Sean Boland's isn't exactly a high class. It's not a high class joint. It's not a real comedy club.
Wait a minute.
Bel Air,
Are you
Maryland.
telling me that Sean Boland's?
Yeah, imagine
Bel Air,
that.
Maryland is not exactly,
Oh,
in your
fuck
words,
no.
a high class
Oh
establishment.
fuck no! I mean, look at
Why
that.
did you decide to record an album at Sean Boland's?
Ambiance.
Ambiance, just despair, lost hopes and dreams. Nobody ever goes there, has
What
anything to
was-
celebrate.
What was the idea? Because you're established at this point. You're like, is it almost like the way that Dice did his album? That like, it was like.
Don't you get a drop for that? Don't you get your?
No,
No, we
it
just
was
that's
too
our
good.
job.
It
is
was
to be
too
funny.
good.
No, we don't pour out things. So is this where it started? Nick says, "Buy me a drink." You said, "I don't have a comic
I don't have a
tab."
comics tab.
Is this
I don't
where
need
it
it.
starts?
I don't have a
Like,
comic
how
tab.
about you blow?
This
You just
isn't
pulled
the
his dick
DC
out. He was like,
Why
you know
don't
what to do.
Suck my
This
dick?
isn't the DC Improv.
Right.
No, it's not. This is Sean Boland's.
So you pull out your cock. You're like, start sucking, bitch. And he, what
Again,
does he do? Does he
it's
suck
like
it?
it's like you were in the room.
No, what'd you really
And he
do?
just goes off on me and says, "Yes, you do. You have a comics tab," and he just literally starts cursing me out. And
Now let's be honest. And this is just
yeah.
between us. Did you have a comics tab?
And be honest.
No, I didn't.
Really?
I did not.
Do me a favor. Stop recording for a second.
Sean, can we call Sean Boland?
Stop recording for a
Mr.
second.
Boland.
We're not recording right now. Did you have a comics tab?
No.
All right, start recording again. I believe you. I believe you. So he starts yelling at you, and at this point, what do? Do you have him ejected? You're the headliner. If my opener starts screaming in my face,
Right.
okay, I would say, hey, you
My
have to
opener
go.
is fiending for some booze.
Yeah, obviously on
Right.
fucking blow.
Right.
Coked out of his fucking mind.
So is-
Steroids likely.
Yeah.
That's someone that his mom probably bought for him.
Oh shit!
Whoa! Where would she know how to get steroids, though? Let's be honest. Moms don't know where to get steroids.
Yeah.
I think he just works out. I don't think he does, but I don't know.
You brought his mom into it too. That's fucking. You don't like
That's
this guy.
wild.
That's some crazy shit. Right
I
there.
don't do steroids. I want to clear that up because I am accused of all manner.
Wait till the HIV really takes over. You're gonna need them.
Yeah, I have defeated the HIV.
Oh, cheers.
The doctors will be like, the HIV has left the body. So, Tom, we're at Sean Boland's. We're in Bel Air, Maryland. Nick Mullen has asked you to buy him a drink.
6
You have
years
declined,
ago.
as is your
and this
right.
is also 6 years ago. This is before Nick Mullen
This
really
is
had anything going
2013.
on. Nothing
He's got-
going on.
He's a young guy. He looks
So
up
yesterday.
looks up to you. Maybe he says you're,
Likely looks up to you. You're
likely-
fucking. You're the
recording an
local
album
guy.
at Sean Boland's. At that point, you say no, and you guys get into an argument. And is that it? Does he leave? Is that how you leave it?
I literally tell him to fuck off because, like I said, you've recorded a special before, and you want to focus. You want to make sure everything is going right. Of
course.
And I'm thinking to myself, I don't
You can't
need
deal
this
with the
bullshit.
drama.
I don't need this bullshit.
You don't need it. You just want to go up there. How long are you doing?
I think it
45?
was-
Well,
I mean, he's
there's a
concerned
Yankees game on
Right.
at the bar.
There's 3 other bar fights.
Yeah, you got to deal with fucking all you
It's
can eat
Sean
wings
Boland's.
from 7 to 8 p.m.
Right.
Yeah. I
You were
understand.
probably
Arguing
working
with the
there
lighting,
too.
too.
So you got to do a special. You're also bar backing. It's very difficult.
I'm trying to
get
do like
all of
15
those
different
things
jobs
done.
here.
Yeah, of course. How did the set go?
Went great.
Great.
But was Nick gone? Did you kick him out, or you said fuck off, and then he just watched and crossed his arms
And pouted.
and pouted?
Yep.
Wow. And this is where the seed was planted. In this moment, this is where the seed was
This
planted.
is the origin story. This is the Marvel movie.
This is where Nick Mullen,
He has it out for you.
this is like, Batman's parents being killed. You killed Nick Mullen's parents, proverbially.
Proverbially.
You said it right.
You said it right.
I got it.
You got it. Yeah.
It took a lot of energy. Like I feel weak.
You are a lot smarter than me.
Thank you.
Louis. You
I appreciate that.
You are better at math than me. You are better at speaking than me.
Motherfucker,
You've got-
don't
yeah.
Real ass dude of the week, fucking Tom Myers. Give it
Tom
to him.
Myers.
Fuck it. What am I gonna do?
So we listened to Make America
And Nate again.
I'm
last
so
night.
jealous.
Yeah.
I was
I mean,
in.
you can listen to it at any time.
Nah,
It was
it's
fun.
About, it's about the experience.
It
We
really
did
needs.
it.
It really needs like a deep read. It needs to be.
It needs a
I might.
Mystery
I might write.
Science
I might
Theater.
write a review of the album.
I tried to get
in
us to
detail.
do. I tried to get us to do that for the
Uh-huh.
last one. Remember?
Yeah.
But there was like
Yeah.
legal problems. Like we're probably stealing his content. or
Yeah,
some shit.
it's also. I guess at this point I've blown up Tom's spot enough
Yeah.
that it's like, all right, it's too late now. Might
Should-
as well talk about him.
Can we do as bonus episodes a track by track?
Yeah.
Like
what we were doing was like, you have to unpack every joke, so you got to pause it and then have a conversation about
every
it.
single
Yeah.
thing he says is.
Yeah.
It opens up with "Hello, Havre Grace," which is
Incredible.
like
Just a-
nobody knows what
Yes.
that is.
That is a
Yes.
random
Nope.
city in Maryland. Not
Yeah.
city. That
It's
is
a,
random.
it's a town with a
just
population of
township.
probably like 7,000.
It's a
yeah,
place.
like Bel Air is their downtown.
Yeah, yeah.
They go to Bel Air, Maryland.
It's just a place.
The only thing I know about Havre de Grace is that that's the place where they bottle Pepsi products.
Nice.
That was the thing.
Okay,
I,
well, then
I knew
I
as a
take it
kid
back.
about. There was like a piece of. Because
Yeah.
I remember being like,
PepsiCo.
"Wow, that's all the Pepsi is bottled in Maryland, but it's probably done regionally anyway."
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
But I remember thinking that was like
Yeah.
cool,
There used to be a horrible
like
show
that in
there.
some roundabout
Of
way.
course.
That made me famous because I lived in the same state as the place
where they bottle
where they
Pepsi.
bottle Pepsi.
And you couldn't even use that unless you were out of state, by the way.
Right, of
You'd
course.
have to go to like Pennsylvania and be
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
by the way.
I'm from Maryland. Pepsi ring a bell?
Your business cards.
By the way, where you lived was 2.5 hours away.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
opposite side of the state.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Anyway, Yeah. Hello, Haverty Grace. And then
Haverty Disgrace,
He
that's
uses
what I
that. He goes into a bit about after Hello, Haverty Grace about how he's old now. He's 35.
He's not old. That's not an old age.
And how he pees himself.
About how he needs to
wait longer at the urinal because he pisses his pants.
He was trying to go into like a my body's getting worse bit, but it was just a
Oh no.
He was trying to say because of age, but it's just because you
have a horrible body.
You don't know how to
you defecate and urinate your pants.
You don't know how to just wag your dick.
Yeah.
After pissing.
He's like, I gotta wait for all the dribbles.
And 4-year-old knows how to do.
Yeah, you learned that.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, and then he says, he's like, he shits himself. That's also a problem. Then he says,
awesome.
Yeah, if you don't like that stuff, buckle up.
I love that.
As if you're on the highway to the danger zone.
Yeah.
It's just a quick reminder. Zero difference between that and a firefighter running into
or a 9/11 first responder.
The same exact thing.
It's his job.
Yeah,
it's his job.
He's doing his job, and he's his
job.
own boss.
Yeah,
That's what the good part about it.
Yeah, and then here, let me pull up the track listing now because I took mental notes. With
there was
I'm so fucking
current
jealous.
events. I think was one of them.
Oh yeah,
and he couldn't even. The references are also incredible. Like his reference pool is 1993 to 2003.
Fuck yeah, dude.
And he can't.
Yeah, I wonder what Tom Myers listens to. Like, what do you think he just kicks back?
Kind of music?
Yeah.
Whatever music fucking Bill Hicks mentioned. So it's like, he probably listens to Hendrix, or like the Rolling Stones, man. Now there's a band.
What do you think he really
listen to.
enjoys though?
Blind Melon. All 90s stuff,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah.
That's really when he was...
I doubt it. I think I'm right in the things that I
think
said.
he puts that on. What you're talking about is correct. He definitely
He's a
forces
classic
himself to
rock
listen to
guy,
that
for sure.
But do you think he likes? Yeah, he probably is.
There's a bit called Life Hacks on the album, and there's not a single
There
life
is
hack. It's about Christmas.
Oh yeah, that Christmas thread was insane.
Yeah.
Woo! He was talking about how people fuck on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
He does
Las Vegas a lot, and they always send him out there.
Yeah,
he makes a point of mentioning his booking agent several times throughout the album. So he's worked in.
Oh my God, he just doesn't have that.
No, beyond
he does,
booking
but I'm
agent.
sure it's like Irwin.
It's not a booking agent, man.
Beyond
It's a separate
booking agent,
email he has.
books himself, dude.
Yeah.
He